Would also request you all to keep your phones on silent mode or on vibration. That would be great. Thank you. Would also request everyone seated here to move slightly this way so that people coming in the middle can, be adjusted. That would be very helpful. Would request everyone to please be seated. We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. We have our keynote speaker here, so we'll be starting in another 2 minutes. Okay, our keynote speaker is here. Would request everyone who is standing to please be seated. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Samagra and the Code for GovTech team, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the second edition of DPG Dialogues. I am Shailaja Mayal, and I lead the Code for GovTech initiative as part of Samagra's team. We have with us Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog with us today for the opening session. Welcome, Mr. Kant. We are very happy and honored to have you here today. I would like to now invite Gaurav Goyal, founder and CEO Samagra, to kickstart the convening.
Thank you, Shailaja. Very warm welcome to all of you to this second edition of DPG Dialogues. I'm really happy that we have amongst us Mr. Amitabh Kant today for this inaugural session. I'll start by sharing the broader context of DPG Dialogues. DPG Dialogues is part of a larger umbrella initiative called Code for GovTech, or C4GT. The mission of C4GT is to catalyze and create open source communities around digital public goods for sustainable DPI implementation. The ultimate goal is DPI implementation, but DPIs are powered by digital public goods, and there's need for this active open source communities around those DPGs. C4GT was started as a pilot initiative in the year 2022. And over the last 2 years, which is last year and this year, this has really grown in size. Today, the size of the community is more than 20,000 coders and more than 50 organizations, DPG builder organizations, both government entities as well as private entities, private organizations. The flagship initiative under the C4GT umbrella is the annual dedicated mentoring program, which is a 3-month program that happens in the summer of every year. As part of this, the DPG builder organizations, government and private, they float projects through which the community can solve problems, add features to the DPGs, DPIs, create new functionality, and so on. Once these projects are floated, the community applies for this, and through a rigorous selection process, a cohort of contributors is selected to work on those projects. And through a 3-month period with close mentoring from mentors assigned by those organizations, these contributors actually write code which gets checked into the main repo of the DPGs and the DPIs. When the annual mentoring program closes, a few weeks after that, we organize this convening called the DPG Dialogues with the entire community, which is the coders, the mentors, representative of the organizations, DPG builder organizations, government and private. Everyone comes together and deliberates, discusses on the most pertinent issues in this DPG, DPI ecosystem. The inaugural edition of DPG Dialogues happened last year and started in partnership with METI, the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And this is the second edition today. And I now request the team to play a short video on this year's mentoring program, how that panned out.
DMP has been a game changer for my growth. This experience has truly elevated my capabilities and career potential.
Code for GovTech, or C4GT, is an ecosystem initiative that aims to catalyze open source communities around digital public goods for sustainable DPI implementation. Mustafa is one of the 103 contributors who took part in the dedicated mentoring program organized by Code for GovTech this year. The program pairs contributors with mentors from organizations building DPGs and open source tech for good products. They then work on population-scale technology challenges defined by the organizations over a period of 3 months. This year, we had 42 organizations who listed 103 projects across 70 products. 103 contributors were finally selected in the program. This is a 10x growth since the program's inception in 2022. These 42 organizations span more than 7 countries, taking the program global this year. We have also introduced 11 projects on product usability, focused on in-depth user research and user-centered design for large-scale technology platforms. To support organizations with low mentoring bandwidth, we introduce a cohort of angel mentors who are experienced professionals willing to support the organizations as volunteers. Let's hear from some of our contributors and mentors about their experience.
All digital interventions of Avanti, be it live classes or quizzes or flyos, are packaged in objects called sessions. So Drish has been building a tool called Session Creator, which is now widely used by our operations and curriculum team to create these sessions. We have piloted the tool in a staggering manner, and we have been able to create approximately 200 sessions in the past 2 months. And these sessions have reached approximately 20k students so far. We will be able to touch 60k students in quite short time.
My core contribution will help teachers in the Uttar Pradesh to assess foundational literacy and numeracy through the Nippon Lakshya app, even in the cases where there is no internet. This will be possible because I built a miniaturized speech recognition model.
Currently in the government schools, there is a lot of time taken for making attendance by teachers. So my mentee, Tilak, have developed a facial recognition attendance system, which will cut down the time required for teacher to mark attendance.
Snail is working on a project to cluster large amounts of videos, and this will be used by fact checkers and researchers combating misinformation and deepfakes.
So if we look at the work Dipan's been doing, it's great. He's been updating the user interface for our PHE engine, and that enables admins to do work a lot easier, but it also enables end users to start being able to update their data themselves, their account, bank details, etc., without needing to get in touch with maybe a government agency or a bank account. So it's great work, it's really impacting lots of users.
As part of DMP, I developed the voice functionality for Ask a Question, a free open source tool empowering non-profits and governments in developing nations. It uses advanced AI technology to answer citizen inquiries in their languages. My work will be featured at Google's San Francisco headquarters. This experience has fueled my motivation and shaped my vision for future contributions to the open source tech community.
Any Mozilla developer who needs to know about vulnerabilities, software dependencies, expiring licenses, and published details in any of the 150 plus repositories that Mozilla has can use my code. This will allow Mozilla to know which of their services rely on libraries that are unsafe to use.
Project was to understand the user's need in Haryana in terms of, what is missing for them in terms of public transport. My main motto here was to understand the pain points, the frustrations and everything. And I think I've gotten a good gist of what all problems that, are already existing and that I could cover. So we have almost built a solution on that, and I think that solution could help them in their daily lives, especially for the regular commuters and people who live in the rural part.
This year, the dedicated mentoring program was bigger than ever, with 42 orgs from domains spanning from healthcare to agriculture to accessibility to benefit delivery and so on. We are extremely grateful to everyone who made this possible. The program saw 1,400 hours of mentoring, 25,000 hours of coding, 19 production-ready complete projects, and over 60 contributors selected to continue as maintainers of their projects.
I think it was not just the educational and technical impact, but also the ecosystem impact and a wider adoption impact that we were able to have over the course of 3 months.
Kudos to our contributors who were selected from 2,634 applications. Their contributions over the last 3 months will impact countless lives. This is just a small beginning. We wish all the contributors the very best, and we are excited to see how their DPG contribution journey pans out. We look forward to seeing the lasting impact they will create in the DPG community.
with that context, I'll now request Mr. Amitabh Kant for his opening keynote.
Gaurav, distinguished guests, all the mentors, all the coders, ladies and gentlemen, let me first congratulate Samagra and Gaurav for this very unique initiative of creating a team of mentors, coders who can code for government tech. I think this is one of the most unique initiatives of the government in partnership with Samagra. And it's important because if you look at the last 2-3 decades, all development across in the western part of the world have been carried out by Google, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and in China by Tencent and Alibaba. They've made technological leapfrogging, but they've had access to all your data and they've used that data to advance more and more. In India, we adopted a very different approach. We created a digital identity for all Indians, and that a government institution did. So every Indian has a digital identity. And then between 2015 and 2017, we opened 550 million bank accounts. Every second bank account was opened in India. And then we linked up both the digital identity and your mobile number with that bank account. Now, this was a huge amount of work. This was a momentum provided by the government. But what that enabled India to do was that we started doing fast payments on our mobile. And today we do roughly about 50% of the fast payments in the world. Then we started many young startups like MobiQuick, Pine Labs, etc., started using it, the payment history, to provide credit. And then many other startups like Zerodha, Grow Upstock took the stock market to tier 2, tier 3 cities, rural areas. And today they control about 30% of the stock market. And then you had new insurance companies like GoDigit and Acco, who took insurance to rural areas and tier 2, tier 3 cities. So what we've seen is from identity to linking up bank accounts, opening bank accounts, linking them up, then credit, then stock markets, then insurance, all being done within 30 seconds to 1 minute on the mobile, on the go. This does not happen anywhere else in the world. And this is all done within 30 seconds to 1 minute. When I was a young officer in Kerala to open bank accounts, my job was to transform the lives of traditional fishermen. So I was able to give them outboard motors so that they could go much further into the sea and catch fish. We gave them new fishing nets, known as the disco nets. We gave them fiberglass crafts. But opening their bank accounts, know your customer, all used to take about 6 to 7 months chasing physical bank managers. Today you open a bank account because of digital identity in 1 minute. Reliance Jio could give mobile phones to 500 million Indians because in 10 months' time, because we could create the digital identity. know your customer has become easier, and the cost of acquisition of a customer has fallen from about $100 to 15 cents in India. That has been the transformation. Now, all that has happened because we adopted a model which was very different from what the Western part of the world had done and what China has done. Our model was open source, it was open API, and it was globally interoperable. So you can do a transaction from Eiffel Tower to Singapore, from 17, 18 other countries. And that is, instead of opening the data of the person who's transacting being owned by Google or by Microsoft, here under the data empowerment protection architecture, the data is owned by the citizen. The transaction does not memorize, it's only for that transaction. And therefore, what we've seen is that digital public infrastructure can power the transaction economy in a very big way. Because what we have in many areas, and I'm saying this is because across the world we have monopolies, individual monopolies. So Google is a monopoly, Tencent is a monopoly, and that leads to fragmented, poorly connected micro economies with very high transaction cost. Just to give you one example, today we are pushing for electric mobility in a very big way. And electric mobility requires, there's a anxiety of how much distance you can go, so you need chargers everywhere to be charged. Now, you have Siemens, Bosch, you have Mercedes putting up its own chargers, you have Tata's putting up their own chargers, you have Mahindra's putting up their own chargers. And therefore, I may be driving a Hyundai vehicle, I will not be able to charge at the Siemens, I will not be able to charge at the Tatas, and I will not be able to charge at Mahindra's this thing. And therefore, the closed loop access to the vast number of public EV charging stations is leading to very high transaction cost, and the country is not able to grow its electric vehicle mobility. And therefore what is happening is that you have fragmented, offline, informal, low productivity microeconomies, and you need to move towards unified, phygital, online, formal, high productivity mega economies. And this can only happen by creating decentralized open transaction networks. That is critical. And we need to shift from siloed, closed loop platforms to interoperable open loop networks. And while closed loop networks are very discriminatory, they are fragmented, they have no competition, the open networks are very inclusive, they are unified, they increased huge competition and bring down costs and benefit citizens. And open networks are multi-domain, they are multi-platform, they push for open commerce network as ONDC is doing. And open protocols are actually, they enable next generation reforms. And to my mind, this is critical because in a country with large population, you need population scale impact. And when I say population scale impact, we mean that like we were able to do COVID vaccination, 2.2 billion people with no paperwork. All of us did it digitally, whereas United States struggled with it. It's all paperwork. My daughter lives in San Francisco, all paperwork. Here it was all digital. Similarly, when the COVID started, we could transfer money straight into the bank accounts of 800 million people. Europe and America both struggled with it. In Germany, almost 14% of the checks sent came back. In the United States, similar thing happened. And therefore, what is critical is to build solutions to the many challenges which India faces. We have a challenge on learning outcomes, we have a challenge on health outcomes, we have a challenge on improving nutritional standards, and only Indian mentors and coders sitting here can find solutions to the challenges which India has. But if India is able to find solutions to enhancing agriculture productivity, of improving nutritional standard, and is able to find solutions for the 1.4 billion people of India through open source, then we are finding a solution not for the 1.4 billion people of India, but for the 4.5 to 5 billion people of the world who are moving from poverty to middle class in the next decade. And therefore your solutions are not for India alone, but you're finding global solutions which are open source. And that is the reason that open source enables you to push for innovation, push for productivity, and you are able to build solution at population scale with low pricing. Now, the challenge will be that there is new technology of artificial intelligence, and we need to blend AI with digital public infrastructure to scale it up. And AI will act as a great equalizer. We should actually create the marketplace by democratizing access to AI technologies. It'll guard against the monopolization by ensuring that the future of AI is not shaped by the interests of a select few corporation countries. Actually, over 93% of developers worldwide adapt and integrate open source code into their projects. And that actually adds considerable value. As open ecosystems, you minimize the time and resources necessary for the creation of new applications. You democratize access to tools across a very wide spectrum of developers. A 2004 study from the Harvard Business School showed that the open source ecosystem lowers software costs for organization, and it reduces expenses by 3.5 times. And therefore, my belief is that a vibrant open source DPI and AI ecosystem will foster an interdisciplinary strategy where we will be able to tackle real world issues faced by citizens and bring advantages at a global scale. And that is why I came here, because I think this is one of the most unique initiatives of mentors actually working with coders and inspiring and motivating them to bring population scale impact at low prices, which can then impact the lives of citizens. And we are all here, I think all technologists, all developers are here not to create monopolies, but to find solutions to the challenges confronted by citizens. And that is why Samagra's initiative with METI is one of the most path-breaking initiatives. And I really would like to congratulate all of you and Samagra for this very, very unique initiative. And I really think that what you're doing is path-breaking, and it will lead to more and more open source solutions from India. And DPI was discussed at length during G20. When we started our G20, what is digital public infrastructure, what is digital public goods was debated, discussed at length, because the world is used to Google and Microsoft and Amazon. They're not used to digital public infrastructure. And therefore, we had to do a number of roadshows, we had to convince, we had to get IMF, World Bank, the Bank of International Settlement in its study said that what India has achieved in 7 years would have taken India 50 years to achieve. We did in 7 years what would it have taken 50 years to achieve. And therefore, we have technologically pole vaulted because of source and because of DPI being open source. And this is the way the world will go. The definition and the framework was accepted by all countries during G20, and we are taking it forward during the Brazil presidency. So we will accelerate the pace of implementation, and that will happen when many of you working with mentors and all of you will find solutions to the challenges of India and carry out more and more disruption, which will enable us to transform the lives of the 1.4 billion people of India. But those models will be taken abroad, and that will help you to transform the lives of 5 billion people across the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My congratulations.
Thank you, energetic and inspiring as always. I don't know how many of you are aware, but Mr. Amitabh Kant, in addition to being the G20 Sherpa, also co-chaired the G20 task force on DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. And the other co-chair of that task force was Mr. Nandan Nilekani. We have heard from him just now. Let's also hear from Mr. Nandan Nilekani. He couldn't join us in person today because he's traveling abroad, but he has sent us a video message, a short video message. We'll listen to that, and then we'll continue my discussions with Mr. Amitabh Kant.
I am delighted to be addressing the second DPG dialogues and the initiative of Code for GovTech. Today, digital public infrastructure is becoming critical to countries around the world to enable them to meet their economic, social, and digital transformation. This class of problems are solved with what we call as digital public goods, and we use the concepts of digital public infrastructure, which is public rails combined with private innovation, to make this happen in a way that it's a whole of government, whole of society, whole of markets approach. But this initiative requires a vibrant ecosystem of government, of developers, of entrepreneurs, of NGOs, of SIs, of cloud providers, of infrastructure providers, and many other people in the ecosystem, consultants, ISVs, and so on. And therefore, if you really want to achieve our goal, because our goal is very ambitious, which is not just to improve and transform India through DPGs and DPIs, but also do it in 50 countries in 5 years. So this gathering is very important because it brings together practitioners, different points of view, how to create supply, how to create demand, how to make a difference, how to do things in a way that we do them at population scale, how do we make it low cost, how do we make it frugal innovation, how do we make it interoperable, how do we have small ticket size transactions, how do we use open source technology, how do we design for scale in a way that there are no limiting factors in the design. So architecture becomes very important. How do we make it interoperable so that we can plug and play different things? How do we design layers and layers of technology to create combinatorial innovation? These are all some of the ideas and principles in the DPI, DPG world. And I'm truly delighted that you're all gathering today. And I wish you all the best as we take the mission and vision of DPIs and DPGs to the world. Thank you.
I'll quickly use the time to ask 2-3 questions to Mr. Amitabh Kant and then kind of close this inaugural session. You talked about G20, and DPI was a key part of India's presidency of G20. And I remember the press conference you and the External Affairs Minister did on the day of the Leaders Summit. The 3-4 main points that you made in there, DPI was one of those points. How's been the progress since then and now? Now you're going for the Brazil kind of G20 summit next month. So in this 1 year, how's the DPI movement, so to say, has moved ahead?
No, DPI has moved it forward in a very big way, and actually we've taken it to about 17, 18 countries now, and every single day you get a request from another country to come to India and learn from how India has been able to transform the lives of citizens through the use of digital public infrastructure. We've also signed agreements with a number of countries, as you are aware. So our objective is that, important to understand that 3 billion people in the world today do not have a bank account. Close to about 4 billion people do not have a digital identity in the world. So how will you achieve sustainable development goals? It will not be possible. It will take you years and years and years. What DPI taught me is that, not only do you transform lives, but you get access to good quality data. And that's why when we were implementing the aspirational district program, we focused on outcomes. And we were able to, today, when I was a district collector, in Calicut in Kerala, I did not know, I worked very hard, but I did not know whether my district is going up or down, whether it has gone. The data used to come 6 years later, and the Department of Statistics used to reveal it, and that data, whether your district has improved, nothing was outcome based. So today you can do outcome based monitoring on data. And that's what we did in aspirational district program, that 115 districts competed with each other on data, and it was coming out minute to minute, so everybody knew whether the district was going up or coming down on education outcomes, health outcomes, learning outcomes, health, nutritional standards. And while they are slow-moving indicators, we could speed up the implementation, and therefore districts got transformed. And that is why we could change the lives of many citizens across. So I think that is the way for us to transform lives of citizens across the world. And whatever India has done needs to be taken across the world, but India needs to do much more. There are many other challenges. We have a challenge of improving learning outcomes. We have a challenge of health outcomes. All this, we must create our own digital public infrastructure, which can be taken across the world. And I think many people are strong. But to my mind, while the government creates the layer, the private sector must innovate. The innovation has to happen from the private sector. So what you're seeing today, Google announced that it is putting DPI in a box and taking it to the rest of the world. That is how we will transform lives. An Indian company should do that.
Yeah. And when you take DPI to the world, from India to the world, it's something that has happened in India. It's something that's useful for the rest of the world. People want to learn, other countries want to learn. But do you also sense the fine kind of balancing act there? On one side, we want to kind of help others with what we have been able to achieve, what we have learned. At the same time, do you see any kind of skepticism around the world, around one country trying to kind of get the ideas that they have done to other countries? Is there a balancing act there or no? It's kind of everyone is welcoming and they want to learn from India's DPI experience and want to replicate that. What's the...
No, first of all, we are not monopolizing anything. Secondly, we are not saying don't just copy the Indian experience. Every country is different. You know, we had the political and the administrative will to open 550 million bank accounts. Many countries will not have that. So adapt what India's, please benefit from India's experience. You don't need to copy everything that India has done. Come have a look, adapt it to your requirement. Many countries are further improve. I think there's a next generation after what digital identity we had created through Aadhaar. Many countries are using blockchain, for instance. Now that's technological leapfrogging they're doing themselves. Bhutan is doing that. So many countries are doing that. And you know, you should use technology to leapfrog much beyond what India has done. But keep it open source, open API, keep it, the basic principles of being globally interoperable must exist. And open source will help you to leapfrog. Google has done that with OpenMind, you know, that has enabled you to actually 40 years of this protein structure, 40 years of protein structure, you will leapfrog with that. So many companies will do this.
Yeah. You mentioned government of Bhutan. That's also one of the entities which gave projects as part of this year's mentoring program here. Coming back to India, just one quick question. You talked about DPIs needed in many different spheres of life. We know there's an agri stack coming up. There is kind of something in education. The health stack is kind of building up. What are some areas you would kind of feel, you feel the need that we need DPIs in? Of course, we have it in payments, we have it in identity. But what are some of the areas that come to your mind where India needs to build DPIs and that could be game changing?
So I think health is very critical. A lot of work is going on there. But because, you know, over 160 million Indians go below the poverty line because of lack of tertiary care. So that's why government came up, Prime Minister came up with the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which provides insurance for such a vast segment of our population. But important thing is that we should make it interoperable for health. That's very critical, so that everybody has an identity. The diagnostic center, the hospitals, the individuals all have an identity which is interoperable. And I think the next big one has to be to track learning outcomes of students. You know, every student must know on a minute-to-minute basis whether he's absorbing, whether he's going up or going down. The challenge of learning outcomes, where a vast segment of children do not know, are not able to, you know, 36% of children are not able to solve in class 10th, class 2nd maths. Now, all that should help us to get access to data. A teacher should know who's not moving up, who's coming down, and we should be able to improve the quality of education in India.
Yeah.
Those, to my mind, are very critical.
Yeah. And on a lighter note, what about a DPI for social media, public rails, private innovation, and you make social media interoperable and not depend on an X or a Facebook or this thing for
that's a challenge. Yeah. You people should throw up a solution for that. Yeah, this workshop should find a solution for that.
Okay, great. Last bit, you talked about India leapfrogging and covering in 7 years what it would have otherwise taken 50 years. But if you look ahead, now the vision that's been set by the Prime Minister is Viksit Bharat, or a developed India by the time we turn 100. What's the role that you see DPI and DPI to the power of AI play in that journey?
So you can't, you know, when you talk about a developed economy, means that you're talking about going from about a $3.5 trillion economy to about a close to $30 trillion economy. That means your GDP has to grow 9 times. Means your per capita income has to grow about 8 times, taking it to from, you know, close to 2,800 to 14,000. So 8 times means that, this means that you can't grow without technology. You have to leapfrog. And that is why the government has the mission for artificial intelligence. The government has a mission for quantum computing. The government has a mission for semiconductors, 76,000 crores. All this has been done to use technology to leapfrog. We're getting into an era where without technology leapfrogging, India will not be amongst the top nations of the world. Now, from 5th largest economy, we are moving into the 3rd largest economy in 3 years' time. And then, but to become a $30 trillion economy, all of you have to lay the foundations for actually disrupting in technology in a very big way.
Finally, what's the message you want to leave for everyone here? As you know, these are people who are contributing, people who are mentoring, and all of them kind of driven by that passion for open source and passion for contributing to the country. What's the final message that you want to leave everyone?
My only message is that open source is the only way to grow and prosper. Open source is the only way you can rapidly innovate. Open source is the only way you can create population scale impact at very low cost. And that is why all of you are big agents of change for the world. And when you find solution, you are actually finding solutions to all the challenges of the world. So I wish you all the best and all success.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for sharing an insightful opening session. I am sure the entire audience here today is all geared up for the rest of the day now. So a few of our well-wishers couldn't join today, but they were kind enough to share their videos, their messages over a video. So I would take a few minutes to play those videos and to share those messages with you all.
Very good morning to all of you. In fact, I was looking forward to being present at this event, which brings together a lot of stakeholders from the government, from the private sector, from the developer community to build solutions that can create impact not only in India but across the world. And unfortunately, due to some pressing engagements which requires my presence in the parliament for a briefing meeting, I am not able to be present in person, but I am happy to convey some thoughts to this entire exciting community of developers, entrepreneurs, solution builders through this video message. As we all know, like India's DPI story is well known. In fact, last week I was at the Global DPI conference at Cairo in Egypt. And the whole world was looking at what all India has achieved with the implementation of digital public infrastructure, how technology has helped transform governance, how we are able to build an identity platform with more than 1.4 billion, not only 1.4 billion Aadhaar numbers that we have issued, which are biometrically unique and lifelong and a simple way of identifying people, but the real value is in usage. The 70 million plus authentications which are done on a daily basis, which has helped empower people through the Jan Dhan bank accounts, which enable direct benefit transfers. The whole quantum, the whole volume is mind-boggling. In fact, the amount of money that's transferred, the number of people who are beneficiaries is larger than many countries altogether. And we all saw how during COVID-19 pandemic also this platform that we have built, which enabled unique bank accounts, which ensured unique IDs, also helped us in transferring benefits to people when people needed the most. In fact, most advanced countries in the world today are not able to do something like what we have been able to do in India. India's DPI story is a classic case of trust-based partnership between various stakeholders. And the community of developers who work on many of these open source projects has helped to bring these solutions being very robust, being very agile, being very secure, and being very scalable. and this has ensured that we are able to build these solutions not only for India but also provide for the world. Today, like through the MOSIP initiative or through the other Digital India, the Digital Public Infrastructure Initiative triggered through the G20 meeting last year, many countries are looking at replicating some of these projects. Like since last year, almost 12 countries signed MOUs with MIT for replicating the India stack solutions. There are 6 countries which have kind of integrated their UPI with their payment systems, whether it's the PayNow of Singapore, or even you can use UPI in now France, UAE, Nepal, Bhutan, several countries, and many other countries are looking at doing that. There are several countries like Sri Lanka, Malaysia, which are Indonesia, which are trying to look at DigiLocker kind of solution and replicating that. The countries in Africa, the countries in the Caribbean are all looking at replicating India's stack, and this primarily comes from the benefits that we have got in India, and primarily because of the strong strength of community of developers that we have. And in order to, if we are required to service the world, if we are required to take these DPIs to the entire global community, we will require a lot of support from not only these countries but also the developer community that we have, who have been working on these products, who have been building these solutions and deploying that. And one of the ways in which we have been able to do this is the initiative that Samagra and team have taken with the Code for GovTech project, which kind of excites the young developer community, college students, researchers for joining this movement, like how we can build something at scale, how we can contribute to a national project by contributing to the code development, and how we can ensure that all these projects remain sustainable, remain relevant, and remain updated with the best of the technology that is there. And this kind of collaborative partnership between the DPI stakeholders and within the organizations and developers ensure that we are never short of ideas, we are never short of brilliant developers who bring up innovative codes, who kind of make things simpler, solutions better. I have been part of this initiative, the Code for GovTech, since last 2 years, and I've seen how thousands of developers have benefited from that and also contributed on these projects and helped them become successful. And truly value the partnership that we have had, and the solutions that have come up in almost all sectors that we can look at. And while you all are looking at this year's problem statement, this year's challenges that are there, and opportunities to contribute, I will just call upon you to look at these as unique opportunities. Nowhere else in the world, the government and the private sector partners in launching this kind of problem statements, building it, and scaling up these solutions. The unique opportunity that you have, and if you are able to give your time, if you are able to contribute to them, you will be contributing to nation building directly, and you will become part of the DPI ecosystem that is being built up. We all have heard of people like Pramod Verma, Shrikant Nadamuni, Vivek Raghavan, who all are like names, real heroes, which the entire world looks up at. In fact, when Pramod was speaking at the DPI summit in Cairo, then everybody was looking at his lecture, attending it, and listening to him very intently. So here is this opportunity for all of you to become part of this ecosystem, become the next Pramod Verma, become the next Shrikant Nadamuni, and contribute to the DPI story of not only India but globally. We also have many other opportunities, the hackathons, the innovation challenges, the India AI mission is launching, projects with Bhashini is launching, in which you get an opportunity to code for India. And once this happens, we will be able to prove to the world that we have a strong ecosystem which can help develop these solutions, and which can help these solutions not only get matured within India but also offer these solutions to the global community. So I once again wish all the organizers of this event, all the participants, the very best, and look forward to hearing from more interesting solutions in the days to come. So thank you once again for all of you.
Hi, my name is C.V. Madhukar. I am the CEO of CodeDevelop. The meeting today focused on digital public goods is both important and timely. As you all know, digital public goods serve as the foundational building blocks for DPI implementation in many countries. As countries depend more and more on DPGs to build critical national infrastructure, it becomes extremely important to make them sustainable and evolve with time, so that the countries get the best experience of their infrastructure they're building out. The idea of DPGs is to provide more sovereignty, more robust architecture, more robust software for countries. But to make that happen, it won't happen without a large, vibrant, very engaged open source community. And I think the work that Samagra has done through the Code for GovTech initiative, and over the years in general, as I've been tracking the progress of Samagra for many years now, is a very important addition to the DPG efforts around the world. I know that the current effort of Samagra has been focused on Indian DPGs and building Indian communities, but I think as the idea gains momentum, this will be required to be done with DPGs around the world, with global communities. Whether it's contributions to agriculture, healthcare, service delivery, education, or any other sector, DPGs are becoming more and more central to how countries think about their efforts to build infrastructure. I'm excited by the Code for GovTech work because of what we've done through the Code for GovTech community, but also because of the lessons we've learned on how to do this better and make it more impactful in the coming years. The idea that DPGs need to be more open and willing to engage open source communities, as well as open source communities to be able to contribute to DPGs is a timely one and something that we need to pay attention to at this time. So as you all deliberate on the Code for GovTech initiative, contributions of open source communities to DPGs and how DPGs can enable all of this, I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I'm wishing you all the very best for your conversation.
Would like to thank Abhishek Singh ji and Madhukar for taking out the time and sharing these messages with us. Up next, let's give it a big round of applause to them. Thank you. Up next, we have a discussion on the DPI way of thinking and the evolving perspectives around it, both in India and also outside of India. The discussion will be moderated by Nitin Kashyap, Senior Vice President Samagra. I would like to invite him up on the stage. And I would also like to invite our speakers for the discussion on the stage. We have Mr. Saurabh Gaur, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Government of Andhra Pradesh. And we have Mr. Nand Kumaram, CEO, National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and IT with us for this discussion. Over to you, Nitin, for the discussion.
Cool. Thank you, Shelza. And really privileged to be here with both of you today hosting this panel and kicking off the day. This is the first panel of the day. So hopefully we'll set the agenda for all the discussions to come. I'll take a minute or two to just share your introductions, and then we'll set the context and get into the discussion. We were also to be joined by Srimati Kavita Bhatia ji, who unfortunately couldn't join today, but that only means we will have a more in-depth discussion with you. So Shri Saurabh Gaur is an IAS officer with over 24 years of experience in public policy and governance, currently serving as Secretary to the Government of Andhra Pradesh for multiple departments. He has previously led key initiatives, including the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme and the Semiconductors India program, transforming the electronics sector in India. Passionate about technology and innovation, Saurabh aims to drive positive societal impact and contribute to India's growth. Shri Nand Kumaram ji is also an IAS officer and currently the CEO of National E-Governance Division, NEGD, also our partners, thank you, which plays a crucial role in India's digital transformation efforts overall, particularly in developing lots of digital public infrastructure and platforms that many of us are very familiar with and use, and which serve the country's vast population. He has also overseen several initiatives aimed at making government services more accessible and efficient through the use of digital tools in his past avatars at the state level in Madhya Pradesh. Welcome again here, both of you, please. So over the next 30-35 minutes, I think I and the audience really look forward to getting a little bit more up close and personal view from your vantage points. How do you see this approach towards DPIs and how do you see it evolving? That's the broad agenda, right? And as mentioned by Shri Amitabh Kant ji, also by Nandan Nilekani in his sort of video note, India's DPI success story is really setting the blueprint for the world, right? But if you really look at it, it itself is evolving. It's an evolving, its nature is quite evolving and changing, right? It started off as the initial Aadhaar implementation, which was referred to again. It evolved into an India stack articulation, that there is an India stack. Then it evolved into, if you really abstract it out, there are 5 sort of fundamental categories in which digital public infrastructure can really play a role, which were verifiable identity and registries, data sharing credentials and models, signatures and consent for the citizen owning their data, discovery and fulfillment of these transactions in the transaction economy that Mr. Kant mentioned, and payments, right? But it's moved even from there, right? Now we talk about it not as a fixed set of DPIs, but actually as a DPI approach, right? Which is underpinned by some key core principles of interoperability, of modularity, of extensibility, of scalability, of privacy, being privacy safe, and enabling collaboration, etc. Right? So that's the sort of journey that the DPIs have already seen and how this definition is evolving, right? So with that context, let me start with you. Let me start both with an open question actually to both of you, right? In terms of your current roles, how do you see the relevance of this approach of building interoperable, interconnectable, open systems on which the private ecosystem can also innovate? And if you could maybe share 1 or 2 examples where you either ended up leading the development of such a DPI or really leveraged it for some real key initiative that you were driving that the audience would really benefit from.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity, and very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Before I joined this post very recently, just 1.5 months. So before this, I was in Mussoorie Academy, LBSNA, and I was helping people appreciate IT and technology. So, and before that, I was in IT sector, as mentioned. So what I want to tell you is that whenever you are studying, or because most of you are in a very formative years, you know, so just try to distinguish the conversation or bucket the conversation into 2. That is the person talking technology, or is the person talking practice, means consulting, practice, method, or is the person talking technology? If the person is talking technology, then you have a way to measure it. If the person, there is a finite way, you know, say, whether we talk of DPI or any business. So what I will tell you is that we have been part of software development in different sectors. So what is changing in technology, you should see in a different way. And what is changing in practice? Say if I bring in an artifact, say digital signature, or a consent management, or some artifact, a digital artifact, which is a regulation. So that's a practice. But if I do something on encryption, or I do something on compute, storage, network, so then there I'm talking of tech. So my request to you will be, whenever we are having this conversation, bucket the 2. As we have seen in last 10-15 years, the software development process has changed across the globe, because the way we write software has changed, and more so in last 1.5 years, but otherwise also. So this containerization, microservice, and all those things that you hear more, you know, Docker and Kubernetes, all those words you will hear from everybody, it has happened in last few years, which used to be an exe file. Our old generation will tell you, there used to be an exe file. So you share exe rather than sending your entire build. The old people who worked, you know, the dinosaurs in the room, they'll tell you. So earlier that was the practice, exe bhej do we used to call, you know. So that conversation is moving into a DPI stage. So try to have this journey in your mind. That is point number 1. Point number 2, government's maturity in technology is also there. So maybe some state has population register. Like the example he wanted me to say, that say, for example, I worked in, and that is also named Samagra. So that's a state population register of Madhya Pradesh. You have in Kutumba in Karnataka, Haryana, Mera Parivar, Mera Pehchan, Janadhar, earlier Bhamasha in Rajasthan, like this. So that is a infrastructure which is available for various departments to use. So if you build that, as mission director of Samagra, suppose we could build it, of course with thousands of other people. So that is available for other departments or payment gateway. So that is another kind of structure that has emerged over the period of time. Not a tech, but it's a kind of practice. So if government or any public good, that a classic vanilla public good definition that we study in our economics, if somebody is trying to build that layer, then we are trying to move away from a individual owned ERP kind of structure of some reputed company to some common infrastructure available, of course publicly funded, but available for others to use. So this is a conversation that is drifting in this space largely, which we have articulated very well in G20 and alongside. So these two things, change in the way we write software and the way we have come up with our rules, changes, position, public funding, these are the two things I think you should keep in mind when you are taking this forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nandkumaram, for setting the broad context, and thank you, Mr. Kashyap, for bringing us up to speed with what the earlier speakers had to say. It does help when you arrive late, so you at least keyed into what was the conversation earlier. I'll broadly talk about my current role working as Secretary IT in Government of Andhra Pradesh. Government of Andhra Pradesh has been one of the early adopters of e-governance in its various forms and formats. I remember when 22 years back, we used to have video conferences at all odd times. And I was shocked actually. I'd come from a technology world, worked in the private sector and went to government, and was shocked that we were having video conferences in 2002-03. But having said that, I think over the last 15 years, like Nandkumar was saying, the DPI approach has revolutionized the way in which governments also are thinking about and adopting digital technologies. He talked about citizen database. So while digital identity has been provided as a digital public good through Aadhaar, states have gone further, and because all our schemes are largely household driven, so while a government of India may not look at household as such an important entity, for state governments, household is very important. So that's why from Samagra in Madhya Pradesh to Bhamasha in Rajasthan to so on and so forth, in Andhra Pradesh also we used to have, even in those days, a multi-purpose household ID. At that time, Aadhaar was not there. I remember actually in 2010-11 when Aadhaar was in its earlier moorings, and I asked Mr. R.S. Sharma, sir, aap ye bana rahe hain, why is it that you're not linking households to that? And why are you making it a 12-digit ID, which is a random ID, rather than bringing some intelligence into this? And at that time, which makes much more sense to me now, is that we would want it to be just an enabling entity and not link it to too many layers. And having seen through the Supreme Court case and all the debate around privacy and all, I appreciate it even more. But having said that, states have gone ahead and built household databases. We call it Gram Sachivalaya, Vard Sachivalaya IDs. And now how does it enable us? Now this has also become a household digital public good. And I'll take a very recent example. We had floods in Vijayawada in early September. Starting 1st of September, there was a 100-meter breach in the city. Okay, it is a city of almost 800,000, 8 lakh people, 100-meter breach, water everywhere, 30% of city gets flooded. Now what happens is, while we do the relief, immediate take care of whatever has to be done, food distribution, evacuations and so forth, when we come to the rehabilitation part of it and distributing the amount, compensation amount as per the disaster risk, disaster norms, the NDRF, the National Disaster Relief Norms. So we looked at, okay, these are the wards where the water was stagnant. These are the households. We were able to roll out an app in real time in 4 days, which built on our household database as a public good. And we said that, okay, in these, so there will be around 2.5 lakh households which are affected. And going to those households with verifiable identity and building a questionnaire on top of that. And with integrations built in, for example, using Aadhaar as a financial address also, but also linking it to a Vahan database, for example, if we were looking at vehicular damages, linking it to agriculture also to the e-crop when we were looking at the crop damages. So like that, we were able to bring lot of efficiency in terms of how we were handling a disaster situation also. And the cherry on the cake was actually, in a contrafactual word, we would have ended up distributing X amount of money. Now, with the technology enablement and through a DPI approach, we had 1,30,000 households opting out during enumeration and saying, boss, humko itna impact nahi hua hai. We were not that impacted. So we were able to immediately target the right set of beneficiaries. That's not to say that there were no grievances. But having said that, 1st to 11th of September, we were having the floods. That's when we finally closed the breach and the water started receding. On 25th of September, we were able to make 540 crore rupees of payment directly to the individual bank accounts. So this is, I think, a great, testimony to the fact that DPIs, sector after sector, are going to enable lots of efficiency in government. I'll stop here, but I'm sure that among the use cases, I'm only talking about one use case where it is distribution of relief material to people. There were other use cases around uses of drones, usage of CC camera network, usage of GIS, and so on and so forth, among other efficiencies that we are able to drive through this.
Wonderful. No, I think thanks for bringing both the aspects, the macro aspect of also what has changed in the last 15 years, both in the way software is being developed and the practice around it, and real life examples of how the principles of minimalization and making sure when you are thinking of DPIs, you're only thinking of things that are absolutely minimal, but can be then extended and built upon, really increase the speed, the efficiency of all that the government is sort of working for citizens. Wonderful. So I know with the caveat you said you have just joined a month and a half back, but I think it would be great to hear from you a little bit from, given the broad spectrum of things that NEGD or digital, they are all of them are effectively digital public infrastructure, be it DigiLocker, be it the Umang app, be it my scheme, right, be it the Academic Bank of Credit. There are so many things that as NEGD you look after, right? If you could share a little bit more us about when you think about that portfolio, how does NEGD think about it? How do you go about setting what's the success for it? How do you go about prioritizing between them? And what is the right approach to take for some of those?
So, say for example, the way we work is like this. We don't want to be a software development team, frankly. That is not our ambition. We want to be a small incubator / startup / facilitator in Government of India. That is how the organization is structured. So I think hardly there are 4 or 5 permanent employees, and everybody moves in and moves out after some time in that organization. Say for example, GEM is one of the products which you are aware. So it was created here and given to a ministry to run it. Or say a product of HRMS or DigiLocker, many of you might have used. So what the philosophy behind any GD kind of organization is that you incubate an idea, you develop it, and then hand it over to the right custodian in government. So when we are doing this exercise, for example, one of the two things I'd like to mention here, that say for example, now we have started on lines of DigiLocker, a product called Entity Locker. So we are now working on Entity Locker, which will be what is DigiLocker to an individual. Entity Locker will be for a company, NGOs, trusts, MSMEs, so that when you are interacting with the world, say a company is interacting with say GEM or a FSSI or EPFO or any export IEC code, then you don't have to physically submit the document. Yeah. Digitally it will be pulled from the original source and it will be pushed to the consumption and consuming entity so that this interaction happens seamless. Say for example, if I'm trying for a loan or a project finance, let me give you an example, those who have worked in government procurement. So if I have got a work order of say 100 computers to be supplied to organization A, in that case, I get a work order from GEM and I go with this work order to a bank that see I have this work order, give me a working capital loan and my supplies will be made available after say some time. Then what I do, I get a working capital loan, but there is somebody can fudge this document. So somebody has to manually go and verify. Now if I digitally connect this GEM to bank system, then what happens? This is seamless. And not only to one bank where I have an account or the vendor has an account, but to the banking system in general. then anybody from the lending sector can pick up. It may not be a bank, it can be an NBFC. Based on their liquidity position, they can take a call, and lowest cost credit will be available to that organization at that point of time. So these kind of products we are trying to develop, for example. Similarly, the supervisory tech of, say, financial sector. GiftCity is a small but big experiment that is being done in the India. It's a kind of, SEZ, many of you have read about GiftCity in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. So their tech we are designing. So these kind of projects, what happens, these are, there are opportunity to do certain innovations, push the product, have it off to the right ministry thereafter, and then move to the next one. So it helps us, take ideas from people like those who are sitting in the room, incubate it, see what works, what doesn't, and then scale it up and give it to the concerned agency. So this is the way NEGD and the organization is built. But in addition to it, we have got 4 to 7 people placed in all states. So they advise state governments IT development. Then we engage with the state officers for their capacity building. So if somebody has to componentize the product, say for example, one way, if you have seen IT project development, buying computers itself becomes a task. Buying networks becomes a task. So a project is stuck up because you're not able to buy 2,000 computers or tablets, or there are certain friction around at different points. So we generally develop a practice, or say best practice repository, that why don't you give it to the person himself can or herself can buy the device rather than some central procurement. Maybe you are doing a trade-off by maybe paying 5% extra, but you are saving a lot of time in the process. So, or breaking the work into 5-6 main components. So these kind of advisories we also try to develop in state and different organizations. So through capacity building, these kind of practices, and then incubating certain ideas at national level, we try to push these products.
And the DPI thinking is seeping in the incubation approach?
Yes, that helps people to, in a way, when I talk of, say, again, the DPI, the word which we are all getting used to in last 1.5 years, but the software development is an old practice. So another thing is that when you work in a particular sector, say, for example, I am working in healthcare, how healthcare is connecting to, say, IT development. Say, the way now AI product is approved in US or any certain economy is almost similar to the way a drug is approved by federal drug regulator in US. Or say, way you manage your warehouse, or the QR code used to manage your logistics is now used for financial payments. So there is inter-sector concept transfers. So we are very keen observer of these kind of opportunities where there is an inter-sector transfer opportunity of knowledge or any practice. So that is one area where we have certain people placed very loosely. We are not a very hierarchy organization. We are very loosely placing people, and we get these ideas so that this can be transferred from one place to another.
Great, thank you. Saurabhji, I would like to ask you to put a little bit of the policy hat on, and I think because you have worked extensively in that space also. And in terms of, while there are examples that you were saying you're helping build the capacity in states, etc., but also as Mr. Amitabhji also mentioned, there is still a lot of opportunity even within India for the DPIs to really scale to its true potential across sectors. And while the examples you shared earlier are all green shoots of really what is possible, are there some policy level unlocks or things that you think that the ecosystem should really be thinking about that could really change the course of this acceleration?
Yeah, so having worked in both the government of India and state government, I believe, for example, if I take the example of state government, traditionally state governments, this thinking to perlocate down takes a bit of time. Andhra Pradesh, among the southern states, and now even Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh are catching up. But the fact remains, for example, as part of my secretary IT profile, I handle the state data center. I have 600 odd applications running in the state data center. God only knows what they do, because there are 34 departments. By stretch also it will be around, even you talk autonomous bodies also, I don't think it will be crossing 100. Now every department seems to be doing something in a very, at a nascent stage or in a very suboptimal stage. For example, if I were to take example of education, while I can have a overarching framework, if I handle higher education, a comprehensive university management system or something like that, the fact remains that my examination system does not speak to my enrollment system, to my entrance examination system, to so on and so forth. And so this inoperability no lack of interoperability essentially is costing in terms of resources also, both financial resources as well as the resources that we employ also. And it makes my if I were to move to cloud, the entire data center on the cloud, it becomes a struggle for me. I don't want to waste time and money also. On the data privacy and security also, Supreme Court has said Aadhaar should not be stored in any repositories. I'll not confess here, but there are things that we keep on doing in state governments which might not typically be to the T. The other fact is that because there are so many agencies which are developing and while we have our cybersecurity CSOC architectures and all, the fact remains that there are vulnerabilities that creep in. The other part is also about digital divide. For example, now, again, I'll take the example of higher education, and Government of India is talking about National Academic Depository, the Academic Bank of Credits. The fact remains that if I have to bring everyone on, get DigiLocker adoption done, push everything on NAD, and have a very strong ABC framework around, there are people still, while our mobile penetration is what it is, there are people who either don't have mobiles or whose mobile numbers are not linked to Aadhaar, and then, so these are other friction points that are there. Then I think the overall plays about capacity building also. We don't have a culture of data sharing or innovation in all departments in the government. So, like Nandakumar was saying, IT department alone, today IT is all pervasive, and IT department cannot be the software developer, just like NGT is not the software developer for government as a whole. So what we look at as IT department is that we will set the rules of the game. We will provide you the platform. That is when I address the departments in the state. And I say that, look, I will enable, he talked about these 3-4 people from NEGD in the capacity building program who are placed at state. And they are very, very useful to us. They bring that knowledge from Government of India and tell boss, abhi, DigiLocker, you can enable document as a service. Payment gateway integration you can do with virtually everything. You can use CDEX e-sign for everything that you are rolling out. You can use AUAs and KUAs and sub-AUAs, make all your agencies which are dealing with government, make them. So I think that knowledge transfer happens through NEGD to the state governments. And within state governments, we are trying to put that basic architecture in place and say, okay, these are the microservices that every department has to use whenever you are talking about developing any software. And you have to have a DPI thinking in the way you execute things. Now, Government of India is big, but Government of India also is more structured. For example, if a digital health mission has to be done, they put an anchor body, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which takes care of the entire DPI. With UPI also, there's an NPCIL, which takes care of everything. Tomorrow, if NDR is coming in for the education, there will be an artifact built in the Education Ministry. Unfortunately, in government, that kind of capacities in state governments are difficult to build at that scale also. You don't get that partner ecosystem also. You talked about, Abhishek Singh sir was talking about Vivek Raghavan or Shrikant Vatlamuni. And to get those people, it's not that they don't come, but we work with Samagra, for example, Gaurav and the team are huge enablers for us. But getting these kind of partners for every sector becomes an issue. So what I'm saying is, for us, the unlocks are having capacities built in the government. And we're here with I don't want to be political, but the leader that we have in Andhra Pradesh is our Chief Minister. He understands technology and he's really futuristic. We set up something that's known as RTGS, the Real-Time Governance System. Yeah. We are now calling it RTGS.ai. He said, I want RTGS 2.0. AI wave is there. And then on the DPI part also, he says, now everything has to pass through this as a filtering mechanism. And say that everything that is getting built, there should be Aadhaar as a identity built in. Aadhaar is a financial address built in. DigiLocker is a document service built in. And then look at all the other data repositories. Publish everything. For example, in Government of India, you have that IdeaForge or the eGovStandards.gov.in where you publish all the APIs. So we are also looking at publishing all the metadata structures for all our repositories. For example, how does, in education, for example, while the APAR ID has come, how do you standardize every institution? What is the metadata for that? How do you standardize every teacher ID? How do you standardize every other institution that is linked to the education ecosystem and build those data structures, metadata structures, publish them and ensure that everything complies to that. So that is, I think, one, that building a centralized data repository, doing the capacity building, nominating a person as chief data and technology officer in every department. अब मुझे बोलने लग जाएंगे boss you are CDTO, my thinking also will be I am CDTO यार कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा, I have to get something done. So I think those are the kind of things that are changing in government with DPI, and the fact that there is much more openness to share data also. Government of India came with the open gov data policy. We are looking at state government also, ap.data.gov.in, and build that culture of sharing data also. There are challenges to that. We don't understand anonymization that well. We don't want to screw up on sharing very important personal data, and plus there are other pulls and pushes also, so we need to do it right. But I believe that this is a huge efficiency dragon or engine that is building up, and I'm sure we will see a lot of engagement with private sector going along.
No, wonderful. All of these words are, I'm sure, music to all the technologists in the room to hear, and so to really get that confidence that this is how the thinking is changing, both at the center and at the state levels. And while there are challenges, but the ship is out, like it's left the harbor, right? And we are moving in that direction. So that is wonderful. I'd like to just extend this. So we talked a lot about state and center, right? And state adoption still, depending on leadership, is making different pace of progress. But as Nandanji also mentioned in the video, right? Really DPI is about whole of government, whole of society, and whole of market approach also, right? And so what are some of your thoughts on how can we get the private ecosystem also to participate more on this and leverage, and in the sort of our objective of helping the citizens and improving their life better? Given all of this infrastructure is existing, the governments are open, what can be done to get the private ecosystem also really more engaged in it? And what are some examples that you have seen? I recently saw DigiLocker on LinkedIn, I think, as a login mechanism. I was like, wow, that is a great progress. But yeah, would love to hear some more thoughts and examples from you.
We are going with shadi.com also now.
Okay.
And we have got a request from the matrimony sites that people are faking out there. So, we will go through that. So, there's taking that point forward that, the concept of VC, the verified credential, so where every data registry and directory. So if I'm a registry, say I maintain caste certificate or class 10 certificate or university certificate, driving license. So if I'm a registry or a directory, so we are, there is a committee in IT ministry now to standardize this further and publish it. So the idea that we have now, for example, now DigiLockers, one of the largest consumer is the DMAT account opening agencies. So they are consuming our data, and many of you might have used it for opening bank account with SBI or with Grow app or some other apps. So now there are three layered structure we are talking of. One is first standardize this and make it available, publish it, so that everybody knows. So for example, Andhra has always been a forerunner in technology, and will definitely learn from the practices. And then once you have published it, then if I am a software developer, I am a company, say let me take a few names. Say for example, I'm physicswala.com. And I have already lakhs of students onboarded on my education platform or EdTech platform, and people want a scholarship. So why should they move out of physicswala.com and come to any government portal for that matter? With all effort that we put in, we can never work so much and so hard on UI UX of a gov platform as Physicswala will do, so as to retain its customer base. So there itself, if I give you an API so that you can apply for scholarship, of course, with the approval process remaining at the back end. So now, if I publish the standards, so the next iteration of it, which is gradually shaping up, maybe in a year or so, we'll see that products live in different space, where you will have the applications available in three places. One, departmental portal, which presently is, then some state layer or a central layer portal, which we'll call some name, and finally, you will have all of these exposed on already sectoral and commercial entities. Say, for example, if I am to bid for a land authority, land, say, of UP or Maharashtra or anywhere, it can be available at some other, say, magic bricks or wherever, So this thinking process has started, and this, by standardizing layer, making APIs available and strengthening the registry and this, we will try to move in that direction. So there we will have, I think there is already a document available in public, we'll share with you. So that structure is shaping up. In times to come, it will happen. This is one area. Second is, when we say use market forces, the beauty of market forces now, what used to take a lot of time to code with ID, DevOps and CI/CD and cursor on, or AI fabric put together, you can do it at a very fast pace. So the cost, time required has gone down. So our job now remains to articulate our problem sets. And believe me, if nothing else, government is rich with problems. Everybody who has a problem comes to government, or one of the points, or maybe we at times we participate in creating also. So we have a lot of problem sets with us. So what we do is we make it public. So as we, we'll make that information public and then ask for inputs and solutions. So our beta version on OpenForge, there is a code repository called OpenForge, and inspired by the Samagra initiative code and the team that visited us, we have made a beta version live on. You can contribute to various, in various ways to government processes, whether code or ideas or whatever. The beta version is live today only. So we'll stabilize it for some time, and then we can, take more ideas and build on top of it.
Wonderful. So both the market, yeah, please. Great examples of how the opening up for the market. So that thought process is radically different from what it was earlier, right? It is, as I think we were also saying, it's a trust-based relationship, and which is required for this to succeed. Anything you would want to add, Saurabh, on that?
Yeah, I think I'll go back to the example I was taking on the floods. For example, during floods, we had access to a lot of data on the flooding. So we were flying almost 30 drones every day. Okay, we were using drones initially, for example, to do, to give food packets. Then we said that, okay, somebody came up and said, we can actually do it for monitoring of flood water level also, put good cameras, have the DM models built in. And then, so we put cameras on that. Then somebody came and said, we can actually do clustering analysis for sanitation also, how much of garbage has accumulated where.
Wow.
So we did that also. Then somebody else came and said, you can actually look at disease incidence also that is happening in the aftermath of floods. And somebody came out with that use case also. And these were people who were coming there and doing. But the beauty of it was beyond that. So what we said was, okay, while we are getting all this, let us share it with a wider ecosystem. So we put on our S3 AWS server, we put a sandbox. And we put videos of drone imagery. We also had data coming from NRSC and earlier, generally they give it to us at 24-hour interval through other aggregation platform also, through Sentinel and other satellite imagery also. We were able to get 6-hourly data also on GIS data and put that also on the sandbox. And then we had some CC camera information also for our CC camera network that we use otherwise for vehicular traffic monitoring, red light violation detection, and so on and so forth. A certain extent facial recognition also, that's largely kept under the wraps, but we use it for a variety of things. So we thought, okay, that could also be put to use. And so we put all these 10-minute videos and a whole lot of them and exposed it to the ecosystem, to the innovation ecosystem. And you'll not believe the kind of fantastic results we got. For places, for example, in a ward where we don't have initial data available. Yeah, is it okay? Are you asking me? No, sorry. So where we did not, for example, we didn't have the legacy data here. What is the level without water here? But you were able to extract, the people we were working with were able to extract and tell us each household. So we have the household layers. Each of the households, there's a lat long available for that in the household ID. So we took a DPI approach to that and said, okay, this is the household layer. Now we have the satellite imagery layer. We also have, through drone imagery, people came back and built solutions where they could tell a particular household could have been under submergence for these many number of days. And with this degree of confidence. And look at now, you can actually do a more nuanced, disbursal of incentives also. Otherwise what happens is कि बस बाढ़ आई है, सबको इतना इतना पैसा दे दो, 5,000 रुपये NDRF norm में उसको दे दो. But then how do you differentiate between someone whose house was inundated for 6 days? आधा घंटा पानी में रहना मुश्किल होता है, and then you're talking about people who have really suffered. And can you do a more nuanced analysis and actually compensate for that also? So I think these were the possibilities that came very strongly out of it, just by ensuring that we are able to, in a transparent manner, work with the innovation ecosystem. Let me give one more example, and this is live and interesting actually for me at least. Andhra Pradesh announced what is called as a skill census, while the rest of country is talking about caste census and some other censuses. Our chief minister, being what he is, he said that we'll have a skill census done. And as we speak, we have launched our skill census pilot. And we are looking at it as a digital infrastructure being built for skilling. Okay, we already have, I do not know how many of you have seen the Skill India Digital Hub, which is pretty decent, actually quite good. But where state government scores over central government actually is because we have people, we have feet on ground.
Yes.
Okay, so the DPGs also have to be looked in a federated manner. While there's a X thing that Government of India will do, they will standardize the databases for institutions, for people, this and that. But for entitlements and for other things, states will do X plus. For example, he talked about a scholarship scheme. Government of India gives minority scholarships, PhD scholarships, this, that. State government gives it to that extent more. Either enhanced magnitude or enhanced coverage also. For example, PM Kisan, Government of India talks about giving money to farmers who are landowners. State government would talk about giving it to lease farmers also. Or to people who are having forest rights, who have generated rights under Forest Rights Act also. So what I'm saying is governments, state governments broadly follow the architecture that Government of India provides, but do a X plus work on that. So on skill also we have to, when we do skill census, I'm talking about, while Skill India Digital Hub has also put certain basic framework in place, we are talking about doing 3.5 crore people in the age group of 15 to 59 years, almost 1.8 crore households, and going house to house and doing census for them. And we took it as an opportunity. Just let me complete this, I'm sorry, but that we will do it as a government, the census has not happened since 2011. We will do it as a census to end all censuses, or at least to streamline all censuses. At least that's how our chief minister speaks and motivates us. And he said that when you're doing it, do it well. So we have a bring your own device. We have 40,000 odd enumerators. Our Gram Sachivalaya, Ward Sachivalaya employees, our Gram Panchayat employees, you can say, our municipal employees. And we have built a 8-layer for profiling for every citizen. For example, if I'm getting profiled, enumerators walked into my home, my initial identity will be Aadhaar, established through Aadhaar AUA, Aadhaar KUA system, which gives me name, father's name, address, and photograph, and so on and so forth. DigiLocker as a service to get my education profile created. And while doing that, we are doing scanning and digitization of all our education records. Our SSC, that is records going up to 1980, our intermediate records going up to 1982, university records going up to 1990. Somebody is coming to me and I have DigiLocker and I am able to fetch all these documents, and the enumerator uses DigiLocker consent and builds my education profile. So my demographic profile is built, my education profile is built, and then use eShram, which is again a Government of India artifact for unorganized labor, or a EPO for organized labor, for my employment and work experience profile. Similarly, NSDC, the skilling ecosystem profile for my skilling, and you can actually, by asking minimal number of questions, you can build a baseline skill of an individual. And then ask subsequent questions and talk about what is my skill aspiration, what is my mobility, how much mobile am I willing to be, what is my aspiration, what kind of job roles would I be interested in. And that's not the end yet, and that's where private sector starts playing an even bigger role. How much can I do as part of skill census? But whatever I'm saying, how much does Nand Kumar accept that as a potential employer? And where is the assessment coming in? And that's where bring a SHL AMCAD or a Mercer Metal or a Hire Me to do my assessments, and it is left to me for me to, and bring a Naukri.com or a Times Classified or others as job portals integration. So I think this is going to be, to my mind, if you pull it off well, a good example of how you can build a skilling digital public infrastructure, enable people to be on a journey of lifelong skilling when they want it in a physical or a virtual method, and connect them, open them up opportunities in every domain. So while I talked about Naukri.com or digital jobs with Infosys and with others, our Future Skills Prime, but there are opportunities on organic farming also, and opportunities in cement industry and prefab blocks also. So I believe we will be able to build a very strong digital skill DPI through this skill census that we are executing, and where we will definitely leverage public-private partnerships as a prime enabler for that. That we have more time and being more elaborate.
No, the wonderful. This is so great to hear, right? It brings to life, it makes it real, not just how much innovation is happening across the country at a state level under the leadership of people like you and the political leadership too, but also really demonstrates the point each block is a Lego block, right? Which is the core articulation of DPG and DPI too. And now you're beginning to see, because you have those basic Lego blocks, how can you combine this and build into so many different, right? Solve so many different use cases while being efficient, right? So really, that's a great example of bringing that to life. Moving on a little bit, I think question on AI to banta hai. How are you guys thinking about I mean, AI itself is a very transformative force. We have seen the progress it has made in the last 5 years and what it can enable in the next 5 years. What are some of the opportunities you see with that, as well as maybe risks, and how are you thinking about that?
So as we are speaking, if you see the .ai companies that they are doing, there are 3 main segments where people are working. One is RAG implementation. So GenAI plus RAG, GenAI plus RAG, or context RAG, GenAI, that is one big business. Whether you are dealing with financial products or any document you are ingesting and you're coming up with some solution, that is one segment. And government has a lot of use case for it. Say, for example, today if I have to draft a tender, what do? I hire somebody, generally some consulting agency or somebody in my organization, and we give them this task. And what they do in turn, they go to, say, GEM or CPP or public Google out and get a document, a series of documents which have been earlier floated by one or the other agency for preparing an RFP. Yeah. Then they read it manually, well, you read it humanly, and then you come up with some document, copy, paste, and prepare something. I think the Gen AI has a lot of potential. If you feed this document, say suppose 1,000 tenders on, say, hiring computers, and then about buying computers, and then you put it as RFP in the context that suppose I want some configuration change or number change or change of delivery. So it's a very easy data pipeline that can be created. Similar thing is, say, drafting a scheme or drafting a letter. So, or office productivity. Yeah. So if I'm to have a meeting and suppose, if somebody is recording, you want to put it on Otter and get a minutes and put it as a course. So this pipeline can be automated. So if any session, if you want it to be published on iGot or any LMS, this pipeline can be automated. So office productivity, Gen AI for documentation, like say scheme or policy or comparison of different states' policy. So this becomes very easy. That is second. So another area that, most of the time, verification of certain piece. Say, if I'm an irrigation engineer, so I have to approve certain drawings, or I'm a building engineer, so I'm approving a layout, and there are certain norms. So suppose layout of an area, say colony, or layout of some let us have colony, we all get that commonly. So there are certain norms. There is a town and country planning organization that lays a norm that, okay, if road, then this. So there are certain norms, So if you have that is trained, the context is put in Gen AI, and you have these shape files extracted and a report created, you can semi-automate or near-automate this process. So this has a lot of use cases in engineering organizations, like say building organizations, dam organizations. So many engineering road or construction organizations. So that is one area where you will have shape files or PDFs or something can be extracted. Yeah. Utility sector, say water or electricity, or so many utility that we run. There, right, whether you are doing a meter reading with the OCR or a auto healing network that you design on top of it, or any utility that you have. So you can have a lot of application of IoT and this AI enablement there. Another good is voice and image analytics, as face recognition or disease, disease identifying whether somebody has a, some eye-related issue or any disease recognition, or image analytics, whether it is individual or disease or plants, or so many already use cases are there out in public. If you go to Government of India or state government's hackathon, image analytics is very popular. Even in Kaggle, lot of, or Analytics Vidya, you will find a lot of image analytics related problem statements which are in public space. Voice sampling. Most of the states have voice call centers which are voice based. So there you have a lot of opportunity. So you can build use cases on top of it. So voice, text, Bhashni, or any other language transformations, NLP can be built on top of it. So say this sentiment analytics. So many states want to ingest RSS feed of news or TV or some website or say Twitter or Facebook, whatever, and then do a sentiment analytics on a scheme or an individual. Yeah. So there are a series of such, and we are building a, for Abhishek Singh Saab, who was saying, so there's a national data set platform to be created for AI, and NAGD has been given this task. So in January, we'll be making it up. It's almost like a copy of Hugging Face kind of things, where on top of Hugging Face, we'll be giving compute and certain other support as well. Wonderful. So that will be coming up in January.
Wonderful.
Some of the use case I thought.
Yeah, I'll just add to this. I'll not add from a use case perspective. Those are plenty, and I believe government is still scratching the surface. At a more enabling level, we look at how do we define that a government is an AI-enabled government. And it has a lot to do with the people. He talked about a secretarial assistant. So what we are saying is, okay, every field level worker, every street level bureaucrat that we have in health, police, education, women, child, everybody should be able to say that we are AI enabled. Yeah. And how does it happen? So we said that, look, everybody has a mobile phone today. Can we build an AI co-pilot or an AI autopilot for everyone? Not just for, I'm saying about the government functionaries themselves. If I'm a policeman and I have to register a case and I deal with Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and Evidence Act, but also POSH Act and so on and so forth, how do I write an FIR better? And there's ample data available now. So feed your engine that, have a government co-pilot or autopilot built for my police officer on the ground. If I am a Anganwadi worker and I have to deal with nutritional levels, monitoring and outcomes for children, how do I build an AI co-pilot for my Anganwadi worker? And so on and so forth. So what we are looking at is doing an AI boot camp for all government employees in secretariat, in district offices, and then sectoral boot camps also. And we are honestly, among the audience, I reach out to you looking for partners for enabling us to do these AI boot camps, train my 3.5 lakh government employees, and say that, and what do I leave behind with them is at least a plug-in to their WhatsApp or to whatever one government app that we have also, and say that for your profile, this is your co-pilot or this is your autopilot. And if I can make that happen, exactly the thing I was talking about, whether it is from minutes of meeting to a procurement document, to writing an FIR, to monitoring. For example, you guys have done that, no? Samagra in Nippon program, where you look at the FLN levels of a child.
Yeah.
And so this becomes the co-pilot for me in my education sector, where every child's foundation level of literacy and numeracy can be checked through the teacher co-pilot. So that is what we aim to do in next 1 year.
Wonderful.
I'm conscious of the audience that I have. If I were in government side meeting, they would say do it in 3 months. I would not do it, but still say. But in 1 year, that's something that we would want to do. On the other part about the pitfalls, and that's what scares me actually a great deal. Already we are seeing lots and lots of AI use cases gone wrong also.
Yeah.
We recently had in Vijayawada the first ever seminar of cyber trafficking, cyber utilization of human trafficking, how proliferation of cyberspace has increased human trafficking.
Wow.
It is scary. Apart from that, with the biases that can get built in the algorithms also.
Yes.
And ultimately it will fall down upon government. Government is the regulator. And I, unfortunately, from my time in METI to my time in state government also, that's one thing I feel very shallow about. We are not doing enough. Probably we don't even understand it enough. And when these crimes suddenly go boom, now every other day on my feed, it is like that voice spoofing and crimes that are happening because of voice spoofing. And then these people report to police, and police just doesn't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
So I think governments will have to really pull themselves up, understand what is happening in the cyberspace with AI playing a key role, and how do you respond to that. So that is one thing I think public sector and private sector have to sort it out together.
No, thank you for that. I have many more questions and we could have gone much longer, but I think we are also on time. But I think one key message that I'm really getting, which is so endearing to hear, is really the government is open here, right? And the approach is there, the problem spaces are there. It's an open invitation for partnering on a trust-based relationship to help solve these. And that's the message for the wider audience here. But one thing that I would want to end with is also from both of you, given this audience of all the developers, of the builders, of the adopters, of the designers here in the room, right? What would be your advice to them that will really help further this mission and your own ambitions in this space?
Yeah, if I was seated in the audience, I would be pitching for more data and transparency from government. In the sense, I'm putting onus on myself, but just like RTI became a movement, and it has enabled what it has done. Similarly, let there be a culture of data requesters. Yep. Data is the engine for economy to grow at another level also. So while government set up open data policies, put data in public domain, that culture should get accelerated. And I believe the use cases will come from the private sector space only. While government will formulate, like you said, problems, as long as we are not creating problems, we are posing problems to the ecosystem and asking them to solve it. I am sure there will be a whole lot of collaboration opportunities available between government and private sector.
Cool. Don't give up on your requests of data in a safe way.
Yeah, so for my advice will be that when you are doing IT, don't do IT alone. If you try to solve problem of a sector, don't think of yourself as an IT person. Do healthcare, do education, do agriculture, do law. Don't think of yourself as an IT person. That is point one. And please do not hesitate to write what you think on an issue and put it on a blog. Whatever you have, you might feel ashamed after 2 years why I wrote this. It's okay. We all have a right to grow in life. So please write it. If you write it, somewhere somebody will see that. We have got a lot of such ideas from people. So only two advice: work as a sectoral person or a problem solver in a sectoral person, and write what you think about a sector or an issue, including data sharing and data requesting from government, private, whatever, and put it in somewhere in digital. It stays and it attracts people's attention.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you both for your time and such engaging panel. I'll hand you back to you, Shalza. Thank you. The badge was flipped. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurabh ji and Nankumaram ji, for sharing your perspectives and learnings about how to really design and think about digital public infrastructure. at both the state level and the national level, and how the larger ecosystem can innovate on top of it. So that was really insightful. Thank you so much. Now moving on to our next panel, moderated by Rahul Kulkarni, Chief Technologist at Samagra, is focused on how we can power this digital public infrastructure with open source digital public goods and other tech building blocks. Would like to also invite our panelists now to the stage, and Rahul as well. So as part of our panel, we have Amar Tumbali, Chief Technology Officer, Dhive, Hemant Adarkar, Technology Advisor, Artha Global, Sam Kumari, Technical Director, Moja Loop, and Divya Mohan, APAC Lead, Chaos. Over to you, Rahul.
So thank you so much, Shailaja. Thanks everyone for being a wonderful audience, and that was a fantastic discussion that we had from Saurabhji and Nandkumarji. Really exposes how the government is thinking and how can we co-participate in making that happen. Now we heard a lot about DPIs. Thinking about what is the infrastructure that the government wants to provide, what is the invitation to the ecosystem to come and participate in it. Now going to the next phase, which is what is the software, what is the open source software, what are those digital public goods that power these DPGs? There's something going on behind the scenes, right? Someone is making those things behind the scenes. Who are those people? How do they think? What do they build? What are the challenges that they face? We're going to learn that in this panel. So let us start, with Hemant. Hemant has been a guru for all of us in open source. About 10-15 years ago at Saraswat Bank, he built out core banking in open source. So if you're anywhere close to the fintech sector, the use of the word open source in fintech is kind of prohibited. And then if you say banking, then it's just a joke. But in spite of all of that, Hemant made that happen, and he has been a foremost promoter of open source in fintechs. Been a director, independent director at a whole bunch of places, NCDX, Godrej Finance, Dwara, and so many organizations, mentor to so many NBFCs and so on. So whenever we have a doubt in the fintech space, Hemant's the one we go to. So Hemant, let me start with you. Can you tell me the kind of DPGs, open source building blocks that you have been exposed to over the last, 10 plus years or even longer?
I am actually an odd man out, okay? I'm not a computer engineer. I started my career in atomic energy. So I'm a nuclear physicist by training. I fell in love with computers because, you can't touch nuclear, touch and feel nuclear, radiation and all that. So we had to use computers to measure everything, simulate, what happens inside a nucleus, etc. But then I said I should actually use my skills to be useful to society, right? Rather than just for knowledge sake. So it so happened, I became a technologist, I joined Infosys, I joined various startups, but I got pushed into banking. And there I realized that it's a very highly regulated area, but the basics of DPGs are actually applicable. What is applicable in banking, it's applicable to any organization, whether you take a corporate or a government, whether it's profit or loss making organization, or what you call the surplus or deficit, right? Governments call surplus and deficit. They don't like the words profit and loss. So I realized that during a training, on SAP for my team, the trainer said one word, that every action in a corporate leads to an accounting entry. I said, I will make a general ledger, right? And general ledger is not only part of core banking, because there are two parts in any of the system. Any organization which is, as we felt that a lot of people, even the Mr. Kant was talking about effectiveness, outcomes. So whether a organization is doing well or not is decided by the accounting system. So transactions and GL, right? Transactions from various organizations vary, while the GL part is, customizable, and that is what I decided to build, right, in open source. And that is actually common because, my experience when I was in JP Morgan, I realized that hedge fund system, the basic accounting package was taken from a telecom billing system. So that's pretty common, right? So that's a very good GI to build.
I think that's a very, very strong point around minimalism. What is the bare minimal thing that powers everything? So the general ledger.
It is sort of useful in every industry, every
Very
government,
true.
whether
Very
we are doing well, whether we are earning more than we are spending.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. No, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts, Hemant. Let me move to Sam. So Sam has been the technical director at Mojaloop, and of course has a wealth of experience behind it. But Mojaloop has been a very strong proponent of taking open source software to people who don't have money, really taking financial inclusion to the masses. So Samuel, can you tell us a little more about Mojaloop? What is the end user impact? What is the packaging of the product? How do people use it? And what are those building blocks? Just like Hemant mentioned, his building blocks involve ledgers, and that's the minimal thing. What are the base building blocks, or what is the base thing foundational to Mojaloop?
Thank you, Rahul. Great to be part of this panel, and also get to follow the keynote earlier and the discussions. I think I also like the aspects of talking about problem solving rather than limiting ourselves to technology. I think at the end of the day, that's what matters. And Mojaloop is all about that, is financial inclusion. And the open source software, the tooling, the platform that is provided is a means to achieve that. For us, open source software or our platform is not the end, but the means to the end, which is financial inclusion. I think even if there are like other, let's say, copycat technologies or others inspired from this, but if they achieve the goal, I think we are achieving the bigger goal of financial inclusion, of reaching the banking services to the unbanked. So Mojaloop, we've embraced what Amitabh ji called earlier about giving the analogy of the EVs, electronic vehicles, and the charging stations. We've embraced this aspect of interoperability so much that we've put it in our name. So Moja itself in Swahili means one loop. So Mojaloop is one loop where we are talking about, let's say, we can do from a Google Pay to an SBI bank account transfer. So any like interoperability between any accounts and any merchants, types of accounts, those kind of things. So that's what Mojaloop is about. And ledgers are a big part of that. So we have a ledger at the center, and we have ledgers on the bank side, like we call them digital financial service providers on their side. And it's about bringing all these together, essentially to serve the end user, to make instant payments possible. And Mojaloop, we call ourselves as an instant inclusive payment system. It's not just instant.
And this global.
Yes, it's not just instant, but also inclusive by increasing the volume of transfers. We're making it appealing for private entities as well and profitable for them.
Very fascinating, very fascinating. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
Divya, so we have also Divya Mohan here with us. Divya is a superstar. She's been a maintainer on Kubernetes for a long time. She also leads Chaos and contributes to it significantly in her spare time. And she's also part of SUSE Linux, as her employer. So she wears multiple hats, but all of those hats, scream open source. So welcome, thanks for being here today, Divya. Now, Divya, I wanted to ask you, in your journey of open source, you've seen multiple such projects. What are those minimal building blocks, or what are the purposes, what are the goals for which these have been created? You have the operating system world in one side, you have the DevOps side on one, and then chaos is a very different project. Can you tell us more about how chaos juxtaposes around against these more infrastructural projects?
Right. So as correctly mentioned, chaos is not around. It's not an explicitly software project, although it is open source, but it deals more with measuring the health and the sustainability. And I think that's a very important conversation to have when we're talking about open source in general, primarily because the reason open source as a concept thrives is because of the community that you build around it, and the innovation that comes through is because of the community that you build around it, and because of the varying perspectives that community brings into the ecosystem. So when we're talking about the chaos project, what we do is we try to measure the sustainable parts of the project, and we try to measure the community around the project with the help of metrics and metric models. We're in the process of actually standardizing them with the ISO organization, so that it's not just one project or another project that can adopt it. It needs to be adopted, or it can be adopted rather, by industries, by every organization there is, irrespective of whether they're for profit or not for profit. So we want for that to be the case, and we want for that to be a standardized experience across the board. So that is one aspect of it. But of course, when you're talking about metrics and metric models to measure the health, I can rattle off all the names right here, but I'm pretty sure everyone here would like a graphical context of what I'm talking about. Nobody likes reading, and that is very unfortunate because I am a reader, but nobody likes reading nowadays, and nobody likes reading walls of text. So we have these visualization softwares that are available, again, built on top of popular language libraries like Python, so that you can utilize them to your context and visualize the metrics that we're trying to standardize in the upcoming years to assess the health of your project. So that's how it sort of like ties in, and all of it actually ties in for me personally, because I started off my journey as a system administrator, and very much like you're not the odd man out here, Hemant, because I was an electronics engineer and I moved into software. So the reason I did that was because I got fascinated by the concept of programming, and the whole concept of actually being able to manipulate data with the help of like code. So it's really a full circle moment for me, specifically because I started out using open source software. I did not start out as a contributor or a maintainer or anywhere close to touching the open source ecosystem. But I ended up, being this person who's talking about sustainability because of the fact that I entered into the open source ecosystem through this channel of contributing and maintaining software. So yeah.
That's wonderful. I think a couple of very interesting points that you bring up, Divya. One of them is it's open source is not just about open source code. Like you mentioned, open source standards, open source processes, practices, and all of us as a community coming together to actually build those out. I think that's a very key point that you mentioned there. And that's been the base of a lot of these DPGs. Next up, Amar. Amar Tumbali comes from a very, very strong lineage of open source, been at Red Hat for eons years, built out ClusterFS, if people remember that. And then graduated to now running, building a whole blockchain based on substrate called Cord. And so Amar's one of the big proponents of figuring out how do you adopt Web3 technology in India, in the Indian context, in a non-currency context, in a tokenization context. So one of the foremost experts on tokenization or trust infrastructure and so on in India. Amar, when you think of DPGs, you've been associated with multiple DPGs. If you can just give us a little glimpse of the Red Code, Finternet, Confidex, so many names there. If you can just give us a glimpse of what these are, how do those tie together, and how do you even conceptualize the DPGs of the future in this space?
Thank you, Rahul. So when you introduced me, I come from Red Hat. I joined Red Hat through an acquisition, which was also an open source project called Gluster, where I was a second employee, right? So started from zero code and built on all this scale-out file systems. So to think of DPG, it is like when we start. We are a for-profit company. Started on visualizing, okay, where we will make money end of the day, right? So that is the first thing. And first thing when it comes to build a company is you have to solve a problem to make money. People will pay you because you solve a problem, right? So now when we look about it, because all of us at the way come from experience, we saw issues with data. We dealt with petabytes of data or exabytes of data, right? A lot of data. So data by itself loses trust when it crosses the boundaries. Like when you share something to somebody else and they share on behalf of you, right? So now that on behalf can go through multiple changes. So that is where we were seeing issues and companies were seeing issues, right? So how do you build that trust? So that is where, because today it is all about digital frauds. You hear so many things. So that is where we started thinking of how do we build trust in the digital transactions. That's where we, from our experience, realized standardization is the first part of it. So that's where we participate with multiple global organizations like W3C, standard making bodies. We are even founding members of Trust over IP. Now that also got into Linux foundations, another foundation called Decentralized Trust. We are also founding members there with Hyperledger, Hedera, and other companies. So the point is, trust comes as a very key thing. That is where we started thinking of CORD. So because when we think of trust, that is where we thought of, I think Sam put it well, we thought of tools as enablers, right? So trust is for humans to believe a system. Tools will have to trust the code or whatever it gets, right? Data and all that. So that is where your signatures, e-signing. So how does it prove that, oh, this guy has actually signed it? So all of that is for the machines.
And that simple thing that you created, right, which is very complex in the back end, but very simple, which is Confidex, part of ONDC now.
Exactly. So I was coming to that. So that is a DPI. We want to, so CORD is a DPG. You asked.
But if you can give a perspective of, what trust means from a layman perspective, right? Okay. Amazon ratings, if you can start from there and then explain.
So to talk about Confidex, we work with ONDC on this. So ONDC is a network of networks, right? So which means you are having multiple for-profit companies coming, buyer app, which is completely different company, is talking to somebody else who is selling things. So now there is a big challenge there, right? So how do you trust what the seller app is giving back, saying, okay, hey, this seller is a good seller? So how does the buyer app believe, okay, these apples are good because this seller is a valid fruit seller? Now, that is where today, if you look into any ecosystem, everything is held by the platform. Like it is today with many things, like that's where banks have only banks data, like it doesn't share everything. So in a seller platform also, it is the same story.
Yeah, like Amazon has Amazon ratings, Swiggy has Swiggy ratings, Zomato has Zomato ratings,
everybody
Google has
their
Google
own
ratings.
So that is where we participated in a hackathon. So I think that's where I relate to previous thing, right? So how do we as a for-profit company or as even a startup come in and solve a problem and say that, hey, okay, this actually is a good solution. So that is where you compete with others and establish your solution as, okay, hey, this has a meaning and this can solve a problem. So that's where we went into ONDC. We solved where on a blockchain, which is a decentralized multi-party ecosystem, your rating is stored. So now you can't dispute, oh, my rating is something. And rating is not a PII thing, right? Because a seller and his rating. So it is not revealing anything more. So a rating is the only aggregated thing on a decentralized, trusted network, whereas everybody sees the same data. So whenever somebody updates, that is updated in the whole network of networks. So it's the same thing where we saw it.
Excellent.
And it made sense because
Yeah.
everybody agreed, okay, hey, this is the way
So like
to
an
do it.
UDP restaurant can actually take their rating from one platform and go to another. Today, if I sell something on Amazon or on Swiggy, and if I build a reputation of 5 stars, tomorrow I want to switch platforms. I can't because my rating is locked there. I have 2,000 reviews, 4.5 stars on Swiggy. It's going to be very hard for me to build up something, and that's what Confidex does. It's a very, very amazing construct.
So now we saw that the similar to rating, it is usable in so many other things. That is where we are tokenizing and building on to many things. Like
Excellent.
that is the whole Finternet concept. Which
We
is
will
coming
come
up.
to that.
Yeah,
So
sure.
excited about that as well. So now all of these, right? You see, this is the use case. These are the complexities involved. What are the building blocks underneath it? So when you have to pick components within it to build something, right? Maybe Hemant, starting off from you, if you have to think of banking or take any, your favorite open source, what are the different components and how do you choose what to pick to build that to make it whole?
I think I partially answered that in my opening remarks that, so you pick up something which will be used across industries or in that sector by everybody, right? I mean, just as a general ledger, right? I mean, which is used by every entity, right? Even a household actually in principle can do it, right? To how much salaries are coming in and how much expenditure. So that is something which, and if you look at banking or financial services, it is the transactions that are happening, that's one part. And the transactions I'll tell you, it is very difficult to build them because, there are regulatory validations which you need to put. I mean, I'll give you an example. I just want to remove 1,000 rupee cash from a savings bank account. I go with a withdrawal slip or a check, and I give a check in the bank. There are 66 validations, and all are mandatory by RBI, right? So every organization will have these kind of validations which are, which as a designer or an architect, whatever you call, you don't choose them because they are very industry specific or organization specific, right? But, your profit and loss. So in a typical bank, okay, I mean, all of you are familiar, savings is just one head. Fixed deposits is one head, loans is another head. Of course, there are products which are complicated, which are like overdraft and, various products for trade finance, which are complicated. Sometimes they are, assets, sometimes they are liabilities, depending on whether you have positive balance or negative balance. So you choose something that is sort of useful across. And, one of the speakers, I think Nanda Kumar mentioned dinosaurs. I mean, Rahul and I are partially dinosaurs here. But so we used to always believe in reusable components, right? So when you want to choose a DPG, first of all, I completely agree with Nanda Kumar that you have to be solving a problem of a sector. Second thing is that, choose something, sectoral. Knowledge of that sector is very important, right? More I mean, it's fine that, your knowledge of R, Python or Java or JavaScript is a given. But, addressing to this community, it's if you understand some of the issues and you can talk to that domain expert, whether it's government person, whether it's a banker, whether it's a broker, pick up those areas which are problematic and, it's very difficult. Because if you see, proprietariness leads to all sorts of problems, and something which this community is too young to understand, but what is called as vendor lock-in.
Yeah.
Right? So I cannot change from one vendor to another so easily. I'm locked, right? And this, fortunately, I've been able to do in a very regulatory I mean, everywhere I work, it's either SEBI, RBI or IRDA. And now Aadhaar, you guide this one. Okay, so everywhere, but slowly they are also changing. You know.
So they are also making
They are
their
also
compliances
changing.
standardized
I mean,
and minimal.
few years, 3 years ago, cloud was a no-no. Now, all NBFCs are on cloud. Right?
That's a huge
Banks are
shift.
not yet on cloud. I am on the board of NCDX. We shifted the NCDX order matching system to a professional data center, which is the first in this country. So SEBI said, okay. So which is, I think they're changing. And, you know, so you have to sort of take these problems, you know, they also understand that, you know, somebody mentioned, you mentioned the you know, the Andhra Pradesh, the data center is actually a very different ballgame to run a data center, right?
But to do this, Hemant, did you initiate this at NCDX and then approach SEBI for permission to change the rule, or did they only evolve and change the rule and then you did it first?
No, it's NCDX which, see what
you
happened
pushed the
was,
limit and then
what happened was we were also pushed because, you know, we had to, see, you know, there was diesel was stored in basement of NCDX and it caught fire. So we said that, you know, it's better that we shift it to a professionally managed
So
data
you
center.
always need a trigger, some light
we
is
need a
needed
trigger.
to get it going. Okay, very, very interesting, very interesting. So, you know, Sam, double clicking on this a little bit. So these are building blocks, how do you pick them and so on. But, you know, when we load up a Node.js module or load up a Python library or so on, you are also signing up for that module to be alive for a long, long time, right? How do you figure out which building blocks to use internal to build your building block? You know, how do you figure out that dependency chain and how do you ensure that that is maintained? How do you, if they are updated, then can you update yours or do you update yours? Do you have a process? Can you, I mean, a lot of developers in the audience, feel free to go a little more technical, but tell us the intricacies behind maintaining these building blocks behind the building blocks.
Thanks, Rahul. I think we can have a full day workshop on this one, on this topic, but let's see if we can capture it in a few minutes. I think the aspect of building and sustaining DPGs is core to that, building on what Hemant sir said. So for us, for me as technical director, we have to balance being on the edge of technology, like using the latest parts of technology, but also balancing that with the compliance and regulatory restrictions and being practical as well, the cost and budget constraints. So that's a big part of it, but I also like some of the words that came up about vendor lock-in. So we want to avoid that. So some of the things we look at is, okay, we actually try to architect and develop our system in a way that it's modular enough. And that's where I think the API-led thinking came about. So in Moduloop, we follow an API-led approach so that all these small building blocks are independent of each other. And anyone who's an expert in any independent area can come and contribute as long as they respect the contract, which is the API definition. And these are well defined.
So within your repo, you may have two providers or two open source things providing the same functionality. And your repo structure allows for that.
Exactly, and uniformity is a thing, and we do respect that, but if someone is an expert and if they want to develop a new module in the latest language like Go or whatever, they can still do that as long as they adhere to the API standards. So that is one of the principle we've embraced, and which helps, I think, parallelizing development efforts and maintenance. But also, the other thing I want to touch on is we want to look at the modules that are core to our functionality. So Hemant sir talked about ledgers and the 6-to-6 validations being done. And Amar, you can appreciate is we are the guys who are laying the wires. Like you see a server with all the wires. So we are the guys laying the wires. But the user only sees like an SMS message going from one person to another, or an email, or a payment in this case. So we know that the user interaction and experience should be very simple. But in the background, for example, in Moduloop itself, we have 3 steps in a transfer. And the money movement is very efficient. Even though it happens in the order of milliseconds, there are at least like 17 messages just the switch itself handles. And at each step, there are like multiple validations, like hundreds of validations in some cases that happen. So what we do is, if it is core to your functionality, see if you can develop that yourself. Otherwise, there's probably you need to find another business.
But and generally you find a building block that exists, or you get contributors to do it on an independent timeline?
So both ways. So we either contract or, but the place we go look for off-the-shelf components are, for example, if you're looking for securing your components, we know that public key infrastructure is a well-established standard. You know that there are stacks that already do that. Or if you're looking for a messaging platform, you know, like Kafka, RabbitMQ, they're already there. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel in those cases. Pick the best platform tool that suits your need and go with it, but the core functionality are something that you want to focus on.
Perfect, perfect. No, that's wonderful, good, great advice. Divya, in your world, you know, how do you figure out, just changing gears a little bit, how do you figure out which building block to focus on as a person, right, as a contributor? So there are so many things, right? Sam gave a perspective of the builder. As a contributor, how do you see these? How do you juggle your time between so many different building blocks, and what motivates you to actually contribute to something? What does a good building block look that is really contributable?
So in my opinion, like how I personally divest my time is, it's more of a random number generation. I wouldn't recommend one of their projects that they wanted to revamp the documentation for, and I signed up for it because I realized that given the dependency of the Large Hadron Collider on that particular project, it would make sense for me to convert it from its existing format into a more portable format which is easier for consumption. The earlier format, which was using only Python libraries and depended only on that, was very hard from a contributor perspective to come in and jump in and contribute. They had to read like at least 3-4 pages of instructions before getting to the first step of, you know, hey, this is my first pull request to the GitHub repository. So we simplified that. I mean, I simplified that, and after that, a lot of people took it over and then built upon that simplified model for the rest of their projects. So that was one of the things that you know, struck me. So I believe in taking the problem at hand and solving for it rather than you know, taking a new thing or inventing a new thing, because I believe that we have enough problems in the world to solve. We don't need to create new ones. So that's my
No,
ideology.
that's great perspective, Divya. No, thanks for sharing that. No, Amar, twisting things a little bit more, you know, all of this, there's building blocks, and, you know, Divya coming from this very purist mindset of genuinely, right, contributing a personal time to figure out what motivates her, contribute, and so on. No, you're a for-profit. So how do you balance working in the open source ecosystem and yet figure out how to make money? It's the holy grail for everyone. Can you tell us more? What is the secret sauce?
Okay, so I don't think there is one secret sauce. It is with the experience. I mean, me and Satish, both of us came from Red Hat from a long time. So we had a confidence that we have seen even Red Hat growing from almost selling CD to becoming a 34 billion acquisition from IBM, right? Or even I at Gluster was like 4 people just in a room discussing on terabytes, petabytes, and how do we solve just out of college. So that too actually 160 million acquisition. So what we were looking at was, if that's where I started my statement with, if you solve a problem, you have money. So that you should be convinced that it is a long journey. I mean, when we started this trust, it was very clear. I mean, we can't build it without an ecosystem, like policymakers and adopters. So all of this to happen, it needs time. And you have to be consistently on it to improvise, build on it. Like, you should be open for criticism in open source, right? So all of this, so for profit in open source won't happen overnight. So that is one thing to remember. So
how do you fund yourself initially? You raise money, invest.
Of course,
money?
it needs, because
and investors are willing to do that for a good project.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I won't say there is no investor, because we are we have investors, but it is still maturing in India. So I would put it that way, because in India it is still about, okay, what is your revenue so that I can invest, so that you can improvise more. It is like if we say, oh, we are a project where there is no money for next 3 years and invest now to figure out money later, because we are on a platform level, right? So it is an infrastructure level. So there is a challenge of convincing people, but because we as a founders were convinced that, hey, there is a possibility, we were on it and built it, and we talk to policymakers, we talk to people, and every level there is a requirement of understanding when we think of open source, because it is easy to say, hey, okay, we'll use open source, but a lot of people think open source means just free beer, right? So you just install and forget. So it is not that, right? So I keep telling my engineers that you also have to go out to other projects and contribute back if you found a bug. I mean, that is the reason somebody made it open source. So it is not that I just consume, I fix the bug locally and keep it. I mean, it defeats the purpose. I mean, that is the first thing. As a principle, you have to agree, and then only you can build open source. Otherwise, it is hard.
That's wonderful advice for everyone. I think if you're using something, you find a bug, don't just fix it in your repo for your thing. Mera kaam ho gaya. It needs to be put back into the main
and that is where
repo.
you get visibility. People will look at you, oh, okay, who's this guy, new guy, right?
Very
so,
true.
And also it helps investor to figure out, oh, you are no more like a guy sitting in just Bangalore or India, some local place, right? You will become global, because open source GitHub repo is available for everybody in the world. So that way, your resume improves, your visibility improves, you can claim that, oh, I know the topic, domain expertise, all of that comes in.
Super.
I just want to interject here. Since you asked about commercial aspect and open source together, right? So again, I'll give you a financial services example. NCDX, we at NCDX, we pushed, that time it was called Millennial Technologies, which is an order matching system. And they developed it on Red Hat Linux. Okay, and SEBI had to be convinced. In fact, all financial regulators last 10 years accept a subscription model. Okay, so Red Hat Linux has become every sort of, you know, I mean, that's I built my core banking also on Red Hat Linux. I mean, you know, of course, the bank CIO wanted Oracle and IBM. It's a different issue, but in principle, you know, that core banking could have run. So now, in fact, if you look at the growth of that company in Sri Lanka, Millennium Technologies, it has been completely by London Stock Exchange. So they are on Red Hat Linux.
Superb. No, I think this is a fantastic thought process, you know, just a culture of open. Sam, coming to you, you know, you've always been vocal about not just the DPG on top that does something, but also the underlying effort that goes behind the scenes, right? Where it's a CI/CD or building out a whole bunch of these different things. Can you talk more about that? You know, that seems to be a hidden thing, and what can we all do together? You have a, you know, whole bunch of different contributors, developers, builders here. Do you see opportunities for collaboration between DPGs? What areas, you know, what pain points do you see as a developer for DPG?
This is a great question, Rahul. And as we look to the future, I think there's a lot of good work being done here in this area where there are common problems being solved for DPGs. But I still think there is a lot of scope for growth and opportunity here. For example, we know like we have Digital Public Goods Alliance here, DPG Alliance, and recently there was a framework, Universal Security Safeguards for DPIs framework that was laid. I think we need organizations like that which set up standards. We talked about trust earlier. It's maybe tough to believe in this room, but there is still skepticism about open source cloud-based platform in the world, especially in like regulated industries like banking and finance. So I think, for example, I'll give two examples from the world I work in Mojo Loop. We do follow CI/CD practice, but of course, but for example, someone wants to see the level of engagement. There is a DPG that wants to know the metrics of their GitHub organization or the tooling they use, how many people are logging in, how many pull request issues. Probably Samagra wants to do that for DPG, and I think these are common problems. There are some many things that are focused to your product and problem, but there are many common things as well, like GitHub maintenance, for example. And we developed in Mojo Loop a tool for APIs called Testing Toolkit. So you can visualize APIs, you can test them right away, and it can be a tremendous Swiss knife in the toolbox of developers. And we think that any tool any platform that uses APIs can use that. But I don't see a good place where other DPGs are benefiting from that. So I think there is scope for growth.
How do you share it? How do you make it visible? Like Amar said, you know, in his world, he won the Smart India Hackathon, and that is where Dive got on the map. I think Nandkumarji mentioned CodeForge, and how do you get something like that? Maybe the government can push some of these open source things that are being built by the community.
Definitely, and these can be big enablers because a small, the first thinking, the ideation phase, if someone has an idea, having these guardrails and tools that can help them quickly set up a GitHub organization safely to enable trust, like, okay, if there are like CI/CD steps that ensure that malAct, there are obstacles in place for any bad code to come in, and that the licenses are up to date, deprecated libraries are not used. I think that will help immensely and help the people actually solve the problems by focusing on their core issues, not on the maintenance part.
Super. I think with that note, let's call it a day. We can go on forever. There are so many challenges in building this, but I hope what the audience is taking away is, it's not just about, hey, planning, in 3 months will this be ready? And then you have a whole bunch of developers saying, let's churn code and, distribute it, get code built. That's not how open source work. It's a thought process. It is a feeling of saying, how do you actually gather together standards? How do you gather together ideas? Allow for multiple people to create multiple things. Sometimes, competing things is okay. Both of them find a place in the repo. And then how do you make sure that is visible in the right way across the board? So wonderful, absolutely wonderful having all of you here. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope this was a very informative session for the developers, especially in the audience as well. Thanks again.
Thank you, Rahul.
Let me just hand you a very quick memento as you go off stage, and then we'll take a quick photo. Okay, you want individual photos or okay? Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, Divya. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, Sam. Absolutely, so much to be done. Come, let's take a group photo. So my friend Prakash. You can take that. Of course.
I'm gonna fall soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists for sharing their thoughts on how to actually build DPI and what is powering DPGs, which are behind the DPI. And a huge round of applause. I would request you all to please, thank you. We just have one more segment before we break for lunch, so please bear with me. Okay. So in the morning, Gaurav did mention a little about what is Code for GovTech and what is the initiative about, but I just wanted to go into a little bit more detail on the theory of change and our goal and share that with all of you. So our goal is to build active open source communities around DPGs to enable successful DPI implementation. So if you look at the current landscape, there has been an accelerated development of digital public goods, right? We spoke about so many examples since morning, both on the government side as well as on the private side. But the challenge is that majority of these DPGs have been built either using government resources, government funding, or using philanthropic funding. And there is that challenge of funding being restricted. And that is something that will hamper the overall sustainability and maintenance of these open source tech building blocks, which we call the DPGs. So hence the solution to this challenge, which what we believe is the ideal solution to this, is to build a vibrant open source community around these DPGs of contributors so that they can maintain these DPGs in the future, in the long run. And this is not a new concept. This has been tried and tested before by many open source projects in the past. In the DPG ecosystem, this is still to play out, and we'll see how it pans out. Now to tackle to this challenge, so you can see our goal on top, and to tackle to this challenge and fulfill the entire goal, we believe that there are two angles to it. So one is the readiness of the organizations who are building these DPGs. By that I mean, how is their code and documentation structured? Do they have the resources to manage a community around them? Is it easy for the contributors to navigate through their code base and contribute to that? So that's one part of the entire story. The other part is the whole contributor journey, creating that awareness amongst the larger open source community around contributing to DPGs, and then helping them onboard into the community, and then also ensuring that they get the incentives, at least people who are contributing successfully, they get the incentives that are in place. So that's the whole logic that we have behind our theory of change. And to support that, foundationally, we have certain community constructs. So we have community leaders who are helping DPG builders to manage communities. We have campus leaders who are building sub-communities in campuses of young contributors. Then we have angel mentors who are experienced professionals, and they're helping organizations who do not have a very high mentoring bandwidth. So for that, we also have a cohort of angel mentors. And then we have city chapters where contributors and organizations can actually meet in person and bond and take discussions forward. So that's the base which we call the community constructs. Below that, we have our two flagship convenings and program. One is the dedicated mentoring program. You all saw the video in the beginning, so that I won't talk more about it. But the idea of the dedicated mentoring program is essentially to create an ecosystem where contributors can start their journey of contributing on DPGs. So we have a lot of programs where there is contributions around open source projects, but not specifically to DPGs. And hence, dedicated mentoring program is that spike of awareness that happens every year as part of the programs that we implement. And DPG Dialogues, as we all are here today for the second edition, is another convening where we want the ecosystem to come together. So these are sort of the next layer at the base. And at the foundations, we have a lot of toolkits. We have frameworks. We spoke about frameworks in the previous panel and how it ensures more collaboration. So hence, our team also works on building certain frameworks, toolkits, knowledge assets, and also a technology platform that is supporting this entire frictionless collaboration between the organizations and the contributors, where organizations can go list their projects and contributors can start working on it. There is an incentive mechanism, there's a point system, and then there's sort of dispersal of those incentives. So there's an entire technology platform that is powering it. And in the end, of course, a network of mission-aligned, goal-aligned ecosystem partners that we work with. So this is broadly, essentially, our theory of change, and all of our interventions that we do year-long are mapped to this base thinking. So we thought it would be great to share it with the larger ecosystem as well. Now, as you all are aware that this year, this is the month when we concluded the third edition of the dedicated mentoring program, and we also saw some of the contributors in the video talking about it. But in this segment, we would like to invite 3 of the contributors out of the 103 contributors who participated in this program, and 2 organizations to share their experiences and the different projects that they work on. So to kickstart that, our first speaker is Mustafa Akolawala. He is a student at Rizvi College of Engineering, and his contribution developed a speech-to-speech pipeline for ID Insights Ask a Question chatbot, which provides information to citizens at the last mile. So I would like to invite Mustafa on stage and take over. There's a clicker here, so you can use that to change the slides.
This one?
Yeah. Just one thing. Sorry, I missed announcing one thing. Yeah, so we will, for all the speakers who will be coming in this segment, it's a lightning talk kind of a format. So we'll have a bell at 5 minutes. So let's all be mindful of time because I'm sure we all are getting hungry. So yeah, just wanted to announce that.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mustafa Akolawala. And for this year's C4GT DMP 2024 program, I had the opportunity to work with an amazing organization called ID Insight on one of their software products called Ask a Question. So ID Insight is a non-profit organization which collaborates with other non-profit organizations, governments, and philanthropies in low to middle income countries and helps them with database and evidence-based divisions. And one of their products is Ask a Question, which is basically a question answering service, which is multilingual and it uses AI. So the problem with such textual based services, especially in the areas which Ask a Question works with, is that it is very less intuitive, especially because of lower literacy rates and challenges where the technology is not that diverse and exposed. So for that, I implemented an end-to-end speech pipeline. Now I would like to give you a macro level overview of how this whole architecture works. So a user gives out a voice query in any of the supported languages, and it goes into the speech to text component where our self-hosted model transcribes this into text, which goes into the AAQ backend from where we receive an LLM response along with the answer from the content. Now this LLM response goes into our text-to-speech component where again our self-hosted models are used to synthesize this into speech in the appropriate language. And then we get an answer, which is a voice note, along with a written transcription of the answer. I even got a chance to demo my work at Google Demo Day in San Francisco. And one of the chatbots is live. You can check it out yourself through this number with the code AAQ-start if you ever want to. How to manage back pain. How to manage back pain.
To manage back pain, use a hot water bottle or ice pack, sit with good back support, exercise regularly, wear supportive shoes, and sleep with a pillow between your legs.
So the end outcome of this was to develop a multilingual end-to-end speech pipeline. But I didn't just want to develop a speech pipeline which works for these high resource languages like English, French, etc. But as AAQ also aims to work with these low resource languages, for example Swahili, I wanted to develop a pipeline which actually can work with this and work with other languages in the future too. And as speech is more intuitive than text, this also increases user engagement and satisfaction, and in total caters to a broader audience. So AAQ has an active user base as it partners with an organization called REACH, which deploys Mom Connect in South Africa, which is a maternal and child health helpline on WhatsApp. So Mom Connect has 4.8 million registered users, 321,000 monthly active users, and around 2,000 plus questions a day. And it plans to scale more with AAQ in the upcoming year. So my contributions will actually be impacting millions of lives. So in the end, I would just like to take a few moments to actually discuss about how this DMP program has impacted my life. So first of all, this was my first time actually working on a very large production scale code base. There were a lot of new technologies involved. And honestly, it was a journey for me. Overwhelming, sometimes very stressful, but definitely rewarding journey. It also helped me become more consistent and disciplined, as I would also set weekly goals with my mentors, and I would also consistently participate in tech sessions and stand-ups with the whole AAQ team. And lastly, it also helped me develop my confidence, because this actually validated me that my code can actually work on a much larger scale and function at a much larger scale. And not only that, but it also makes me happy that my code can actually impact people's life and actually have a benefit on everyone. So in the end, it was actually very rewarding and very satisfying for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. Mustafa is also now officially our brand ambassador in our video. You guys would have noticed in the beginning. So yeah, thank you for that. Next we have Mansi Dwivedi. She is currently a data analyst at Deutsche Bank, and she did her bachelor's at the Sardar Patel Institute of Technology in Mumbai. As part of the mentoring program, she developed a chat assistant for I Got Karmyogi, which will help government officials with the discoverability of learning content. Over to you, Mansi.
Okay, so hello everyone. I am Mansi Dwivedi, a fresher in the working industry, but a tech fanatic and a builder since 7+ years now. And I'm super elated to be here today in front of you all to present to you my solution Karma Sathi, which I built as part of the Code for GovTech's DMP 2024 cohort for the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. With the goal of actually, integrating this solution with their already existing I Got Karmayogi platform. Now, I Got Karmayogi is basically a learning marketplace, which offers a comprehensive solution for civil service capacity building, and along with that, also offering features like online learning, networking, and competency management, etc. Up till August 2024, Karmayogi is estimated to have a user base of around 2 crore plus individuals. So come on and let's see how Karma Sathi can help in enhancing that platform and making the entire learning experience more efficient and easy for the users. Yeah, so coming to the problem, so say you are a government employee and the employee wants to look for a thing as basic as searching what is noting and drafting. Now, what the conventional way would be, the user would go on the platform, search for a course where, the drafting, what is drafting, and maybe it'll take him half an hour to, go through the courses and understand the module contents, and then go to that particular course and look for a 1 hour long video. So, reducing all of that time to just a simple natural language question, for example, what is noting? And then he or she can get, a list of courses which actually relate to what he wants to learn. So yeah, so discoverability of the relevant learning content, and also for their day-to-day task, they do not need to go through all the modules and content. Simply a simple search can give them their answers at their fingertips. Now, how do we solve this problem? So yeah, here's a basic architecture. There are 4 different components here. First is your chatbot interface, which we'll see in the demo next. There's a backend layer, there's a database layer, and there's the LLM layer. So starting with the first step, wherein the user gives us the natural language question, we basically categorize that question into 4 different parts. So these, you can call them the 4 features of the Karma Sathi chatbot, wherein the first would be a simple course search, as the example that I gave you. Then second would be a content summarization module. So similar to the above one, if you just want to know the summary of the module that you've currently learned, you just want to have a, like a simple revision kind of a thing, you can do simply with that using Karma Sathi. Then there's a knowledge bot. So for example, you want to check your knowledge, you've completed a course and you want to know how much of it have you actually picked up properly or not. So an MCQ based knowledge bot. And finally, a general search, which is like a normal Google search. You don't have to, change your website and go to Google to search for a particular term that you're not able to understand. You can simply do that using Karma Sathi. Then obviously, so once the query gets categorized, all of the data from the, so I've utilized the RAG-based implementation approach here, getting all of the data from the vector databases, building the entire context and prompt, and then sending it to the LLM layer and getting the desired response back to the chatbot interface. Let's move on to the product demo. Yeah, so basically this is how the chatbot would look like. I have also integrated the speech to text functionality here. Say I'm asking for a course that would, give me some course related to automation. So it has given me some links and some course names, like top 3 course names with the feedback as well. The second is the MCQ one, which I mentioned previously to check your knowledge. And yeah, so it was a correct answer. Then the third feature is the content summarization. So say there's a course, you want to just get a gist and summary of that course. You can simply do that using your question and you can get the response back. Now, coming to the impact of the project. So obviously, because this will actually be affecting a huge and a massive user base of 2 crore plus users, so that is definitely going to be a big impact. And obviously reducing the search time in making the entire, the journey of the user on the Karma Yogi more easy and more efficient for them is definitely an impact. And the last one is for myself, because I love open source, and the fact that I got this platform to work and innovate and network with people and understand where exactly am I lagging to build this, the places and learn a lot of things. So that is a very big impact for me personally. And yeah, thank you. This is me. You can definitely connect with me and let me know if you have any thoughts on my solution, and we can discuss it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mansi. Our last contributor in this segment is Aryan Sharma. He is a student at the University of Delhi. He reduced the size of Bhashini's speech recognition model substantially, making it possible for it to now work on phones, on which now applications working in remote locations can function. So you don't need any internet anymore to run that model. So over to you, Aryan. We would love to hear more about this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aryan Sharma. This year, I participated in the DMP and I was associated with the Bhashini. Bhashini is Indian government's initiative under the National Language Translation Mission, which aims to transcend the language barriers that exist in our country. This year's problem statement for us was to integrate Bhashini's AI capabilities with the Nipun Lakshya application. Let's break it down. Nipun Lakshya application is used to test the foundational numeracy and literacy of the school students. The users of this application are the government school teachers of the Uttar Pradesh. Earlier, they were using Google Read Along to perform oral fluency test, but as they were facing some issues, they wanted to transition to Bhashini's AI model. But some of the users of this application hail from places where the network strength varied a lot. So there was a need to develop offline capability of Bhashini's model so that they can use the models in a local manner. At last, the Bhashini's model size was too large to be directly incorporated into the solution. So this was our problem statement. So the macro level approach for us was set to get down the size of the model under 150 megabytes, which was currently 530 megabytes. For this, we use quantization. It is a technique to get down the precision of the models from 32-bit floating point numbers to 8-bit integers. You can imagine floating point numbers as decimal numbers. We also used other techniques like pruning and knowledge distillation, but they were of no use to us as our framework wasn't compatible with it. Also, we required to test various PyTorch backends so that our models give optimized results on the mobile CPU usage. At last, we also required calibration on the dataset to leverage accuracy and latency gains. So after applying static quantization with calibration, these are the results. So we reduced our model by 3.7x, which is from 531 MBs to 143 MBs, which accounts to 73% reduction in size. In this process, we only lost about 0.4% accuracy. Here is a quick demo of my project.
मेरा नाम आर्यन शर्मा है, मैं दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का छात्र हूँ.
So as you can see that I spoke a sentence and it got transcribed in under a second, and this is running in a local manner, completely offline on my mobile device. So coming to the impact of my project, over 10 lakh users, the teachers of the government schools of Nipun Lakshya application will be able to use my developed models in an offline manner. Also, Bhashini will continue to develop offline capabilities for their entire AI suite along with the multilingual support. And also it made feasible to extend this pipeline to give multilingual support in the ASR and TTS task. The next steps for me are currently we have transcribed the speech to text, and this is running completely in an offline manner. Also, we have shrunk down the size of the text-to-text translation model from 2.8 gigabytes to 224 megabytes. The mobile integration is underway. And the last one is to convert that text back to speech, and at the end we hope to get end-to-end speech-to-speech pipeline running completely offline on my mobile device. Coming to the personal impact, participating in DMP has boosted my self-confidence to another level, as I was working on a very impactful project with industry leaders. Also, as I continue to contribute to Bhashini, I hope that my code contribution will lead to a large scale and impact all across the India. Thank you.
Thank you, Aryan, Mansi, and Mustafa for sharing your work. This is truly inspirational, and we can't wait to see your coding contributions impact the lives of millions very soon. Today, we could only hear from 3 contributors out of the 103 contributors who participated, but you can see their happy faces behind you all. We have a wall with all the cohort contributors and the mentors. And the mentors and contributors who are here in the audience can also maybe spot yourself there after during the lunch. Okay, so next we have representatives from 2 organizations who participate in the program this year, and they would like to share their experience with us. Would like to first invite Manushil Gupta, who is the co-founder at Software for Education, Entertainment and Training Activities, or SETA for short. Their vision is to engineer and deploy interactive platforms to enable and cherish learning. Over to you, Manushil. There is a ticker.
Sure, definitely. Hi, everyone. I'm Manushil Gupta, representing consortium of organizations. Before I begin, I wish to share that you might find my presentation a bit wordy. My presentation was fine-tuned by some of my professors to give it a university feel. I had that industry feel. But I wish to first of all thank Ujjwal and Shelza for giving me this opportunity to participate in C4GT. Let me begin a bit about sharing about NSUT first. So we have been in existence since 1983, and we became a university in 2018. That basically means we got some flexibility to be a bit, I would say, a bit rebel in terms of adopting DPGs, and also in reference to building an ecosystem. So I have been personally involved with C4GT since 2022. Shelza gave me the opportunity to go full circle into it this year with 3 projects. So there were 2 e-governance projects and 1 healthcare project, about which I'll be sharing next. So our strategy for the DPG and C4GT this year was essentially to have C4GT as a DPG acceleration program for the university, which essentially means that you mentor fast, you build fast, don't worry too much about dependencies, issues, deployments, and see if you can get something out for pilot. So that was essentially a strategy. So we focused on building the needs, we focused on developing the software. We also had some other support from Startup India Seed Fund and also from Niti Aayog for giving as some kind of an oversight for the project. And this enabled us to move faster. So this is how we started. Next, I'd like to share about the projects themselves. So the first project was essentially a conception that we had with Niti Aayog. This was at Mobility Summit. We focused on developing a transport incident management. So over here, the focus of the contributor was to create a data source for incidents so that we could do an on-chain sentiment analysis for the traffic incidents and also reduce the deaths that we have by road incidents. So that was the first project. We had a fantastic contributor. He was able to get a very key accomplishment for this project. We have the incident supporting, that is the incident reporting structure, available on 9 blockchains. So that was one of the core accomplishments of this project. A very hardworking contributor from Himachal Pradesh, not from Delhi. And the very interesting thing that we noticed over here is that he's continuing this project, now being funded by Filecoin, which is a very key ecosystem player in the blockchain arena. The second project, interestingly, is one of my favorites. I mean, we have been collaborating with hospitals for a while, And we found that incentivizing developers and public healthcare professionals was not there. So we developed a Medi token. I mean, this is what exactly Dhive also suggested in their discussion. So we focused on developing that. And we focused on certain modalities like chest x-rays, MRI scans, CT scans. And we tried linking this Medi token for using for a variety of purposes, for like data marketplace, data DAO marketplace. So here you can see a snapshot that we had for data transparency and data uniformity. So this is basically a conception on how this data marketplace for chest x-rays was first anonymized using PyDICOM library and then shared with a wider audience for doing research. So this was interestingly all in production. The developer I wish to share we got for this project was, first of all, thanks to C4GT marketing team for bringing us some fantastic developer. I mean, Mukul, who worked on this project, he's an accomplished Ethereum developer, very well known in the ecosystem. He got the project bootstrapped very, very quickly, and now we have our project available on testnet on 7 different blockchain networks. They are both L1 and L2 networks. He also, interestingly, is now getting funded by Filecoin, which is giving this kind of a project an year-round kind of an activity. So here you can see how this particular DICOM data moves in a hospital and how the Medi token interacts, which is the model for kind of funding these kind of initiatives. Like how do you use, I mean, Medi token for TB detection on a large scale? I mean, you can do a lot of AI experiments. You can do a lot of data science experiments with this kind of a database on the blockchain. So the third project was, interestingly, a very interesting project. This was done by an NSUT student. I mean, this was focused on government billing. The larger accomplishment was how do you make university paperless? I think there's a very clear need. We keep talking about bots, AI, but I think one of the very basic things is how do you make the university paperless? So this also became, I would say, one of the core problem statements for Smart India Hackathon this year. There were close to around 600 contributors who actually contributed on this project during the course of C4GT. And I would say that it had massive accomplishments within NSUT. It has been already deployed in like 5 different departments. And we would like to see it as a C4GT activity year-round, not just for 3 months, but also year-round. And this is where I come in. I'll try and get some funds to get it organized and kind of deployed in multiple departments within NSUT with the proper funding structure. So overall, what I wish to share very quickly is we had a fantastic 3 months. A wonderful way to get started with the DPG initiative at NSUT. I think we had some wonderful set of support members. I wish to thank the entire C4GT team to being so cooperative and so wonderful. And I wish to share that the next step forward is essentially taking it step by step, engaging the community in some kind of a capstone format, and also try and get some incubation out of it, which means get a wider funding scheme. So we have already received a considerable grant from the university for the DPG initiative, and we look forward to taking it further. So this is the final slide. I mean, this is like the learning model on how we can further improve and take C4GT not just from a 3-month activity to a year-round activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manushil. Next, I would like to invite Denny George, who is the co-founder of Tattle Civic Technologies, an organization that builds tools for promoting public awareness and combating misinformation.
Hey everyone, my name is Denny. I'm the co-founder and tech lead at Tattle. We mentored 4 students, 4 contributors as part of the DMP 2024 program, and I'm going to speak about the work done by 2 of them on a project called Feluda. We made Feluda for fact checkers, journalists, and social media researchers so that they could observe and study trends on social media, mainly to understand and respond to online harms like misinformation, online abuse, deepfake, stuff like that. The larger goal of Feluda is to make it as easy to query and analyze images, videos, and audio as it is to do it with text right now. We started working on Feluda 5 years ago because we saw that globally a lot of social media research was happening on text because that's what's prevalent on Reddit and Twitter. But when we were looking around us, a lot of the online conversations in India happens on platforms like WhatsApp in the form of images, videos, and audio file. So here's a early prototype we made to demonstrate how images could be collected from public WhatsApp groups and analyzed to find themes. This prototype used ResNet model to group visually and thematically similar images together. And this prototype was made, before the Gen AI and LLM boom. Surprisingly, not many good morning messages in this one, but we learned a lot about how people were communicating on WhatsApp during the COVID second wave. When the Samagra team reached out to us earlier this year, what we thought was that we'll expand this work to videos and audios, because at that time we were working with a coalition of fact checkers on a project called Deepfake Analysis Unit, and one of the requirements was, how do you start looking for similarity between amongst videos and audio files, and the other requirement was to do spam filtering on these kind of content. The results were great. We were able to run the new code, the new models on our collection of videos that we had received from citizens, and categorize automatically videos and audios into categories like devotional content or dance reels or even good morning messages, stuff like that. So that part was very useful. And what's very important about social media research is that the categories are very flexible, right? Because one week you could be interested in memes, and the other week you could be interested in selfies, or maybe it changes to good morning messages or something like that, right? So using zero-shot models, we were able to make it so that these categories could be changed every time your requirements for studying categories change. So that was great. We got shout out to the two contributors who worked on this, Nehil Shah and Chaitanya Kalyan. Since we started working on Feluda, globally, I think the trends have shifted, because now even platforms like TikTok have become important social media for media dissemination across the world. And so there's a lot of interest in multimodal data analysis. And so we're hoping that beyond India, the work on Feluda could be of use to content consumers and OSINT researchers globally. That's it.
Thank you so much, Denny and Manushil, for sharing your experience with us and for mentoring the enthusiastic cohort of contributors to perform at their maximum potential. Mentors are one of the core pillars of this program, so really grateful for all the support that the mentors have provided us towards this program. Now, without further delay, we can break for lunch. We have some very interesting projects and organizations showcasing their work on the first floor. So do take out some time and catch up with them. Post lunch, we'll be having domain deep dives in 5 rooms. So this will be one of the room. 3 rooms will be on the first floor, and 1 room is in the basement. So you can just reach out to any of the volunteers for more details on the schedule, or you can just quickly scan the QR code that's there on your ID card to get more details on the event schedule. So you can also do that. The domain deep dives will start at 2:15 sharp and will end at 3:15. And then we will have a couple of more discussions in the main room. So please be back on time. We have a lot in store for you all, and we don't want you all to miss that. Thank you for being such a lovely and a patient audience. Lunch has been served outside here and also on the first floor. So, to avoid crowding, some of you can also go on the first floor. I'm sure less people will be there. So thank you so much. See you at 3:15.
any real world, especially in the research, academic research environment, we are very, very removed. Academics is very, very removed from the real world, right? Both physically as well as metaphorically. And so the understanding of real world problems is very limited. So these two worlds are not just not intersecting, they're quite far apart, what research does and what the real world needs. And so one big part of a living lab model, so this is a living lab that was set up, and it's not just that the campus is a live lab, which it is, but the living lab is more than that. Living lab is actually a live knowledge lab, right? And the idea is that, like, if you don't get the right stakeholders in, whether it is the government, in the case of smart cities, the adopters, right, the likes of CBRE and such, or the property developers, the researchers, the corporates that are supplying technology to the in the smart city space, and of course the startups. If you don't get all of them in and have regular conversations, the discovery is going to be, like I said, they remain very, very non-intersecting. And to make them intersect, you need to bring them in and then make them talk. It's not like a company will come and tell research, like, build this for us, or like we'll tell a startup, build this for us. It's a discovery process. Research is doing this, startup is doing this, there is this problem, there is this policy happening, and then you change things, you add something to the problem, you take two research works, combine it with a startup, right? And there's a discovery of problems, possibilities, and actual solution. So that's the living lab. Now, to make it happen, you can't just have the conversations. You also need to have a physical setup where it happens, right? So the campus is the physical setup. And again, in the smart city case, data is a big challenge. I mean, we all see those IoT sensors, small sensors, like whether it is garbage tracking or like things like that, but they are very tactical. In the real world, you don't have one sensor. A city will have hundreds and thousands of sensors, right? And if you take things like garbage bin, it'll be like tens of thousands. So this is dealing data at scale in a very, very heterogeneous environment. You take something as simple as cameras on the streets, or like any kind of garbage monitoring. You'll have multiple vendors, so it has to be standards driven, both in terms of how the information is captured, how it is organized, how it is communicated. At the same time, it should allow for multiple vendors. So it means like standards and the models are very, very, very important. So the whole campus is a live lab. We have adopted 1M2M. When we started, it was an open source standard that Europe was pushing, and India was part of the whole standards body. But in the last couple of years, Government of India has adopted that as one of the standards now, primary standard for smart cities. And so we have adopted that as the representational standard. We have created the information model for multiple verticals. And so you have and then we have the sensors, right? You have to get the data. And so we have about 400 sensors on campus in the 6 or 7 normal verticals like water, energy, solar, and such. And so it's a live setup in a standards-based platform with an infra and such, and we were doing it. Now, recently, Smart City Mission has come and said, like, and IISc is working on IUDX. If you know IUDX, that's the interchange standard that IISc has been working on, which is between different entities. We are working on the sensor level, the sensory network and the standards there. And so Smart City Mission now wants to put this as an integrated stack and take it to the smaller cities. The first 100 cities is over. I mean, they won't publicly declare failure, but it's a miserable failure. But now they're going after the next 250 and then eventually the next 6,000 cities. So there they need a different approach. So this is going to be hosted in a state data center. Any number of cities can come on it. They just need to get the sensors, follow the standards, and once they push the data in, the solutions are available in the dashboard and the analytics that are built. So that's possible because of standards, and on the 1M2M front, we are probably one of the largest implementations. There are very few implementations in the country, and we're one of the larger ones. And the idea of the lab is like you have the data, you have the various stakeholders coming in, whether it could be a startup or somebody building a solution coming in to test something, and they need live data. It could be like solar power generation or power consumption or water quality. They need live data to test out something that they've built, maybe an algorithm, maybe an optimization, maybe just monitoring. And so they can come and test it. So it's a proving ground, so they can then go to cities and say, like, we've tested it in the living lab. And so getting all of them in is the key. The framework exists. There's a live setup, production grade sensors. And of course, we can't buy expensive sensors. It's an academic institution. We don't have that kind of money. And so where we couldn't find an inexpensive sensor in the market, we put it together. In some, we just buy the sensor, put the whole electronics. Some we buy an analog meter, make it digital, or get a digital meter and make it, add a communication layer to it. And so it's a live environment with, like I said, all those sensors. The layers is very important. The top layer in this is IUDX, right? But the layers underneath, there's a sensory layer, there's sensors, there's a communication layer, there's information representation layer. It comes to the data lake. There you can either take the live stream, you can subscribe live stream, or you can subscribe to the archive streams if you want to build models and such. And so this was a lot of the work. It took us 2.5 years to just kind of get a good handle around this and the whole thing built and working, where now we have about 8-9 months of data that's archived for all the 400 sensors. If somebody wants to build some models, they could get the data, and it's building. And so the data that is there for a live campus for building or verifying models is now building. Like I said, about last 9 months we have, and it's continuing to build. So the information model is key. 1M, 2M is a representation structure on how you package information, how you push it, right? And but then you also need to have, okay, what are the water fields, what are the energy fields, what are the solar fields? So we've created a kind of a model which now Smart City Mission is just giving it as an indicative model, because they can't mandate. They want to eventually create standards for even the information model. Right now they've given it as an information indicative models. So I will just leave it on this last slide. So the knowledge sessions are key. So we do a lot of roundtables. We have conversation where we get different stakeholders come in, closed-door meetings, 15, 20 people, 3 hours, and we generate white papers. So most of these in the last 2 years, these are about 8 different roundtables. They're all on the website. If you look at Smart City, IIT Hyderabad Smart City Lab, you'll find the portal. So we do that. So that's a very, very quick introduction to the Smart City Living Lab as a model. I will leave it on this slide. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Thank you so much. No, that's wonderful. Very insightful. So, we talk about builders and contributors, but unless you have playgrounds to test it out, contributors also don't feel some sense of fulfillment, and builders don't feel that. And that is what. So, wonderful concept. I wish more folks like this created this. So, all this thing is up there, online, open for people's consumption. Of course, IIT Hyderabad contributes to Bhashini and all. I mean, I know Ramesh can go on for an hour, but thanks for sharing that, Ramesh. This is very useful. Next up, we've gone macro, right? How do you set up playgrounds? Now let's go micro into AI, right? When you think of a small model, how do you train a model? What goes into actually building out a model? And so next up, I'm going to invite Mihir Kulkarni. He's a machine learning scientist at Vadhwani AI. And Vadhwani AI specializes in a lot of AI projects across different domains, across different states. And the one that Mihir's built out is the TB and maternal health areas. Models for that. And so he's built out in TB adherence models, COVID-19 forecasting during that time, helped Mumbai's BMC and so on. And before that is always into data. So please give me a big round of applause welcoming Mihir.
Hey everyone, hi. I'll be speaking about our work in the tuberculosis cascade today. So I work at a place called Vadhwani AI that aims to build AI-based solutions for the most underserved people in our country. We know that AI as a technology really serves today privileged people, especially in the Western world, and we're trying to get it to India. And our institute aims to deploy it within the public sector so that we can benefit people who need it the most. So in terms of our operating model, what we do is we partner with governments to start with. So we sign MOUs, get access to privileged data sets, build solutions, co-creating them with the government so we can have our solutions sit within existing government infrastructures. We then also help them to sort of train their own staff to be able to use these solutions and eventually deploy them in the field at scale with the plan to finally transfer technology once our development is done. Now, moving on to the problem of tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is a massive problem in our country. We have like 10 lakh or so cases overall, and around 3 lakhs, in the country. The number of patients has been kind of stable for a while, and it's a big priority of the government to try and help reduce the prevalence of this scourge. We have a lot of data in TB. There's a so-called Nikshay portal that has very rich information on every TB patient in the country, which is why we identify TB as both an important public problem, but also a domain where data and sort of infrastructures to deploy AI solutions exist. So we're the official partner of the Indian Central TB Division, whose mandate it is to sort of look at TB. I'm going to talk about the TB cascade, which is essentially different stages of a public health problem. So you start with sort of identifying the cases, identifying where TB patients could be, and trying to go and catch them where they are. Then you actually have the problem of diagnosing them. Do they have TB? If they have TB, do they have drug-resistant TB? All of this needs kind of testing and screening and diagnosing more efficiently can lead to big gains. And then finally, when they're in the system, can you actually manage them better? Can you predict which patients are likely to have adverse outcomes, which patients are likely to have good outcomes, so you can triage and essentially do efficient resource management. So there are multiple such problems, and we have a suite of 4 solutions in this space. One is for using AI for vulnerability mapping that helps identify which areas could be hotspots. Then we have the screening tool, which is a cough-based solution where you essentially cough into your phone, and the model tells you whether you're at risk of TB or not. We then have the line probe assay that automates some of this drug sensitivity testing, which is a very important thing in the TB space. If you're drug resistant, you have a much longer course, you have a bunch of new medicines, and identifying drug resistant cases is important. And finally, we have the solution where we try and predict which patients are likely to have adverse outcomes. So I'm going to spend some time talking about the final solution I just mentioned. Sorry. TB has a long sort of treatment regimen, and a lot of people, especially people without education, will not finish their treatment before they're supposed to. And this can lead to both drug resistance, but they can also become super spreaders in the community, leading to death of themselves or other people. So adherence is a big deal in public health, especially in TB, and it's of importance to identify sort of non-adherent patients before they actually have the adverse outcome. And so we'd like to essentially do triage. We'd like, at the point of treatment initiation, we'd like to identify which patients are likely to actually have the adverse outcomes before they go adverse. So health workers who are limited in number can target the right patients on time. So here's how our solution works. We take in information from Nikshay, which is the patient portal of the country. We also have adherence data that refers to the behavior in the past. This then fed into an AI model which predicts which patients are at high risk and which patients are at low risk. This is information then sent into the health worker's phone, and they're given a list of people to call, and that's essentially the solution. It sounds simple, but there are some very interesting technical challenges, which I hope to sort of summarize in the next slide. But essentially, in summary, we've had good results on the modeling, and there's been a lot of uptake on the field. We're currently in 12 states, and we're getting pulled from more and more states to deploy. We're hoping to be pan-India by the middle of next year. So here's like a simple description of the machine learning pipeline. You start with patient data from Nikshay, which is line list data. You do what is called data cleaning and processing, where you try and understand which data to use, which data not to use, whether a certain geography is good for deployment or not. You then do something called encoding, where a lot of the variables are categorical, but machines can't read sort of words, so you have to convert them into numbers, and there's a lot of experimentation we do to identify the best encoding to represent the data well. We then feed this into the machine learning model. For those of you who are technical, it turns out that for most so-called tabular data tasks, it's not actually deep learning, but it's this classic model called a boosted tree that works really well. So whenever you have a spreadsheet, something like a boosted tree is the model to use. And then we ensure that we're able to sort of do the prediction at a district level. So for each district, you have a sort of a different threshold to use, because certain districts may have a different risk profile. They may have a different amount of bandwidth to allocate the resources. And so we pick the threshold based on the district. I'm going to skip some slides. OK. So we actually submitted this technical work to a conference called the Machine Learning for Health, where we got the best paper award. So you're free to scan and like look it up in your free time. But essentially, we analyzed a few aspects which I think are very interesting for people in the public domain. I think the first thing to realize is that a machine learning model has to be compared with what's on the ground. Now, typically, in a lot of sort of triage cases in India, there isn't like a very good protocol or baseline. There's something, and people kind of follow it or not based on where they are, or like based on how the health program is there. So the first step is to actually codify whether like an on-ground protocol that's not ML. And if you see the top sort of left graph, it shows that the model, which is the curve on the top, comprehensively beats the baseline, which is like the pink line, which is a representation of what happens on the ground. Then you also have this question of interpretability. When you deploy a model on the field, people want to know why a certain patient is high risk and why a patient is low risk. So it's important to tell them which features are important, which are less important. That also helps them inform their interventions. And so interpretability is an important thing. We also have aspects of fairness and robustness, which you can look at the paper. But all of these are very important as compared to just building a model that you can deploy. A lot of people get into sort of machine learning, wanted to build like the fanciest models. But what we found is that what's around the model is much more important than the actual model itself. I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mir. Thank you so much. It was good to get a glimpse, micro, right, to actually see what goes into it, and 12 states and running. Amazing work, Mir. Amazing. Thank you. So next we have Pragya Mathur, senior consultant at Samagra. For 5 years, she's been with Samagra, successfully managing programs across education, agriculture, health, nutrition, benefit delivery, even tribal development across Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, and Haryana. Currently, she leads the Kushal education, focusing on school education readiness. And also, she's been involved in a lot of figuring out what does AI strategy mean for at a state level. And so what we're going to do is, now we went micro, let's get back macro again. Let's see some of the things that at Samagra that we've built in terms of population scale AI deployments, leveraging models from Bhashini, leveraging things, building out a framework, a platform together to actually deploy these things quickly. So over to you, Pragya.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So like Rahul mentioned, today I'll speak about some of the learnings from our work in AI. But let me straight away deep dive into how do we look at AI in governance, right? There are three ways to do that. One is AI for internal productivity. Similar to what Mr. Saurabh Gaur was mentioning in panel 1 today, AI boot camp for government officers, right? How can AI be used for better efficiency among government employees within the government? Summarizing meetings, minutes of the meeting, right? Summarizing a big fat government file. How can we use AI to do that? The second is AI for impact, citizen-facing use cases, right? This could be direct kind of AI use case for the citizens, or it could be through a frontline worker like an ASHA worker, Anganwadi worker, teacher, and so on. The third here is AI for economic growth. How can state governments really look at AI as an industry and use that as a lever for economic growth for their particular state? We'll not spend too much time on the first one. We'll spend time on the second and the third. Going into the second one, Samagra in the last 18 to 20 months has been on this journey. We're calling it the Gov.ai mission, which is really driving at-scale uses of AI in governance in India, right? And I'll talk about some of the things that we've done here. The first is what we call Krishi Sahayak, right? This is a chatbot for farmer advisory, right? Think a farmer being able to ask any questions about prices, pests, weather, government schemes, and so on, right? So an instance of this is live right now in Odisha. It's called Ama Krishi AI, and we have another one in UP. It's called Krishi Mitra AI. And this is sort of very successfully going on, and in their vernacular, natural language, farmers are really able to ask any question that they have. The next we have here is Jan Sahayak, right? Here, think that a citizen is able to ask any query that they have around any government scheme. An instance of this is live pan-India right now, where farmers can ask questions in 11 different languages on the PM Kisan scheme, right? When is my next tranche going to come? Am I eligible for this scheme? So on and so forth. And we've received more than 80 lakh queries on this one. The next is Nipun Sahayak, right? This is live right now in UP by the name of Nipun Laksh app. Really, this is a thermometer for foundational literacy and numeracy, where a teacher can administer a 3 to 5 minute test and get to know whether a student is Nipun or foundational literacy numeracy competent or not. And here we're seeing more than 50 lakh assessments month on month. And the last one here is Kumbh Sahayak, right? So we all know that the Mahakumbh is going to happen next year in 2025 between Jan to March. This is going to be a co-pilot for any visitor visiting the Kumbh, and we expect more than 24 crore people visiting the Mahakumbh this year. So here any visitor can really ask any query around the Kumbh in multiple different languages on this chatbot. I'm actually going to skip the video given the paucity of time. But really, I want to focus on what have been the learnings in this entire journey for us, right? And at Samagra, we always say that only half the job is done when you launch something. But with the experience of last 18 months on AI, we know only 20% is really done. And you have to really then work a lot more to get it right, to really get the accuracy right and make it useful for the users. And initially, we had a positive rating on these different use cases that we have to the order of 20%. And we've now taken it up to a 85, 90% kind of positive rating by the users. And there have been several learnings, some of which I'm going to talk about. The first one here is domain-specific dictionaries, right? So every geography and domain combination has its own kind of terminologies, which any sort of LLM will not naturally understand. So you have to really work with experts to develop these dictionaries so that the understanding of any query being asked by a user is really understood. The next one here is understanding the intent of the user. So our users are not asking very articulate, well-crafted questions, right? You really need to figure out a way of cross-questioning with the user to really understand what they're asking and give them a accurate, relevant answer that is useful to them. The next here is state expert content, right? So LLM, if it just looks up information available on the web in the open source, then it can give you a generic kind of an answer, right? So you really need to build expert content using the state government's expert repository, put that at the center of this, and really figure out how to structure that unstructured data to answer questions. The next one here is traceability, right? So any answer that's coming to a user, you can't say that an LLM has hallucinated and hence this is the response that's coming. You need to have an audit trail as to where this response is really coming from. And the last one here is concurrency, right? So when such at-scale usage is really happening, you really need to figure out how to optimize the compute and the GPU usage that is happening. So these have been some of the learnings, and just a quick 30 seconds on, So we've also, all of what you heard about is the core tech of that is something that we're calling the Bharat Sahayak platform. And really this can become something that can power any such conversational use case in any domain. On the last one quickly, so as we know, MeetY has come up with the India AI mission, the vision of which has already been put out. They're really now figuring out how to land that. What's been interesting is that all state governments are also really asking the question, how do we land this in our states? Right? And they want to really use it as a lever for economic growth. A very quick example of that is, can data annotation come up as an industry? Right, in the state, and provide a lot of jobs to people. So that's just a quick example of how that can be done. The state of Telangana is really taking a lead on this. They've recently, in the Global AI Summit early September, they've launched their own AI roadmap, and Samagra also had their own contribution in building this, and there are multiple other states across India right now who are on a similar journey of figuring out their own AI roadmap. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Pragya. So that's the macro picture, the pains behind the scenes, so RAG and all is all 2-month effort, 1-month effort, 1 week prototype, but then getting it right, as Pragya was saying, that's the big journey, a very tough one. So with that, I think we, now let's get back into, figuring out the micro of the operations piece behind AI. What does it mean to really facilitate this across population scale, and who to do that better? Then secretary at Swechha. Swechha is a non-profit, and Praveen Chandrahas, he has been associated with Swechha for more than 17 years. And he has led multiple initiatives, right, from AI at home, inspired by SETI at home. And earlier he was at IIT Madras, worked on architecture of mobile payments in India that actually shaped IMPS back then. And so very warm welcome to you, Praveen. It's amazing work that you do on the ground. Eager to hear more.
That's 17 years ago. At my first event, Venki was there, and I can never forget the panel. This was on patents and all. Right? Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me over here. So while I'm talking on behalf of Swechha, the project that we are doing, Mission Indian LLMs, is a combined effort, and I'll take you through this very quickly. Let me turn on my timer as well. All right. So Mission Indian LLMs, and the first subset of that is what we are calling the Seta Sahasra Yagam. Seta Sahasra 100,000 Yagam, right? Let me talk about what is it in a bit, but who are we, right? Who are the, let's say, the stakeholders of this? The stakeholders of this is open source enthusiasts, researchers. IIIT is a big part of it. IITs, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Madras are a big part of this. We're associated with the industry. OzoneTel, Meta is also supporting this initiative. There's policymakers, there's researchers, there's academicians, everybody who is involved with this, with a common theme. We are all working towards AI for society. Can we make AI work for the society? That is the common theme in which we are all working together on. And what are we building? To begin with, we are going to build the Telugu LLM. We are also going to capture the cultural aspects, which I'll come to in just a bit. We want to increase the knowledge available in AI, the talent pool that's available in AI, and so that, let's say, in 3 years, can India become the global hub of AI? Right? This is the common vision statement, mission statement for the group of people who are working in this. What have we done earlier? If you can see over here, the first thing that I would like you all to see is the Swecha Guntuka project. It's a Telugu ASR model that runs locally on your mobiles, less than 200 MB, no internet connection, nothing required. And it had around 45,000 people contributing, or 50,000 people contributing from across the Telugu-speaking states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. No money spent. We are not like the whispers of the world. No money spent. These were all people voluntarily contributing their data. This is what we call a people-sourced LLM or a people-sourced AI model. People-sourced model is what we are calling it, right? And we had about 1.5 million voice samples from every place in these 2 states, so that whatever dialect you choose, whatever accent you choose, we should be able to get it. And right now, we are proud to say that we are one of the best ASR models. Telugu, obviously, we are the best. We are getting more than 95% accuracy. That proves that there is a model that can be applied for AI as well, the people source models. We had done previously, before that, as a POC, we had done what is called the AI Chandamama Kadalu. Chandamama was a very popular magazine back in the day, which used to publish these small moral stories for kids and all. And we took inspiration from the Project Gutenberg. Some of you of my vintage will know the Project Gutenberg, where you do OCR, but you also do the proofreading sort of a thing. 10,000 contributors, one single day, they had proofread all the pages so that you could use that to create a Gen AI model, which will tell a small story, 4 or 5 line story in Telugu. So this was done last year. Guntuka, we had released it this year again. The datasets are open source. The model is open source. In fact, we are working on different licenses for the datasets as well, because we understand now that the CC licenses that we have today for datasets are not really sufficient for the datasets that you're going to release tomorrow. The CC license you have for data content today are not really sufficient. Some of the other work, I'm going to skip for now. I'm also going to skip the vision, but let me come to the problem. The problem that we all see today, or at least we see today, is that the current AI technologies are all geared towards the global north, because primarily they've been built by the global north. The knowledge that they get from, the data that they get from, the information that they get from is all from the global north languages or the erstwhile colonial languages. You see all the Indian languages, let's say the Latin American languages or African languages, are called resource poor languages. We are not resource poor. We are not culturally resource poor. When people say resource poor, they say they are resource poor because there is not enough digital content. And in what languages is the digital content present? Only perhaps English, French, Spanish, maybe Portuguese, but these are the old colonial languages. And by virtue of being colonial languages is the only reason why they have a lot of data available on the internet, right? So that is a problem, and what does that happen? It also means that the culture of the global north is overrepresented in the LLMs, while the culture of the global south, Indian languages, let's make it very more specific over here, right? Let's say Telugu. The culture of Telugu is not represented in LLMs. You will have some data because there is obviously some, and that the biggest LLMs in the world have evaded copyright and taken information from the newspapers and everything. However, you'll still see a problem. Right? You'll see a problem that the global south knowledge, culture, languages, everything is underrepresented in the way the current LLMs are set up. Right? What do? We are trying to come up with solutions aimed for global south. How are we trying to do that? We want to democratize AI. When I say democratize AI, we want to democratize the building of AI and access to AI. There are 2 key dimensions. One is the building and the access. First way to do it is what are we calling the Seta Sahasra Yagam. Can we involve 100,000 engineering students in the state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, 100,000 engineering students, where we train them on AI, where they also contribute by just speaking about their culture, right? I'll just come to that in a bit. I'll talk about where we are. In fact, while I'm talking, 30,000 people have already completed this internship, and we have collected around 45-50 million tokens are there. But we have a massive ambition. We want to reach 1 billion tokens. Our hypothesis is also that for Indian languages, you do not require 1 trillion tokens to come up with an LLM. We are working on our own tokenizers. Tokenizers for English cannot be applied directly to our Indic languages. So that's something that we are working on as well, right? We can, this is working, yeah. There's the steps, we have a detailed plan as to how can we reach 1 lakh people in terms of collecting the data and how do we engage 100,000 students. But I'll leave it with this slide. We are making data collection as simple as possible. This is a very simple mobile app where you can select the category that you want to speak about. Now we have an ASR model. Otherwise, how do you capture the data? How do you get digital data? Typing is impossible. Telugu Wikipedia is minuscule compared to the English Wikipedia. You don't have Telugu data. How do you do it? I will go and talk to 1 lakh people, ask them to record 6 minutes each. I'll get 10,000 hours. What do they talk about? Cultural aspects. There is no validation of a cultural aspect. I'll ask them to talk about a story their grandparents would have told them. Ask them to talk about recipes. Ask them to talk about traditions, culture, attires, local festivals. All of these things is culture. All of these things is local knowledge. Once we have all of these things in a data set, then building an LLM for you folks is a trivial task. And that is something that we'll do it by the end of the year. Thank you so much.
It's absolutely phenomenal to hear all the work that Svecha does. And this people-sourced AI, right? There's open source and people source. That is the best combination. And for AI, I think there is no other choice. It has to be people source. Otherwise, how will you get that data? I have also experimented myself, but also seen a lot of folks struggle in AI when you do it paid source. So you hire someone to collect data. And wherever you're paying someone money to do something, they will always take shortcuts to getting you that data. So that doesn't work well. You don't get good quality data. So something actually donated always gets you high quality data. So what are we going to do now is assemble these 4 illustrious speakers into a panel, and we have about 10 to 15 minutes. We're going to grill them with questions, okay? So taking cue from Praveen's presentation, we're going to start with crowdsourcing questions. And then I'm going to just pick and choose some of these questions, some add more, but we'll cover as much as we can. So what we'll do is pass a mic around, and hopefully you can just call out your question. I'll note them down. Keep going with your questions, rapid fire. Please, no long questions, just the specific question, not too much long context. Question in 2 lines, and we'll pass it on to the next question. And let me please invite Professor Ramesh, Mihir, Pragya, and Praveen on stage, please. Absolutely phenomenal session. Very, very nice talks. All right, anyone want mics?
Long press to switch it on. Okay.
Questions? Yeah, Ashish.
Hey, in the morning session, hi, I'm Ashish. In the morning session, we were told that one of the areas to focus would be learning outcomes. And with the advent of most of the work that you're doing, how would you articulate the outcomes? It can't just be number of sessions done. I mean, that's very old school, right? And just the data of how many people we train, it's not an outcome. How do they really use it, right? What has changed in their life? So what are you doing in each of your areas of work? Because this is mass and scale. So how are these outcomes being articulated by in your area of work?
Got it. No, thank you. Great question, and we'll toss that to Pragya to talk about how ORF actually gets measured. More questions? I'll just take questions so I can squeeze it in that 15 minutes, okay?
Hey, this is a question for Praveen. You mentioned something about your hypothesis that we might not need as many tokens for Indian language. And intuitively it does make sense, right? Because there's so much English data, it makes sense that what the solution that they came up with relies on this data. I'm just curious if you could expand more on that, like what would small language models look like, and how should independent developers look at this problem, right?
Okay, great. Question from an independent developer perspective for Praveen. Okay, more questions? Yeah, JK there, and gentleman in front here.
Hi, this question is for Praveen sir. You said about that if you have sufficient data, you can represent culture. So I have a doubt, like how would you represent such random data into what fields? Like I also have a lot of doubts about how traditions can be reinstated in people's memories, like they are being deteriorated over time. So how will this be represented?
Okay, great. JK behind.
I mean, yeah, I think we were talking of people sourcing, and I also have an at-scale problem. I'm part of NPTEL IIT Madras as well as the data science program at IIT Madras. Both are at-scale learning programs that we are
So
offering.
if anyone has taken a Swayam course, everyone heard of Swayam? JK is the brains behind
Yeah,
it.
sorry, I mean, you shouldn't say that. No, they will-
No,
so yeah,
please.
I'm not the brains, but currently I'm helping out.
No,
in
runs all of the tech. So at
Yeah.
scale, lakhs of students taking those courses is all
Yeah.
JK.
So
Yeah,
I think
please.
I have a question to all of you. As in, see, learning. So the data sourcing is one part of it, but there is also a need for getting students to actually do the LLM kind of thing, more at a project kind of thing. So in each of your projects, are there scope for at-scale models where, so what I'm saying is we have a pool of students who are taking very specific courses and other things. Are there options for open projects, maybe voluntary projects also, which can be opened up for students in either NPTEL or the IIT Madras programs, which is open to all? So that's
Awesome. No, thank you for the questions. So we'll start with those four, and if we have time, then we'll go for more. Okay, so let's start with, I think, excellent questions. Thank you. Very precise, very powerful questions. So let's start with, the first question I think Ashish asked, which was learning outcomes. So Pragya, I'll direct it to you since you have been so involved in that. The question was, you mentioned learning outcomes in a loose way. What does learning outcome really mean? What are you really measuring? What is the precise point there?
Right.
Can you give us a flavor?
Yes, great question, thank you. So in the Nippon Bharat mission, in fact, the Ministry of Education has defined exactly what competencies of literacy as well as numeracy for grades 1, 2 and 3 are students supposed to attain to be called Nippon, right? To be called FLN competent. So that solves some of the problem there, that it's been made that specific and simple. One of those competencies is ORF, oral reading fluency, X number of correct words per minute that a student can read, right? That specifically is one of the competencies that is very hard for a teacher to measure and keep measuring in a standardized way for all of the students in her classroom, let's say month on month, right? To see their progress. Because you're almost on a watch trying to measure the number of correct words per minute a child has spoken, right? So a tool that can really measure that in a standardized way is game changing, right? So that's one part of the problem. Now, if you, at a macro level from a state government point of view, look at the mission itself, that you're motivating 4.5 lakh teachers across 1.1 lakh primary schools in the state to embark on this mission, where if, let's say, you have 50 students in your school in grades 1 to 3, your target is to make all of them Nippon, right? Now, the only way to do that is that in the run-up to a credible third-party assessment where the state can really credibly measure how many students have become Nippon, in the run-up to that assessment, teachers are really preparing their students for that, right? At their own level, my job is to make my 50 kids Nippon, right? I'll only be able to do that if I have an easy, quick thermometer tool to be able to keep assessing. Every month, I track the progress of every child of mine to be able to do that. That's the problem that Nippon Lakshya app is solving. And that has really brought about outcome orientation in the system, right? So now you know what the outcome is, what the competencies are, and you're able to track that month on month for every kid and see if you're really reaching there or not, right? And that's not, the learning outcomes there is not something that we're tracking in the sense of how many kids have become Nippon in these teacher assessments. We're looking at usage. As long as teachers are doing that, that means that they're preparing for that third-party assessment and really working towards that target. Now, at an outcome level, like you asked, that is being measured by a third-party assessment that's happening in the state. There are two types. One is happening at a school level. Every school can kind of get assessed by this third-party entity called Diet Trainees, students who are learning to become teachers right now. they are used as semi-impartial kind of assessors, because at this kind of a scale only they can do this kind of an assessment. There will also be a sample-based kind of third-party evaluation assessment agency that will come in and do these assessments. Right now in UP, 16,000 schools, as of December 2023, when the last third-party assessment happened, 16,000 out of 1.1 lakh schools came out to be Nipun. Right? And we strongly believe, and of course there are 10 different interventions coming together to make this happen, but we really do believe that this has happened on the back of NL app bringing about outcome orientation across these 4.5 lakh teachers, huge system.
And then you slap on RCT on top of it, or get a JPAL kind of method. So there's a lot of good methodology that JPAL has come up with on how to actually quantify this evidence. Hopefully that gives you a decent idea of outcomes. Great. So then let's move on to small models, and I'll direct this to Praveen and Mihir. Would love both of your thoughts. So as an independent developer, right, of course, small models are fascinating. Why are small models fascinating? Is because you can run it on your laptop. So many of you developers, may have tried Llama, tried small 5.3, Llama 3.2, Llama 1 billion model is pretty cool. So something that runs on your laptop without spending money. So that is why small models are, of course, very affordable. They can scale, and so that's everyone wants to do that. Some of the things that Praveen mentioned, like a tiny story is equivalent for Telugu and all, are very nice developer things to start with. Could both of you tell us, from let's say there are a whole bunch of developers sitting here, how should we start thinking about it? If you have to think about starting with small models, should we start with a tiny stories? Should we try our own LLM? Should we try a GPT-2? How should we think about small models, and how much data do we really need to make it work? Would love both your thoughts on it.
Sure, I'll take this first. And I'll speak from experience, right? When we built this Chandamama Kadalu, in fact, Tiny Stories was the inspiration. And we thought we would do this in Telugu. Primarily Tiny Stories also because the amount of data that's required is quite small. And we have a source of Telugu stories. You don't require 1 billion tokens to do this. We probably had a few million tokens to begin with. Right? This was even without our own tokenizer. We used a readily available open source English tokenizer. And I'll tell you the advantage with using your own tokenizer for Indic languages. What we found out when we are doing this corpus collection for the Telugu LLM is that if you roughly say get about 1 million unique words, the number being generated is probably 10 times more, 6-7 times more than that, right? The number of unique words versus the tokens. So I'm saying the number of unique words, the number of, not tokens, the number of unique words or the number of sentences that you need to get to a good, reasonable number of tokens for Indic languages is far lesser as compared to what we are seeing with English, the trillions of tokens that you require. So to begin with, Tiny Stories sort of a thing where you have let's say, a few million to play with. You get a good Gen AI. Let's say, it's a small, 4-5 line story sort of a thing. Might not make much sense from the culture aspect as well, right? But that's what we are trying to imbibe. Again, I don't believe LLMs have consciousness or they have any language. They're just essentially statistical machines, right? They're just next word predictors in some sense at a very, very, very abstract level. Where is culture coming in is, if a kid today asks a ChatGPT to tell a story will be told without any of our nativities, without taking into any consideration of our culture or other things, right? Now, the only way to redress that is to actually bring in more data about some of these things. This is to answer the culture question as well. But I think Ramesh can talk more about the projects that we're doing for the internships and other things to answer your question. But just summing it up, right? Just 3 examples. One is Chandamama Kadalu was a few million tokens. We're able to do pretty decent work in Telugu. We are reasonably sure this can be replicated in other languages. ASR model with around 2,000-3,000 hours of data is what I believe, right? 3,000, maybe 4,000 hours of data. 4,000 hours of data is exceptional quality. The good part is phoneme based, right? This is all phoneme based. I don't really need to know the language. So which means from Telugu to Malayalam to Tamil or Kannada is a fairly straightforward thing. Hindi has the schwa syncope. You delete the schwa. That is a small correction that you need to make. But otherwise, 4,000 hours of data when Whisper had tens of thousands of hours of data for English. That's another thing that we found. And the last part is where let's say 1 million unique words is giving you at least 6 to 7 million tokens.
It's on, I think. On. No.
also for a particular topic, like we're also thinking about the mixture of experts model, right? Take a particular topic, train your data, find. One last part is we have tried different things, as you said, right? We have tried BERT, we have tried GPT, we have tried everything.
What's a good one to start?
For each of these things, we are trying different things. For Chandamama Kadulu, BERT actually came out better. We have tried Mistral, now Gemma has come up. We haven't trained on Gemma yet. But for the LLM thing, we were thinking that, we could perhaps take up Llama. Right, given Llama has already trained on other things, and compared to BERT and Llama, we believe Llama is slightly better right now. We are looking to fine-tune Llama. However, our thing is to build a foundational model from scratch, tokenize us everything, and then do this. Once we do this, all of this will be only open source. That's what Swechha does, and that will be out for the community.
Super. Mihir, comments on how do you get started with small models?
Sure. I must preface this by saying that this is not my area of expertise. I don't work regularly on red languages. That being said, having been in the space for like several years now, I think one thing we notice in a lot of sort of Indian context, or especially like low resource context, is that there is a significant lack of data for evaluation. So when I talk to professors or I talk to colleagues, one thing that keeps coming out is there needs to be more investment in collecting data and understanding how do you even evaluate sort of these cultural aspects or other aspects that may be more specific to local languages compared to English. It is true that you probably need less data for local language compared to English, because you can fine tune from like a large language model, distill into a smaller model using some techniques. But in the lack of good evaluations, it's going to be really difficult to even understand if you're doing well or not. And so the research community increasingly, for example, Dr. Kalikawali at Microsoft, among others, are trying to sort of create data sets and create evaluations to help understand how do you even sort of measure performance in these low languages. And once we have that, I think it'll be possible for a research community to develop better tools that actually do the task you're interested in.
No, benchmarking is a very important, lesser spoken about challenge. So thanks for bringing that up. Then the last question from JK, which was around how do you get students to help do this? And I'll direct that to Ramesh. So think of, framing that problem, little more flavor to it, more masala to it. You have tons of Swayam courses. You have a Bachelor of Data Science in machine learning and so on that IIT Madras offers. And about 3,000-4,000 students every year enroll for it. In fact, many people nowadays, you have resumes, they'll have bachelor's, BTech in something from some college, and then they'll have BS in data science from IIT Madras. And it is a proper degree. So now, there are these opportunities of courses. There are projects in these courses. So Bachelor of Data Science has projects in them. How do you create get all of this stuff done? Small model creation, crowdsourcing, all of this baked into the projects that are already being given part of Swayam, NPTEL, on bunch of other initiatives like that.
Very, very hard problem. Like, I mean, C4GT, when you do these summer camps, 50,000 students, how many students participate?
20,000
students.
Come in the community, and then about 100 participate.
Given the nature, the fellowship and everything, it attracts probably the best in the country. If you're getting 20,000, I would say there are 20,000 out of the total 20,000 that are interested in the country. Right? So, and we have just, if you just take in and around Hyderabad, there are 150,000 students per batch. So if we target second and third years or third and final year, there are 300,000 students just in and around Hyderabad. You take both the Telugu states, which is what we generally have access to from Hyderabad, it's probably around 300,000, 400,000. Now, extremely hard. I'll take two examples in scale just to give an indication.
What makes it hard? What are the real challenges?
So one college, the tier 2 college we're working with, in which is about an hour and a half from Kakinada. It's probably tier 3. It's not even in a town. It's on a highway between two towns, and like mostly people that come, more than half the students are from villages within 20-kilometer radius. And so it's a 3-year intervention to get 20 students to build something in their final semester.
Oh, wow.
Slow intervention, because like we every...
Is it a motivation thing or a competence thing?
Yes,
they don't have basics.
Our system creates completely uninterested students, right? I always say, you find one medical college student who's doing it because like, I don't know what else to do. They want to do medicine because they know it's very, very hard. But you can't say the same thing about engineering students, right? Like 95, 98 out of 100 are doing it because they just don't know what else to do in life, right? And zero passion. and which is the contrast, right? I mean, made almost everybody, because they're knowing very hard, it's very hard they've come. So we deal with that, and the system has created that, I mean, also the coaching culture. So we inherit in the colleges people that have just lost their zeal for life in many ways.
Maybe we can start with these 20,000 odd students who are interested.
So on one side, we work with that college where we have maybe the second year about like few thousand, 2,000 students that do something.
Correct.
And we get it to a point where they're about 50, 60 in the final year. So very slow process. But we can't go and do everything ourselves. That's on one side. On the other side, what we've done with Svecha, right? The whole summer of AI, 100,000 internships. Here we got colleges to come in and commit 1 month internship, right? And we had at least like, I don't know, maybe 40, 50,000 students that we expected from the commitments we got. Only 30,000 joined. And even there, probably like 2/3 completed maybe. Now, colleges said it's 1 month internship.
Lot,
they're getting a certificate. We're okay. I mean, like, I think we keep joking about saying every time we talk, we hear the same thing. 30,000 is not bad at all. It's just that we thought 100,000 in 2 months in the summer. It's 30,000 after 4 5 months.
15 lakh students every year, so you would expect 30,000 at least come. But it's hard.
It's hard, very hard.
True.
So there's access to internship, a certificate that IIIT, Svecha, and Meta had agreed to put their name on it.
Big brand names.
We thought like it's a no-brainer, open and shut. In fact, like we were discussing, we'll get 150,000 students, 100,000 will complete. We had very, and all in the summer. We said we'll finish off by June, July. In those 2 months, this 1 month thing will be over. But now it's 30,000. By end of the year, maybe we're thinking it'll touch around 60,000 maybe before the main conference in February. And it's still not so bad. So I think getting meaningful work, this is still very light work, right? Where they're spending 1 month, they're learning AI and such, but more they're doing the data collection. But we're giving them some training, make them build some small model, and so it's still very light work. The one on the other side, the college where there's those last 20 students that come at the end of the thing, they can do good work. From a small college, they can do full stack development work. So, no, I mean, I'm just saying these two examples. There are no shortcuts, right? No simple solutions. If you take this YM or the other model, it's a very, very low contact model. It's very hard to get them to do anything in that model, right?
Very true. I think experience the same thing. And that spectrum exists. So, for example, one of the C4GT projects, and I think you heard that in the showcase, quantizing a Bhashini model. So, Bhashini model 450 MB, large, brought down to 150 MB with negligible drop in accuracy. I mean, that quality of a project done through this, right? And then we are struggling to even get data, like simple projects that don't require any pre-understanding of stuff. So it is a spectrum, it is hard. Hats off to you and the IIT Madras team for trying out BS in data science. It's amazing that you're running it on a project basis. So I think more of us, if we can run projects in project basis and encourage all of you to kind of partner with some academic institution. I think that helps. Some NGOs on the ground, like a Svecha that knows how to actually reach out people and do that and bring structure to the operations. And then, of course, you need to have the brains like the Praveens and Rameshes and the Mihirs to go into data science. And nothing like leveraging governance. So government, and you've heard the enthusiasm in the morning from a lot of government functionaries. They're like, please come, help us. And so when you work with the government, as Pragya described all of these things, right? Launched in Odisha, launched in Uttar Pradesh, 50 lakh assessments every month, imagine, happening. Why? Because it's just a directive from the government, like this is important. Chief Minister says it's important. The entire government machinery you can leverage to make that happen. So nothing like working with the government. Definitely you need to prove your point with some small pilot, and that is where the playgrounds like what Ramesh has built with smart symmetries and all helps. So thank you so much, all of you. I think it's been absolutely wonderful hearing all of your stories and learnings from that, being very frank about it. So really appreciate you coming today and making time for this. Thank you. Let's, we have some goodies for you, and then we have a photo, and then we'll take off. Here, thank you. No, no, no. Praveen, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Rahul.
Ramesh, thanks for making it. I know you had a lot of meetings coming here. One sec, for the photo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can recreate the moment. Okay, and one group photo.
Yes,
Come.
yes.
We can, leave that behind. Come forward. We can all take a photo here. Come, Prit. Yeah.
I'll take a selfie before that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Praveen. We should talk more. So many things we have done. We should video it.
Yeah, we should try to more often.
Oh, definitely. Even now. So we'll wait here only. The next session will start here only. Everyone will just assemble. We are lucky to be here, so we don't have to go up and down. If you want to take a
how we can prioritize usability. So with a scale of billions, we've been talking about billions and population scale, right, throughout the day. And with a scale of billions comes a huge diversity. And with diversity comes the responsibility to not exclude anyone. And that's what we'll be talking about today as part of this panel. So for that, I would like to invite our moderator for the next panel, Akshita Malhotra, Vice President Design at Samagra. And I would also like to invite our panelists for today's discussion, Iti Seth, Partner Treemouse, Tanuj Bhojwani, Head of People Plus AI, Prerak Mehta, Partner Dalbug Design, and Ramesh Loganath, Professor Co-Innovation, IIIT Hyderabad, and the former Chief Innovation Officer of Telangana State Innovation Cell. Would like to invite all of you on stage. Great. Akshita, over to you.
Hi, thank you all for being here. So since this morning, we've talked a lot about DPIs. We first started by thinking about DPIs, then we talked about building DPIs, and now we're talking about adoption of DPIs. So before we even I ask any questions from the panel, I want to ask all of you, how many of you came by an Uber or a Ola or a Namayatri today? A show of hands, please. Okay, I want to say 60%, 70%. How many of you out of that 70% thought it was really easy to use and almost felt like it was personalized for you? Again, please, a show of hands. Okay, a very large percentage, I would say 80% of those who took the taxi. Now picture a 65-year-old lady in the district of Kannauj. And imagine if every app and website that she is using felt as personalized and catered to for her. If every need and constraint that she had was really thought through, just like Uber has thought through ours. And what I mean there is her use cases, her language barriers, her digital discomfort, and so on. Many of you are nodding and are probably thinking that's sort of hard to imagine, and I couldn't agree more. But let's change that, right? So today, what we're diving into is why designing for inclusion matters, showcasing some benchmark examples of where we have already raised the bar, and finally talking about some practical best practices to ensure inclusivity in our process. So let's get started. I'm very excited about this very diverse, esteemed panel. So let me start with Iti. Iti is a partner at Treemouse and a design strategist with 24 years of experience in social equity through design in healthcare and public services. She's worked on various different projects, including Aadhaar Communication Advisory Council and the WHO. So let me start by asking you a question, Iti, that's, I know, close to your heart. Let's talk about the why. Let's talk about why user-centricity matters, particularly in this area where we're talking about products of large-scale population. What's the impact that has when we include design and user-centricity in the process?
Thanks and thank you, Samagra, for this very crucial discussions. And of course, I'm also really looking forward to perspectives from the rest of us. So, when we're talking about a country like India and the kind of diversity that Akshita already talked about, if we want the inclusion, if we want everyone to participate, then that's what we are looking at, that their needs need to be considered into a system. And especially when we are talking of digital ecosystem, a digital set of services, that becomes even more crucial because, our literacy diversity is so wide. So when it comes to that, like for me, that critical part would be that can we reduce friction, you know? So the first why of user centricity in DPI would be please reduce friction. So if I, as a person in Durg, Chhattisgarh, can try out services that are meant for me and try them repeatedly, that's the idea. The second is the services therefore become responsive, because if they are user-centered, they have almost preempted my journey, so they've now become responsive. And in that, they've also become resilient. So now, at my most vulnerable, I can access a service. So therefore, that service, that government service or any other public service has become resilient. And the last part would be empowerment. So if, again, I as a citizen in a village, if I can participate in this large growth story that we're all talking about, then that's the empowerment that I now become part of. So all the other, the larger metamorphic things of SDGs and all, they start to make sense because the empowerment is almost as a personal level. So I think those would be three.
Very powerful. Thank you for sharing. Let's go to Tanuj now. So Tanuj calls himself a storyteller and a coder, a rare combination. And he's currently leading People Plus AI, a nonprofit for building an AI ecosystem in India. As a founding board member of the DPGA, he promotes digital public goods and has worked on key policies for digital India. So welcome, Tanuj. And my question for you is, in the past year or since basically ChatGPT came on, the industry has really used AI as a hammer, and we're looking for nails everywhere. So as you are thinking about what problem to solve, how do you decide where AI would be a good solution versus not?
By default, you assume it's not a good solution, right? First thing you ask is there even a point, right? Because I think one of there's a shiny new toy syndrome, right? Like everything that you could do will do with AI, and perpetual motion machine with AI, and bad ideas continue to remain bad ideas. Fundamental truths remain fundamental truths. Just because you build it, people will not come. So our philosophy always is, even if you go to our website, I don't think it's public yet, but it is beta. If you go to our volunteer page, you'll still find it. We've put out a wiki. In the wiki, we've put out a list of problems that are perennial to India, that were like before AI also, now also. And then we ask people, okay, now what can you do to solve it? Incidentally, if there is AI, then sort of it helps, right? And it's in our name also, People Plus AI. Very sort of, to put that right up front and in the title, it's the people come first, right? And then the plus AI, not a replacement, not whatever, right? It's just people plus AI. Two things or systems, or systems of being that can do very different do different things at different levels of capabilities. How do we combine the best of both, right? So that's the philosophy we encompass. Usually what we are trying to do is that we're trying to abstract what is the key problem, both from what is the key problem on a technical front, right? Okay, languages, like in the last time, not understood. Indian culture is not there in the stories. That's a technical problem, but also the incentive problem. Who is designed, who has the incentives to do or not do something, right? The hardest thing in the world to do is to make somebody understand something their salary depends on not understanding, right? So if you try to do that, even with AI, it's a perpetual motion machine with AI problem. So essentially, when you apply those lenses, what remains, which usually is very, very small fraction of the problems we start with, can then maybe benefit with AI. So then we try banging our head against that wall.
Got it. And are there any patterns you have observed in what kind of problems remain after sort of doing that filter?
So there are usually problems of cost in an Indian context are not the problems that you will find AI working. So this is a typical thing in the West, where replace the call center, replace the low-level engineer, replace the whatever, right? Replace the non-performing human, or even if slightly performing human, with AI. in India, we have usually found factors of time, right? Because see, in a growing developing economy where jobs are scarce, what you will find, which I don't think is a problem, right? So don't get me wrong. The point is that if you are in a 10,000 rupee job and you find a 15,000 rupee job, whatever the career path, you may have been, and this is a true story I know, a dental hygienist, right, an assistant to a dentist, but then you realize that actually working as a domestic help in multiple houses actually gives you flexibility and gives you more money also sometimes, depending on who you work with. I will drop that career, even if it's formal, professional, this thing, and I will take up the other job, right? So therefore, the big problem in India that we've seen is high attrition. So one of the places where AI is being used a lot is in high attrition jobs to replace that skill, that person, right? But because it's so hard to keep that position filled, the funniest example of which is a state approached us for your ITI programs to give people skills. Can we replace the teachers with AI? Because finding teachers to retain in that skilling job is extremely hard. So that's one of the projects we're working on to see if we can, again, not replace the teacher, but what modules can be self-serve in a ITI training course. You can't replace the teacher, that's what we said, but at least some modules can be self-serve.
Wow, very interesting. The high attrition angle is something I had never made the connection with. Great. Coming to Ramesh. Ramesh Loganathan is a key figure at IIIT Hyderabad, bridging industry and academia as a faculty lead for the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. His focus on product innovation helps translate research into practical solutions. So he's really a guru of the startup world, is how I would summarize it. And so Ramesh, in the startup world, how much of a difference does a user-first lens really make in the sort of frugal innovation that people are really trying to do upfront in the innovation process?
I think it's very important, but it's a contradiction, right? I mean, not all founders, many founders will know it's important, but if they only can hire 2 people, they'll hire 2 engineers. Right? They'll say like, okay, I can build a good system, but to build I need engineers. Like, so unfortunately in the early stages, the whole design is an afterthought, unfortunately. While it should not be, right? It's as hard to win the first customer as it is. You can't say I'll do it later. Without that, you can't win the first customer. So we try to supplement it. I mean, given that they can't hire, we try to do programs where in a time and cost effective way, can you bring some interventions where like somebody looks at their UI, give them some quick input, so at least make it bearable, right, in a way. So it's very important. We try to do, I'm sure other incubators do the same, just that we are a very large incubator, so that scale allows us to do more things. Okay, we have almost 100 startups at this point. So it's very important, but like I said, very few startups invest in it. If you look at it, our own, we have a product lab where we create products from research. And it's a small team, about 4 or 5 engineers, but we have a designer and we have a product manager.
Oh, wow.
We said like we're trying to create product from research, and again, we can't afford an expensive designer. There's somebody fresh out of college, but from a design school, good design background. But we do have senior designers that come, and because as an academic institution, we can drop on somebody's time for 2-3 hours a week, very easily. The goodwill, they would come if we request. So we have somebody like that overseeing, giving some guidance, but otherwise there's a full-time designer. We felt even for a 4 or 5 engineers, that level of activity, we need a designer and a product manager. We thought that, and we're trying to create product from research. So, but we can afford to do it in a way because we have some other source of funding to fund the team. A startup with limited funding very rarely does it. So we supplement to the extent possible because most of our startups are very early stage, pre-revenue or very, very early revenue startups. So we try to supplement by bringing some of such interventions. But even that, we find it hard to get the startups to see value and come. If you tell them to come for a 3-day boot camp, you come with your UI, it's a hands-on session. 3 days later, you'll go out with a better UI, or at least design done, and you just take the next week to complete it, implement it. Even that we find sometimes.
And why is that? Like that's really.
I think a general awareness. See, unfortunately, Delhi is little removed from that world in the sense that Delhi is not that IT-centric, IT industry-centric. IT industry is the worst lot. Right? They're the more. I was talking to engineers sometime back, saying like you can't find engineers. A medical student will always come very passionate. You can't say the same thing about engineering. I find that anybody, especially in the south, right? Anybody that is not doing engineering is passionate about what they're doing. It could be anything, because they have to fight with their parents to not do engineering.
That's true.
And and that's and these are the people that go into the IT industry, which is doing mostly back office work. I mean, there are, like Microsoft has, I think, 400 designers, 300 or 400 designers in Hyderabad, right? Now, product companies do have design, but if you look at the engineer's mindset of design, is still not very high. It's almost saying, like, I just send it off, they'll do something, give it back to me. They don't appreciate why design is important, why users and user-centricity is important. And these are the engineers, though they're working with designers, come out without their appreciation, then decide to do a startup and a product. I think that's a bigger problem. I mean, their first-person appreciation of users and user kind of centricity is very, very low.
What I'm also hearing is it's often brought in so late that it's almost hard to see the value at that point.
They then get forced to do it, right? After they start getting the first few customers, somebody's going to give them solid grief, right? Or an investor is going to give them grief. Then they will just go, not that they see the value, but it's a pure question of business survival, right? Then they will do it and then later see the value. You're right. By the time they appreciate the value, it's little late, but thankfully, better late than never in this case. But yeah, it is not a priority for most of them.
Got it. Great. Okay. So now coming to Prerak, our design guru here, along with Iti. So Prerak is a partner at Dalberg Design. He leads the Asia portfolio, and he specializes in human-centric design, community research, and scalable localized solutions. Some of his really notable projects include early user testing of UPI, assessing Aadhaar's impact after 10 years, and enhancing the eSanjeevani telehealth platform, as well as launching digital ID initiatives in Indonesia. So really excited to have you here as well, Prerak. My question for you is, in your years of experience at Dalberg and working with governments, what positive changes have you observed regarding user-centric design in the GovTech sector?
Yeah, thanks a lot. So I'm usually optimistic, but this is a tough one. So in the GovTech sector, I think I'll start with you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So in the GovTech sector, I think Tanuj has worked on UPI in the early times, right, at iSpirit and all. I think that was quite a breath of fresh air, right? To do user testing, I think I'm talking about 2016, before the launch had happened. I remember I was in the office and I was told, like, you have 1 day. And we negotiated it to 2 weeks. And since then, we have come a long way in bringing a user perspective and leading the way as a country in many digital public goods that others in the South and Southeast Asian region, even East African regions, are adopting. Whether it's our India stack, whether it's the Aadhaar connectivity and others. So that is a good part. At the same time, I think we should be very aware, and I was chatting with you outside of this, that the reason we are having this panel and user centricity is a topic of discussion is because it's not considered integral. No one's talking security is an issue today, right? Oh, we should have security, let's talk about it. It goes hand in hand. It is integral. You cannot build a DPI without having that in place. So there is quite some road to cover, even though as a nation, we are leading in a lot of ways, not just for the developing, but the developed countries as well. So that's one. Second is, who is the user? Typically, it's sadly recognizing my privilege, people like me, men of a certain age group who have the access to digital devices, and then sadly, even today, women in the similar socioeconomic strata. So these would be early adopters who have the power and all to, are digitally literate, will quickly get onto an UPI, and so on and so forth. What happens to the last 15% of the population? We have seen this in Aadhaar. We saw this during direct bank transfer of entitlements of COVID-19 era. We have seen this even in UPI, it's quite stark. You go to like a little deeper villages, there'll be few people using it. We have seen this in crop insurance that has been digitized by very enterprising startups. It's typically the historically marginalized groups that are left behind. And 10-15% is not a big deal in most places. But for us, we are talking a few 100 million people who are typically divided on a gendered line, on a caste line, on a religious line, and all of these are typically marginalized in that way. So not going too skeptic, but I just wanted to say that we have a long road ahead of who the user is, and is it really about user centricity or about diversity, equity, and inclusion as a lens to take? Is it about inclusive user centricity to make sure that we really get there with everyone along in that way? Yeah.
And to the business minds or the tech minds in the room, what would you say is sort of the business value of that inclusion?
That's a very good thing. One half of our population is not men. So that's one clear value. And this is not just a statement. I remember working with a very big now agri company. They're no longer a startup. I think they're about to be a unicorn or just became. They work in rural areas, largely states of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Orissa, these places. And their default product they built, right? Digital crop insurance and linked to a lot of Aadhaar and other incentives that government gives. They said we built a neutral product. Okay, neutral, hear me. And by default, our people is 85% men, right? We didn't build it for men. Now they are like, and they're amazing. They recognize this. First of all, they saw this. They're like, there is a business value. All these women farmers there, right? And actually women farmers are more. Landed women farmers are less, but women farmers in our country are much more than men farmers. So how do we go about capturing that? And now you start from basic. If you build a neutral product, you have built a biased product. Because neutral, so status quo in our society is biased. So you need to actively build a gender transformative product at the very least to make a difference, one. Second, to capture this, there were simple things, right? Their collateral showed only men. The places where this digital thing could be activated was where you sell seeds. It was all occupied by men. The people who went to do ag advisory, right? The hybrid touch points, they were all largely young men. So where will you get women farmers? And of course, we worked on this. So the positive side is after 6 months of work, they ended up onboarding under their program around 200,000 farmers. They have a 500,000 number they want to reach. But simple changes, these are not very innovative ideas to do. We can really make a difference. That could be a very straightforward business case. And the quick second point is some of the cases will never have a business case. And that's why, to me, it's digital public good and not digital private good. And that's the big difference. Because who's going to cater to the last 15% people, if not the public good in that way? Yeah.
Thank you for sort of making this very real for us. You know, we've come a long way, but we have miles more to go, is kind of what I'm hearing, both from Ramesh as well as Prerak. Now, switching gears a little bit, let's talk about some of the benchmark examples we've seen of user centricity. You know, these are gold standards which really have already raised the bar of user centricity. And maybe Tanuj, starting with you.
Examples of user centricity that we've seen?
Yes, of specifically GovTech products, if possible.
I mean, borderline. I think the one thing that surprised us also post UPI was the soundbox, right? I don't know. Everybody knows what that is, right? Like the. I don't know if you all know the little nuances along the way how this happened, right? So if you notice, even today, if you go to a Paytm and pay via UPI, when you pay, on the screen where the payment is shown, there is an animation. It's a sprite. That tick mark will keep rotating and doing this. Do you know why?
No.
Anybody? Yes, screenshots. It's called, in tech terms, a replay attack. I paid you once, I saved the screenshot, I just show you the same screenshot again. So to give the shopkeeper a indication that this payment is not a replay, they started making that live. But now imagine the behavior change. Like, it's a very ingenious solution, no? Imagine the behavior change design. You have to now go explain to these 6 million shops or whatever you stuck QR, please look for green tick changing. Okay, and now what if the user pays from PhonePe? right? They don't have that. Then, I mean, PhonePe also added it later. Google Pay also added it, but forgot that they just play it once. Even right now, go pay on Google Pay. It plays it once, it doesn't pay it again, right? So this little fix that they thought they could do didn't work. Till Paytm came up with the Soundbox, which is honestly very awesome, right? Like it is, works on 2G, right? I don't know if you know, they get these special SIMs, tried it, this 13-digit phone numbers, whatever. So works wherever there's low connectivity, etc. Moreover, frees up the shopkeeper to not have to look, like basically in the time when the customer is pretending to pay, you have to wait for this person to pay. They'll show you screenshot, you don't trust the screenshot, so you wait for SMS to come. When the SMS comes, then you agree that the payment is done. In the meanwhile, you are not serving the next customer who's come and waiting. Soundbox frees you up to do that, right? And this was something that for all our innovation in UPI, this, that, payment addresses, and this, like lots of things that we thought of, you know, it was so surprising that this is so simple that was needed and it was done. I think that's sort of my prime example I think about that, both as an example of innovation in the sense that if you, okay, sorry, the other reason why I say this, I keep forgetting that not everybody may know this, but these sound boxes are why all these UPI companies were not making money, were basically pouring money as payment as a loss leader product, because then they thought they'll sell insurance or sell whatever. The Soundbox revenue alone has made them profitable. Because people are paying from a SaaS fee in India. Nobody thought that SaaS in that B2B market works. SaaS was again like a, you know, upper tier product. But people are happily paying. They started by paying some 150 rupees a month. It's now come down to 49 rupees a month. But people are happily paying and they're willing to upsell for that voice being either Amitabh's voice or somebody else's voice. And that upsell is also selling. Right? So I love to give this as an example of both really understand your customer, really understand what their pain points are. The fraud, the fact that, you know, money can be stolen away from me, all of that was good enough for UPI, but then this simple fraud from UPI was stopping the trust that product. That was great. And then once you found something really valuable, this very small thing of Amitabh Bachchan telling you that phone pay per 17 rupees प्राप्त हुए is something you're making money on, right? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Such a small delight factor and it spreads like fire. Yeah, great. Who wants to go next? Some benchmark examples.
I think, again, it's a very simple app, but just the sheer complexity of how to make it work, I think is the whole DigiYatra, right? It works at that scale with a lot of hardware involved. Same with even the FASTag also. I tell like, even today in the US, right, which is have had these tags for a long time, are still very localized. It'll work in one small highway system. In some states, it's probably statewide, but nothing is nationwide, right? And the volume of vehicles, I'm sure, on our highways is no less than US these days. And at that scale, it works. I've driven into 4, 5, 6 different states, the tag works. Yes, every now and then there's a glitch, but it's a bearable glitch. I mean, like you go 10, 15 times, maybe one time some attendant has to come and, right, 12, 14, 15 times it works. Yeah. And in that scale, and DigiYatra, I think is actually a very simple app. DigiYatra, at least in the paid, FASTag case, you only, the recharge was made simple because they plugged into everything else. There's no UI involved as you're passing, but that at the scale with, and FASTag has the same complication. Now you have Face ID, you have those, right? The vendors are different. All airports don't have the same vendors, so they've done some good. I don't know the details because I've never met anybody, but I know how it works. It could not have happened without a lot of standardization because the vendors are all different, and it works and at scale. In fact, these days at least Hyderabad Airport, there are more people on the DigiYatra line than on the other line. Sometimes,
yes, that's true.
But luckily it moves fast, and but there are more people. If you said any entrance, there are as many people in DigiYatra line as there are in the other line.
Yeah,
and
sometimes I'm like switching between lines and people are looking at me. Like
Sometimes it feels like the other line is faster. But I think those are, in my view, these are two phenomenal systems that just simplified. It's so simple and the friction to adopt is so almost non-existent. Anybody can just adopt and start using it. It just beautifully works, especially DigiYatra. Now and then it says couldn't recognize, but by and large, it works. And hardware, that's a hard, both of them have hardware. That's a very, very hard thing to make it work at that scale.
The lack of friction is
yes, very frictionless.
Is
Yeah, adoption is frictionless, use is frictionless, and this performance also is reasonably frictionless.
Got it.
Can I add a nuance on that fast tag thing, just to sort of underscore Ramesh's point? There was an active choice between, so in the US, all these systems are active. The thing that is in your car emits the signal. That gives you reliability, because this has power, reliability, it can go. In India, they chose a passive RFID sticker for the simple reason that, we know we are price sensitive. So if that machine costs 500 rupees or whatever, there'll be resistance to use it.
Yeah.
Plus, if it damages, nobody will fix it. So you stuck stickers which are at less than 100 rupees. In fact, it costs nothing almost to make that sticker. It's just a passive tag, RFID tag. And all the tech and the power and all of that is in the readers, which they overpowered to do it. So this is that trade-off that was very actively considered, and you went against what the entire hardware ecosystem in the West was, where you chose these passive tags, even though they had lower reliability, betting on the trend that the reliability of the technology on the reader side will improve and the highways can keep replacing them at lower cost, rather than having a country of whatever hundreds of millions of cars do it.
Just one, I'm sorry, just 10 seconds. There's one cool thing, I don't know if it's elsewhere, it's in Hyderabad now, it is on the outer ring road, the 170-kilometer expressway. They've got this car-only lanes. They've got two readers. I mean, we just talked about readers. There's one reader even as you're coming to the lane, and then second reader where normally the reader is. And the idea is to make it fast. So it pre-reads, and if it misses, the second reading gets it. And there the cars move much faster. In most lanes, small things, but I think it's just very heartening to see public sector doing it, right?
That's true, yeah. And also like Tanuj's point about kind of the mental model of like really deeply understanding the users and what will happen in the long term also, if kharab to hoega hi, and then what will happen. So yeah, that's really, really nuanced, important points. Iti, do you want to highlight anything? Any benchmark examples?
I also want to talk about actually some of the challenges that may not have been fully solved. So, and I'm also, since we mentored the design track this time, so there are a lot of examples from there that I would want to share as well. So I think all of us have been talking, and even the earlier panels, that when it's a DPI, these two things need to be balanced, which is the tech non-negotiables and the user centricity or the user's needs. And it has to be a very fine balance. And if there is a conflict, at times the non-negotiables need to be held on to. Because you can't have a weak product, you can't have a weak service, you can't have an unsafe service. And then design needs to rise up and address the part that is not being made comfortable for the user. So when
can you give an example?
So when we were working with Aadhaar, M-Aadhaar, every second screen you need an OTP. That's just how their secure systems work. No user wants it. You go and do any qualitative, any human-centered study. They don't like it. They've registered themselves once. Why would they want it? But this is the same user that's very comfortable turning the lock thrice at home because they feel more secure. So now it's the design's responsibility to bring that safety feature into that interaction. That it needs to feel as safe because आपने 3 बार ताला घुमाया या 3 बार खोला है. So therefore, these 3 levels of security. So I think, challenges like these, which are where the tech completely needs to be non-negotiable. You can't shift bases there, and then design sort of steps in. And even in some of the very exciting work that happened with the different organizations this time. So. Like Shiksha Lokam and Dimagi, they were looking at how to bring in, they were working with the first mile, workforce, like teachers in primary schools and ashas, and how to bring in the aspect of a pause or motivation or mental health understanding. And you realize that this segment is so super stretched with their time that to just try and get that 10 minutes of pause in the day is so difficult. Now, can your app experience enable it? so those are challenges that we tried working with them, and then can it work offline, because an Asha would be in areas where she does not have access to internet through the day. So then can these interactions work offline? Primary school teachers, I mean, they have more admin work than teaching times. So again, how does that come into the entire process? And I think, the other aspects of trust. So the Tattle, which is a tip line, they introduced a tip line for deepfakes. And there again, the awareness of what is a deepfake is very, very low, as well as who is this tip line, why is it credible enough to tell me that, I need to check a deepfake on it and the answers are accurate enough. So there's a gap that design needs to address on both the fronts. It needs to increase awareness, and it also needs to then, then the increasing awareness is that if you're giving it a video for it to test whether it's a deep fake or not, you're prompting a few more questions. Even if it's just asking for, is it a deep fake, you're telling it 5 more things.
Right. So it's
that do you want to also know whether the voice has been done like that, or there are 5 more things. So now the next time you're more aware to check on for these aspects when you're looking at a deep fake.
Got it.
So
very interesting. Real constraints that are much harder probably in the DPI or the public space than they are in the private space, and how
they've very excitedly looked at all these aspects.
Yeah. Coming to trust, you mentioned trust. I know, Prerak, that's something that you often talk about. When it comes to scalable products, what are ways you think to build trust in tech products, especially amongst underserved populations?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. That's a really good question. I think there are 3-4 things we have observed that go into building trust for tech products for underserved populations. And I think we can extrapolate it for everyone. One is, are we treating the user with dignity and respect? What that means is, are we not treating them as dumb? No one likes to be using a new app or a new tech service and feel, hello? Yeah. I mean, this is a tech issue, not the designer's problem. Hello. Yeah. So, yeah, number one is like, I don't want to feel dumb while using something. I want to feel smart, right? And the moment I hit some, this is why net banking never picked up with so many people, and that's the reason UPI has picked up to a large degree, not fully there, but large degree, because it doesn't make you feel dumb.
And how do you make someone feel that trust?
So number one, if I don't feel dumb, I feel smart, I'm getting this, or at least even if I ask, hey, Preeti, can you explain me this once, and I get it, that's intuitive enough, right? And if I really am going to struggle once, twice, thrice, then I'll give up. So that's one. Second is, who's accrediting it? Is it a known big firm which is releasing it? Is there like a government validation that goes with it? So there are certain basic things that people trust in that way, right? So I think that needs to be there, the seal of approval. Who's recommending it? Is it coming from my neighbors around me who have used it, which says, oh, the government has verified this for you and you can go and use it? Or I've seen it enough on TV, or heard it enough on radio, or even community radio. So that's the other part. The third quick part around the trust would be how, I touched a bit upon intuitive, but how quickly does it get the task done for me? Is it saving me time? Is it saving me money? What is the clear benefit I'm getting out of this? Is it giving me huge convenience over something? So on and so forth. So I think these are some of the factors that could help build trust. These can be then translated into tech development side by side alongside other things.
Yeah, very interesting. And especially the social proof part I thought was very interesting, that, who are you actually hearing that from, and are people like me using it, and incorporating that into the interface. Okay, so we are running a little short of time. So one last rapid question for everyone. going forward in the next 10 years, what would be the most important thing we must focus on to take user centricity of DPIs to the next level? Anybody, whoever is ready to start can start.
I think we finally have the tools to meet people where they are, which means in their local language, understanding their context, literacy, digital literacy, not be a problem. Connectivity is largely, I would say, solved in this country. There are still some last mile places, but the economics of connecting those last mile places is also becoming adaptive. Right now, up to the builders, to the engineers who are engineers by default, to build the empathy for their users. Right? It is simply, so many people, so many problems where people are just like, why can't you build an app for that? Because nobody will use it, right? Like the problem is not the lack of an app. The problem is that nothing has been made which appreciates and recognizes the complexity in their life. A simple thing is an LIC agent, right? Like even if people can pay on UPI, they will still buy product via somebody, right? Simplest example here, because the problem is not the paying for it or filling up their form or eKYC, all of that is solved. But the trust in dealing with a large like an insurance or a bank, no app can fix that, right? So how do we meet people where they are? That's.
I think we made the right, like just taking even the UPI as an example, we have an UPI ID behind it, but does any of us know what our UPI ID is? I think it's a brilliant where it's linked to the mobile phone, your account is linked to the mobile phone, and you give a mobile phone, it finds all your accounts that has your mobile phone listed, but somewhere one time you set up your UPI ID. It shows up there. But I think linking it, I thought it was a brilliant move. I mean, like you were referring to why previous times it didn't work. It's not the first time we've tried this. Right. Many attempts at electronic payment, and like they've all miserably failed. And this one worked because I think, so it's good that in the system, somebody, whether it is a socially conscious designer or somebody in the bureaucracy or somebody like iSpirit, a think tank, or Samagra, it doesn't matter, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people are involved. It's not just the government. If government alone did it, then all government systems would have been like this. So clearly there's some combination of players at play here, but the point is it's worked more than once. So it's a good start. So I think things will get much, much simpler as we go. Okay. I think now you have a reference, like they say, no? Once you've seen something, you're going to demand it. Like now there is going to be a demand saying, look, if UPI could be made this simple, why is this system so complex? Now people have tasted it. Now I think there'll be a pull also for good design. So I think it'll get better with every passing year.
Yeah, so the foundation is set and now it's time to kind of build on that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I do agree, and I use all of these things. DigiYatra has changed the way I travel, and everything's linked to Aadhaar. So I'm very proud of all the stuff with the skepticism. But where do we need to be? So very quickly, I think where we need to be is where this should be looked at from a rights approach and not a good to have approach. And a rights approach means that a diverse set of users need to be accounted for as a default in designing DPIs, new DPIs at least, and then the previous ones start including it. Second is, it's not just about user testing and improving the UI. That to me is the last mile. That to a large degree is happening today. That doesn't need to happen. It's right from problem framing. And whose perspectives are being considered in that problem framing, and whose problem are we solving through that DPI? There's a big power imbalance there that needs to be corrected. So to me, user centricity or inclusive user centricity needs to be a more systemic approach and be a default part of how we think about DPI. And hopefully 5 years down the line, this kind of a dialogue is about celebrating the successes of those things and not that it's a case we are trying to build. That would be
so much stronger integration of design into the DPI process. Thank you. Iti?
Yeah, I think everyone said some very, very pertinent points, and the only additional part I would like to talk about is that design needs to be intersectional by, in its approach. how interoperability is a core tenet of DPIs. Design itself, when it's understanding the user, it's not trying to understand the user needs in silos. This is only their health journey and this is their livelihood and skill journey. User lives a life. You know, she has a family, she has kids, she's working. So design, therefore, when it's trying to service them, has to take into consideration that intersectionality. It's not easy, but then, you know, we have time to go forward too.
Thank you for ending it on a beautiful note. I think for me, just sort of summarizing at a high level, my takeaway here is we've come a long way. We've heard some really interesting examples of the soundbox and the fast tag, and of course, our very own UPI. But we still have a long way to go in terms of how design can be brought in much earlier into the process. And for that, actually, as a follow-up to our panel, I'd like to invite Ashish Chawla, who's a partner at Treemouse, to release the MARG framework, which is a people-centric design approach tailored for DPIs in Bharat. What this framework is about is key design principles aiming to improve the adoption of digital products in India. So I'll request everybody in the panel to unveil the report. So open up the ribbon and we'll all get a picture and then Ashish will present out the framework. Yeah, one each, please.
Thank you very much, Akshita, and all the panelists for the insightful conversation that we had. And thank you for setting actually the context of all that I want to share in the coming few minutes that I have. I want to start with acknowledging the entire Samagra and the C4GT team actually for really bringing us all together. We led the design track and we worked with some 10 organizations, mentoring the organization teams, as well as some very talented contributors, trying to solve some very interesting, complex problems. And this is exactly what we have done for the past 10 years as well. Just a quick introduction, we're a research and strategy design consultancy, specifically working in the development space, trying to make products and services more usable, more simple, more scalable, so that eventually there is a behavior change that happen in the long run, so that there is some positivity that comes in the society. Very fortunate to be working with some esteemed partners. And our work in the DPI, DPG space started some 4.5 years back, where India no doubt has made excellent, significant progress in the digital journey. We still see that there are a lot of missing gaps and missing links that need attention and need to be addressed as well. Just to name a few is like there are low adoption rates, there are usability challenges still, there are trust issues that we have. And while working with the community, while interacting with Bharat as such, we started asking ourselves one very critical question. And this was that how can we actually create a people-centric design framework so that it increases the awareness, adoption, and usability of DPIs and DPGs specific to Bharat. And this question really actually has three predominant core elements really. First is the DPI. We wanted to create a framework actually specific for DPI and DPGs. So not all digital goods is something that we wanted to kind of include in this framework. We wanted to create it for the context of Bharat as such, how we can understand Bharat as such and then understand their adoption barriers and then come up with solutions which are design solutions. So a lot of interventions can happen which are governance related interventions, policy related interventions, tech interventions, but that's something that we wanted to kind of do away with and really concentrate on a people-centric design framework. And this is exactly, with this context, we started working on kind of building the whole framework, and actually it took part, came in shape in three parts. Part one was actually foundation building. Part two went in actually decoding the people that we wanted to serve. And then part three dealt in actually designing the whole framework. And I'll just touch upon each part very quickly so that you understand the whole approach that we have actually taken in actually finding and kind of building this whole MARG framework that we call it. First, part was actually foundation building on doing the research or comprehensive research of all the literature that is there available, which talks about DPGs and DPIs. Look at all the standards, look at all the frameworks, look at all the guidelines, best practices. And after doing a very comprehensive review, we figured out that there are only 15 common themes that every literature is really talking about. And we wanted to really specifically look at design themes specifically, so we let go of the themes that actually can be handled by governance, let go of the themes that only can be taken care of technology, and this left us with 11 core themes which actually have a people-centric intervention that can happen as well. And this really formed the base of the boundary, in which we wanted to kind of operate. And this led to the development of the entire MARC framework. And I'll touch upon each and every pillar of the MARC framework so that you understand what, how complete this framework actually is in its design in terms of looking at understanding people as well. So the first framework actually is multi-dimensional inclusivity. It's a digital public infrastructure that we want to create for the public, and hence all sections of the public really need to be included in this, in the design interventions that we really wanted to create. And hence this forms the first core element really of DPI, so to say. The second actually is assured trust. It's very important for users to actually feel trust, feel confidence in every stage and every activity that they do when they interact with the DPI, and hence assured trust becomes like a very key element of a DPI, DPG as well. The third is actually adept usability, which we've been talking about, which takes care of all the user experience. It needs to be familiar, it needs to be intuitive, it needs to be simple enough for people to understand so that they can navigate through their journey and eventually reach to the goal that they really want to reach. The fourth pillar is actually responsive adaptability, which basically includes, empowers kind of the user as such, because it helps them provide support, takes their feedback, ensures that grievances are handled, and this empowerment eventually leads to increase in usability, which leads to increase in trust, which eventually leads to a long-term awareness, adoption, and usage of the DPI. And the fifth pillar, which often really gets missed, is actually grassroots collaboration. If you look at the touch points of the user with a DPI, DPG, and then it is not just digital. It is the entire physical system, the ecosystem that really plays a very important role in actually ensuring that the whole user journey is complete and the user actually takes benefits from the DPI services that are actually being provided. And hence, this became like the boundary in which we wanted to kind of move towards building a very people-centric design intervention kind of a framework. And since it was a people-centric intervention, we had to then understand who are we really dealing with, who are the people that we have to deal, really cater to. And this led us to kind of decoding the whole Bharat user as such. And we've been doing work, pretty much for 10 years, thousands and thousands of hours of conversation with the community as such. And this is how we actually define the Bharat user as such. These are this is emerging regional India, mainly interacting with the digital world through a mobile phone, specifically, concentrating on communication and entertainment, and has a very low interaction when it comes to using digital public services as far as concerned. And we also realize that there are, two specific user groups that you can, that really emerge when we talk about Bharat as such. And the first and the most predominant user group actually is the follower group. This is the group which is basically the first-time internet user. They heavily rely on the entire ecosystem to help them navigate through the digital services so that ultimately they reach, reap the benefits of the service that is being provided. And the second group, which also is a very important group and plays a very important role, is actually the seeker behavior. These are the people who are community influencers. These are the ones who are early adopters of the technology, and they actually shape and influence the followers to ultimately start using the product or the DPI or the DPG that they want to kind of use. And it is the user journey of these two kind of groups that was important for us to then understand. So we then went ahead and went detailed into the various touch points, not just online touch points, but offline touch points as well. We figured out, what is the full user journey of various DPIs that a user really goes through, and what are the adoption barriers in every specific stage of the user journey. And then what we did was we actually mapped all these adoption barriers to the pillars that we've laid down, and that gave us the second layer to the whole framework. And there were a lot of adoption barriers that we can talk about as far as specific pillars are concerned. Say, just to give you an example, multidimensional inclusion. There are a lot of challenges that Bharat really faces. There are language barriers, there are connectivity barriers, there are gender disparities, there are the infrastructure needs to be created for people with disabilities as well. So all these really need to be catered to as well. There are adoption barriers when it comes to trust. There are privacy concerns, there are security concerns, there is apprehension of actually sharing information, there is mistrust in technology, there's fear of fraud, which is very specific, again, to Bharat in the context of Bharat. There are a lot of usability challenges. There's a lot of cognitive overload. There's just so much information that is there, which makes it very difficult and overwhelming for a user with low digital literacy to kind of navigate through the whole journey. There are navigation challenges and a lot many. And this then got added to the whole layer of the DPI and gave the Bharat angle to the framework. And then on top of that, we added the entire solutions. So this framework led to the amalgamation of actually DPI, which sets the boundaries, which are very design-specific themes that we have to really look at. Also gives detailed information about what are the various adoption barriers in the context of Bharat, and then gives us solutions for those specific barriers that can be looked at from a design point of view. And this intersection then ultimately can lead to actually increased adoption, increased usage, increased awareness. And then we went to the third part, which was designing the whole framework. We designed this into two levels. The first level you just saw, which is basically 5 key pillars of DPIs, identify all the adoption barriers of those key pillars, and then come up with the solutions. And the report actually has a lot of examples to help us understand how these solutions actually can be implemented. Things like what Paytm is doing, or things like various other digital goods are doing, which actually then can be adopted in the digital public infrastructure as well. We did not really stop here. We went ahead and actually created the level 2 as well, which is that we actually broke down the entire user journey into various stages, and each and every stage then has been looked at from a MARG point of view. Just to give you an example, onboarding, if that is one of the stage, how can we make it more inclusive?
How can we actually build trust so that the user does not feel cheated? How can we make it so usable, so simple, intuitive, familiar for the user so that the onboarding process does not look that overwhelming? How can we take care of the feedback that the user is giving? And how can we actually make it a very comprehensive, collaborative effort so that all that information then goes back into the design and improvement of the whole DPI. Then we've gone ahead and actually created a deep scoring mechanism where each and every system actually is broken down. There are weights provided to each pillar. There are weights provided to each and every user journey. And this then allows us to actually make the whole design element very objective as well. Give us very objective way of evaluating the baseline and the end line so that the impact of the intervention then can be looked at in a very strategic, structured, prioritized way and in a very objective way. I would like to end with just 2 more points that the journey ahead, these are the 4 key things that we think, need to be kind of addressed. The first is that we need to really look at it from a very inclusive lens. We need to prioritize inclusion, and within inclusion, we need to ensure that the gender gap is actually really taken care of as well. We need to build a very safe user experience, and that all can be built only if we understand Bharat as a user as such. If we really understand what are the barriers that are very specific to Bharat, and hence this cannot be an individual effort. This has to be a collaborative journey where all the stakeholders, the entire ecosystem, the government bodies, the technology entrepreneurs, the funders, they all have to really come together so that together we can actually go ahead and build a very creative and a better future. Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to, you all can actually download the whole report from this barcode, and lovely speaking with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for sharing the framework in a lot of detail. You can also scan the QR code on your ID cards or the pouch that you all would have gotten, and you'll get all the links across all reports, frameworks on that. Okay, so moving on to our next panel. So we spoke about thinking DPI, we spoke about building DPI, we also spoke about the user centricity around DPGs and DPI. What we have not spoken about yet is sustaining DPGs and DPI. And to explore that, I would like to call upon stage our next panel, which will be moderated by Venkatesh Hariharan, India representative at Open Innovation Network. And I would also like to call upon stage our panelists. We have Divya Mohan, APAC Chaos, Ansha Dikshit, Head of Global Community, FIDE, Steve Haley, Director of Partnerships, Moja Loop, and Sai Rahul Purori, CEO, FOSS United. Would request all of you to come up on the stage. Over to you, Venki.
Good evening. We have to shorten the session a little bit, so we'll be going at double the speed. But good to see this event, and good to see an event which brings together the deep digital public goods and the open source communities together. So very quickly, I think in recent times, DPGs have become, technology or an approach for bridging the sustainable development goals. And to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. And basically public goods are defined as non-rivalrous and non-excludable. So I think a few people in the open source community basically say, hey, we are the original public goods, Linux, Apache, etc., etc. So why this new terminology? My understanding is that this was probably coined to describe open source, open data, open protocols, aimed at attaining the SDGs, and the 2 characteristics that seem to be unique to DPGs is basically that there's a lot of multilateral funding that has gone into it, and it's primarily for the governments to deploy. Although you have a number of software like, say for example, DHIS2, which are bottoms up in the classical sense of open source. So, so broadly, when I speak to a lot of the multilaterals, etc., there is, sometimes I feel that they talk the open source talk, but they don't walk the open source walk. And I think it's good to kind of, bridge the gap between these two communities. And we have a panel that is also evenly balanced because we have two people representing DPG, Steve and Ansha, and two people representing the open source community, Rahul and so I think, so let us quickly kind of get into the session. I'll start with Steve. Steve, Mojaloop is a very well-funded digital public good. Why do you want to build an open source community? If you, why do you even want to go that path?
Okay, so I mean, first, very quickly, this is the easiest group to do an introduction of what Mojaloop is because everyone here, we have UPI. Mojaloop is an open source product that allows other countries to build something like UPI that's more suitable to their particular needs, their particular country. Every country has something like NPCI. Whatever country doesn't have is armies of developers in Bangalore to help them build that. So why do we want a community? I mean, one is to make it so that this is as low cost as possible. The other thing a lot of countries don't have is the deep pockets of the Indian banks and the RBI to make sure that UPI can be free for all of us. And so how do we make this as low cost as possible is one thing. And one of the only ways we can do that is if we're sharing resources across every country. One way to share resources across every country is to have one company like Visa or MasterCard or Google share for us. And the other way is to do it from more of a community approach, and we think that that's more appropriate. Another reason is that every country, again, has different needs, but somewhat similar. So for an example, we have Rwanda right now building a merchant payment solution on top of Mojaloop that we think is going to be very useful for about 5 other countries. Those 5 other countries don't need to pay a vendor for that change request, and they don't need to wait for a foreign company or country to deem them ready for such a solution. And so that's the other reason why we think it should be an open source. And so why we need a community is to make sure that happens, make sure that it is growing in that way. But yes, we are starting as a funded event rather than let's say a grassroots event.
Rahul, you have seen both these communities. So I just want to get your thoughts and some opening remarks on how do you see, the DPG community and the open source communities working together?
Yeah, thanks for that, Wink. I think it's on. Yeah, just a little bit of good introduction before I start. Roughly 2 years before, like today, Venki picked my application out of a box and said, okay, fine, we'll give this person a scholarship to do a Takshashila public policy course, and that started a whole bunch of events which ended up with me on this panel. So thank you, Venki. I think one of the interesting things that I'm seeing, and again, the DPG Dialogues is an exemplary example of that. Very few FOSS events in the community have this kind of policy presence, right? It's absolutely amazing to see top-level bureaucrats in the country who are actually trying to solve problems, and again, solve meaningful problems for all of us. And then put them together with the people who actually can implement some of these solutions. So in that sense, I think the DPG ecosystem has done an absolutely amazing job of bringing talent to where the problems actually are. Especially the talent which is happy to build open source solutions for some of these things. Again, because the open source solutions end up making things cheaper, if not completely free, ensuring that these things are accessible, ensuring that like what Steven was just saying, if I don't have to worry about localizing UPI into let's say Bengali or an open source, let's say I don't have to wait for Mojaloop to translate their application into a local language. I can go and contribute those translations myself, right? Any other national country, if they're interested in it, they could go about translating some of these things into their own languages to be able to use those things immediately. So in that sense, I think the DPG community has done an absolutely great job of bringing together the people who have the resources and the actual problems and the people who are able to solve some of these problems. I think one of the interesting things that we would like to see again is some of this has already been mentioned by some of the other panelists. It's just more participation in the FOSS communities from the DPG community. I think one of the panelists in the morning mentioned this, like there are things under the stack, and once the DPG projects start digging into some of their dependencies, you'll start seeing a ton of open source projects, many of which barely have the kind of resources that the DPG projects themselves have. It's astonishing for us from the open source community to see the kind of time, energy, manpower, and the finances that a number of the DPG projects have. So if we can start seeing some of those things come down into the actual FOSS ecosystem, that will be, in my understanding, an absolute win-win for everyone involved.
I think that's a good point. Enabling that kind of a win-win and the cross-pollination of ideas between the communities is, I think, really key. Ansha, I'll come to you next. FIDE, the Foundation for Interoperable Digital Economy, which is the original author of the Beacon Protocol, which powers the open network for digital commerce, Namayatri, etc. In some ways, you are an unusual digital public good. Most of the other digital public goods seem to be, big pieces of chunks of software, funder created through, grants, etc. You are also funded through grants, but in a sense, you are more open source from day one. What has driven that philosophy? And I've also heard Sujit, your CEO, say that at some point in time, we want to make FIDE invisible and disappear, which is pretty radical in most in these kind of conversations. So, what is the roadmap for FIDE, and how do you see yourself working with the open source community?
I'll first quickly touch base upon why do we say that FIDE wants to become obsolete or irrelevant in a couple of years. Yeah. Let us take an example from our history. The one DPG or a DPI, although that term did not exist back then, has impacted all of our lives. It is the internet. All of us, tech people, non-tech people, everybody would have seen that HTTP or HTTPS written on their URL. Yeah. It is nothing but a protocol that allows us to exchange files over the internet. Today, nobody knows who maintains HTTP. Nobody has any idea. None of you would have bothered to, even kind of check. Yeah, it's just a text there, or developers might have a better understanding of what it actually does. But it is so evolved, and it is so widely acceptable that nobody needs to care. I will not tell the name of the organization that is currently maintaining it, because somebody is. That is an assignment for everybody here. Please go check that out. But when you do, you will find a shabby, not a shabby, but just like a Google Doc sort of a website, wherein you will see the last contribution or the last amendment that was made to HTTP was in 2014. Since then, it is just being used, and the adoption is prolific. So FIDE wants to reach to a place where Beacon becomes so widely adopted that nobody remembers that an entity like FIDE or a Sujit Nair or a Nandan ever were associated with something like a Beacon. So that is the philosophy. That is why we say that we want to become obsolete. And coming on our journey to where we are, I mean, it's a long journey. So we are fairly at the beginning. So I would say in terms of a community, we have completed our 0 to 1 journey. What I mean by that is, there is a definite intent from the country or the global audiences to contribute. People are excited about Beacon, what Beacon can do, the paradigm shift that we are trying to bring with ideas of interoperable and decentralized economic transactions. People are excited about that. They want to become a part of that story. However, right now, for this to happen, for our 1 to 10 journey, we have to enable a DIY module, wherein people can come and contribute however they like. And here is again a contrast that I would like to draw with the open source world. Open source world, even today, feels like for developers by developers, or the tech community in general, some supporting functions that these developers might entail. But DPGs essentially have a market-first approach. And to enable this market-first approach, we need to have multi-factored players coming into picture and collaborating all over, especially considering for-profit players, organizations. In open source, we largely talk about contributors from an individual contribution perspective. While in the DPG, DPI space, while individual contribution is, yes, equally important, the market has to come together, and individuals don't make markets.
I see Rahul nodding his head.
Yeah, again, in my limited experience in the open source ecosystem, there are definitely individuals who contribute. But there are absolutely huge institutions which have supported open source contributions. And they have corralled people together. They have tried supporting communities so that we can get more individuals who can go about doing some of this work.
I think Android would be a good case in point.
I'm sorry?
Android, as
yeah.
An organization that has, corralled a
yeah,
community.
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, we wouldn't know about most successful open source projects if they didn't solve a user need. If they didn't actually address a problem in the market. Like Red Hat Linux wouldn't have been as successful if there wasn't actually a need for Red Hat Linux, and they wouldn't have been the kind of people who came together to build Linux in the first place if there wasn't a need for something like a Linux as an open source project. So you're absolutely right. I think there is a huge amount of focus on the individual nature of the contributions. But at the same time, I think the beautiful aspect is the individuals sort of end up blending into this huge generic blob, and you are at the end of the day representing the project as a whole. And the project as a whole is what matters at the end of the day, and pushing that project forward together is what the overall goal is of any sort of community which is trying to work on that project.
I think that also, brings to the fore one of the criticism that I've been hearing about open source, that now there is a lot of corporate open source, and that original ideas of community, etc., have gone, it's kind of taken a backseat. What would you say to that? And you also, Chaos is an organization that measures the health of open source projects. And what can DPGs learn from the work that you are doing?
So I think a lot of what we do in the Chaos project is not very software centric, as I mentioned earlier during the day. A lot of it is metrics and metric models and frameworks around those so that you can measure the health. Of course, we do have software, not going to say that we don't, because you need to visualize this and nobody's going to read through documentation. But our focus is to ensure that open source is still very much viable for, a business, a not-for-profit organization, or whoever you are, taking that project and implementing it in your code base. And for that, we have different ways of, measuring them. You can go check out the website. But again, we can't do that without, some accepted standard, because everybody here knows that a lot of the things that we work with, even the HTTP protocol or anything that you work with and is an underlying base, typically requires some form of standardization to be accepted as an industry-wide thing, without which you wouldn't really. So that's another step that we're taking, so that open source is more, how do you put it, viable, not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective. Because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's not had a commit in like industry-wide what would you contribute? Without which you wouldn't really. So that's able to contribute that we're taking, so that open source is more. So these are things how do you think about on a daily basis. I think not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective. Because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's open source, not had a commit in like industry-wide thing, without which you wouldn't. So that's another concept that we're taking, so that open source is more. So these are things how do you put it, viable. Not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective. Because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's not had a commit in like industry-wide thing, without which you wouldn't. So that's another concept that we're taking, so that open source is more. So these are things how do you put it, viable. Not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective. Because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's not had a commit in like
actually whiteboarding, without which we wouldn't. So that's another question that we're taking, that open source is more, how do you put it, viable, not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective, because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's not at a company like actually whiteboarding, without which we wouldn't. So that's another question that we're taking, that open source is more, how do you put it, viable, not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective, because would you really want to contribute to an open source project that's not at a company like actually whiteboarding, without which we wouldn't. So that's another question that we're taking, that open source is more, how do you put it, viable, not just from a business perspective, but also from a consumer perspective, because would you really want to contribute to an open source project?
Open source project will cater to the specific interests of the company, and that's not what the open source ethos is about. It is about, gaining different perspectives and ensuring that the roadmap of your project is community driven rather than, generous dictator. Am I getting the term right? I'm not sure.
Benevolent dictator.
Yes. Dictator-led project. That's not what we want in open source. And I guess that is a metric, and that is one of the things that could definitely be looked at when we talk about sustainability. Yeah.
Okay. Rahul, I'll come to you next. You maintain a number of open source packages, and including, I think, a couple that were used by NASA in the Mars rover, just like sent to the Mars. So, but when you look at some of these DPGs, they're fairly complex. Some of them require, almost 40 servers to install. In a sense, that's a big challenge for, building a community, because how many people can install 40 servers? I mean, that's, and typically the contributions to open source basically come from people who have the ability to download the software, use it, and then those, maybe a small percentage of the people who are using that software then for building a community, because how many people can install 40 servers? So it seems like there is a significant challenge for, and typically the contributions to open source basically come from people who have the ability to download the software, use it, and then those, maybe a small percentage of the people who are using that software then.
Yeah, I think when we first
building a
open source project,
because how many people
two
can
open source projects that we were
install
maintaining, both of them
40
were used by
servers?
NASA to put
there is a significant challenge for
this
and
rover on Mars.
typically
Like, we
the
freaked out because we were
contributions
like,
to
that thing is
open
not going to work. We know all the bugs. We have like no hope of that ever working. I'll use two examples from the projects that we maintain and also the Python ecosystem. So this project specifically, one of the projects that was used for this thing, it was something that we built, open source project. We had been maintaining it for roughly 20 years at that point. It had a small but very active group of scientists and engineers, mostly in the US, who would use it on a regular basis to be able to do simulations, build systems, to be able to control experiments, etc., etc. I think we tried to build a community around it, but I think the market term for it is total addressable market. The TAM itself was just so small that we were not able to convert as many of them into contributors. We'd get like a regular stream of questions from them to be able to, hey, yeah, like how is this working? What is going on? Hey, look, there's a new version and there's a bug, etc., etc. But we just never were able to get enough contributors. And I think we were okay with that to a certain point, because I think the TAM itself was just limited, and it was a good enough project and it served a purpose. And I think there's value in that. There's, I think we've heard people talk about population scale the entire day, and I think even if the population is just like 100,000 users or even 10,000 users, but it gives each of them like $100 worth of value per year, or like $1,000 of value per year. That is a huge amount of value generation. Like that is where FOSS has always excelled at. And I think when we talk about some of these population scale things, I think it is also good to try and think that even if it addresses like a niche market, but it provides a huge amount of value to that market, I think those are valuable solutions. And we shouldn't like set them aside and then say that no, these are not viable and that we don't want to fund them. Again, especially because there's a sort of nation state which is trying to support some of this and trying to fund some of these things. The other interesting thing that happened was one fine day, how many people here live in the Python ecosystem? Okay, there's a very few people. So one fine day, there was a project which was slowly becoming popular, and then they were trying to evaluate our open source project to be able to understand if they wanted to make it a dependency and then build on top of it. And I think there were a whole bunch of conversations, and at the end of the whole thing, there was just sort of a certain disagreement where they felt like our project was a bit too complicated and it did a bit too many things and that it was difficult to modify. And we didn't have the resources to be able to make the changes that they wanted from us. Because again, like, we are a for-profit company, we only have so much time to be able to work on some of these open source projects. So we just told them, if you have the time, please make the modifications. Otherwise, like, there's not much that we can do. Funnily enough, they decided, yeah, you know what, that's okay. We are going to fork the project, which means that I'm going to take the code, I'm going to create my own project, call it a different thing. They made a whole bunch of changes, and that project now sits underneath this ecosystem called the Jupyter ecosystem in Python. The Jupyter ecosystem, if you're in the data science land, that ecosystem is where you are going to live and die like for your entire life. And it's really funny for us that like this project that we weren't able to do much on, they decided that, yeah, that's fine, we'll take it up, we are going to make the changes, and we are going to put it underneath as one of the foundational pieces of our thing. And I think that's not a bad thing either. We weren't able to do much. They were able to take it, make the changes, and make it into a foundational piece. And I think the DPGs also should try and build their communities or like build their systems and the ecosystem in such a way that if someone else comes and decides that what you're doing, the direction that you're taking, the technical decisions that you're making, et cetera, are not sort of what we would like, the DPG project, original project, should be perfectly happy to say, yeah, that's fine. Take it, fork it, make your own thing. Let's just continue existing in the open source ecosystem, because that's what the open source ethos is. And if the DPG project is not able to do that in the sense that like things are not fully open source, the documentation isn't available, you have certain closed source pieces where somebody else can't fork it and then start their own thing, then there's like something fundamental lacking in there, and that sort of is where the problem starts coming in.
So it's open source in name, but not in the participatory nature of
exactly.
So Steve, I'll quickly come to you. What percentage of contributors to Mojaloop are from outside the Mojaloop core team, and what is the roadmap for increasing the open source contributions?
So it's definitely our goal to get there. And before I get into that, I want to highlight a point you made earlier of there's a specific part of open source projects which is nation scale enterprise software. I mean that's a very small part of open source. Yep. And that's what most of us fall into. And I want to highlight the point you said of well-funded. I don't, yes, we have a lot more money than most people.
Nobody thinks they're well-funded.
But I also want to highlight that when MasterCard bought Vocalink, which was the UK the UK technology like NPCI, MasterCard bought that for $15 billion. That's 3 orders of magnitude more money than we have. 3 orders of magnitude. And that's our primary competitor in most markets. So us trying to provide countries with the sovereign systems that are not reliant on a foreign company like MasterCard, not built for foreign banks like UK banks, and we're competing against people with 3 orders of magnitude. And I mean, another proprietary system, UPI, at least 2 orders of magnitude more than my budget. So yes, compared to most open source projects, but keep in mind what we're trying to do is nation scale enterprise software, and it requires that. And so, but how do we do, what I would say is our core team, when I joined Mojaloop Foundation, we had 3 people. Now we're up to 15. So most of the contributors come from the community. Most of the community has been spread out quite broadly. Frankly, we haven't had enough with the Indian community, so very much hoping that's what we can get here, because most people are working on UPI here. But I would say at this point, I would say more than 50% of our contributors are, and the people working on Mojaloop are based in African countries where Mojaloop is being deployed. Most of the contributions they're doing are around some of the nuances of how do I deploy Mojaloop for my market? How do I deploy it on this particular hardware? Some of those kind of configuration nuances. The core team, though, is still a little bit centric down to about probably 15 people, but spread out quite all over the world. But I think that the challenge that most of us who are working on these enterprise solutions have is that no company, it's not worth the time for any company to contribute to Mojaloop until Mojaloop hits some type of scale. And I'm not going to go to a company and say, hey, you should, a small company, and say, invest your time in learning about Mojaloop, because you have to run a business. And so not until we have actual deployments do we even ask anybody to put their time into Mojaloop. And so once we get to 5 to 10 countries that are working on Mojaloop, and it becomes something that is actually business viable for people to work on, then I think we'll be in a position. But there's no point in even trying until we get to 5 or 10 countries
I
using
put
it.
it less politely than you. I say that system integrators are like sharks. If they smell blood in the water or money on the table, then they will allocate resources for training, etc., etc.
And sharks have been around for a couple 100 million years, so gladly.
Yes. We can open up the floor to questions. I think we have a few minutes. What about 4-5 minutes? Shailaja? Okay, so quick questions. I think we have 2 minutes. If there are any questions. If not, then we can quickly wrap up the panel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Ansha. Thank you, Divya.
Thank you.
Would like to thank the panel for a candid discussion on what it takes to maintain and sustain open source projects and build a very vibrant community around it. So we at C4GT have also been thinking, experimenting, sometimes failing and sometimes succeeding in addressing this gap of building a meaningful and an engaged open source community around DPGs. We went deeper into what are the ecosystem level challenges, what works and what doesn't work for both the organizations and the contributors. With this sneak peek and without revealing more, I would like to call Rahul Kulkarni on the stage to take us through that journey in the next segment. Already on the stage. Thank you, Rahul.
Great, thank you, Shailaja. So it is indeed a great honor and privilege to welcome Dr. R.S. Sharma to the event. Dr. R.S. Sharma needs no introduction. He is the Karta Dharta of DPI movement in India, starting with Aadhaar. I remember volunteering back in 2009, and every time we would hear his name, we were like, oh, this is what's happening on the ground. And he was the Director General for UIDAI, as it was called at that time, and even now the actual project is called UIDAI. Aadhaar is the actual card that comes out. Then he was CEO of National Health Authority. All the things that you see around Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, so ABDHM and all of that, his brainchilds. During the COVID pandemic, he chaired that group overseeing the entire vaccine administration. So responsible for all COVID. So fact that we are alive, thanks to him partly. And then, he chaired also, he was a chairman of TRI. As that, he led a lot of reforms in the mobile sector around net neutrality, privacy, security and all, right? So when we think of using phones, whether it's pricing, whether it's net neutrality and so on, we have fairly logical rules in place. That's thanks to him again. And lately he's taken on the role of chairman of ONDC. And so ONDC is this new initiative. Majority of us probably ordered some food from the Ola app. That's ONDC behind the scenes. So he's chairing that and really bringing it to life as he's done with so many projects before. So what we are going to do in this section, first of all, give a huge round of applause to Dr. R.S. Sharma. Sir, can I please invite you to the stage? Now that we have Dr. Sharma up on stage, what we are going to do today is to do two things. We heard a lot about DPG builders. We heard a lot about contributors. We heard a lot about anecdotes in terms of what their challenges are, what their successes are, and so on. But all of those remain as anecdotes, right? Everything is an anecdote. What about reality there? Can we say, what does it mean to really quantify these pain points? We've never really heard, what do contributors want? What do builders want? And so we're going to launch something very spectacular at the hands of Dr. R.S. Sharma to start with, and I'll give you a quick brief of what that is after we do the launch. And then we'll have a nice, fireside chat with Dr. R.S. Sharma to understand the method behind the madness, how to actually get these things on the ground. So without further ado, let me unveil, let me invite Dr. Sharma to please unravel the report here, if you can. So this is the community score report, the DPG community score report. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is give you a little brief about what this report is, right? Everyone's curious. So what we did was, at Code for GovTech, we interacted with so many different organizations, all of us building this together. So the first thing that we realized was, not everyone is represented in every group. So we said, let's do an extra effort to reach out to everyone. And so we figured out, we did a lot of interviews, one-on-one interviews, and then we did a lot of surveys with the contributors. So about 25 organizations surveyed here as part of the overall report, one-on-ones with them across 38 different products. 64% of them are non-profit, which also means that 36% were for-profit. So even they are building DPGs, right? Folks like ThoughtWorks and others are for-profit, but they're building DPGs, the way that we saw in the morning. Then we had 72% had less than 20 members. So small teams, they're working with the community. So everyone needs a community. On the contributor side, we saw 300 responses come in from tech developers, and out of which 50% only 50% of them had contributed to open source, and out of which about 43% had contributed to DPGs. So it's just the DPG group and we asked them, right? So this is a fairly representative sample of this. I'm going to give you a quick insights into what they said. So the first thing we did was understand, put some benchmarks. So what does it mean to be in an ideal state? You need to have a community manager. Only 40% of them have it. Then you said you need to participate in some online, offline meetup. Only 46%, 44% do that. Minimum 15 members to hone chahiye community mein. That is also not quite there. Only 52% of the communities actually have that. So this set out a scorecard. So we laid out a scorecard for the community. And we said everyone who met this benchmark, they are classified as community champions. And everyone who did not meet this benchmark classified as aspiring community builders. Okay, so now what that means is then there are some insights. I'll just go through a couple insights quickly. The report, of course, Shailaja will tell you, this particular QR code you can scan to get a link tree, and that would have the report as well. So all of you can read all of this in detail. I'm going to highlight 5 important insights that we saw. One was the difference between aspiring and community champions was primarily mentoring. And so the community champions, about 75% of these community champion projects at least spent 1 to 5 hours a week with the contributors in mentoring them. And that's a significant number, right? 75% of them did that. So 25% of them, in fact, spend more than 10 hours a week. The roadblocks in community management, when we asked the builders, remember there's the builders, they said lack of resources, limited mentorship that they have access to, documentation. They're responsible for documentation, but still, documentation is hard to come. We all as engineers know, right? It's the last thing that you think about. But that's a pain point even for the builders. Then the biggest challenge from a contributor point of view, only 50% had contributed to open source. They didn't even know about DPGs. So 64% said, no, we don't quite know. So that awareness doesn't exist that these are things that are in open source and contributed for your country and they're available out there. And then there was a whole set of difficulty understanding these projects. The fourth insight was, and this is one of my favorites, came out of it, finally quantified. This we always knew from our heart. We always thought paying more stipend, we'll be competing on, somebody will do a Google internship, Microsoft internship, Goldman Sachs internship. Why would they contribute to DPG? Log bhar bhar ke aa rahe. Everyone is interested. Everyone wants to contribute. This proves that point, which is, if you look at financial compensation, way low. Only 14% said they would do this because of financial compensation. The biggest thing was skill development. 71% of the surveyed contributors said they will contribute to DPG so that they will learn something. Then the other one is career opportunities. There are a lot of career opportunities that open up because you're building population scale projects. They're just technically difficult to pull off. And thirdly, professional networking, the kind of people that you meet, the kind of meetings that you get to if you're part of this group and contributing to it are immense. And so that is one myth that it bursts, that kids are only out there for, no, I want the highest salary. Aisa nahi hai. And lastly, inadequate documentation. Again, comes down to documentation. And in the morning, you remember Divya talking about it in panel 2, that documentation is a great project to start with. It's a simple thing. You can start with it, contribute it. But that is the biggest pain point. Very hard to understand this complex code bases and all. So I'll leave you with that. That is the quick summary of what you will find in the DPG report. Now I am so excited to move on to the next phase of this session, which is a fireside chat with Dr. Sharma. So first of all, thank you so much, sir, for spending time and coming here for this. Every time we have a DPI coming out, right, there's some motivation story behind it. So COVID में यहाँ पे तो लोग ही मर रहे हैं, हम सब, क्या vaccine नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कैसे करें? So there's a motivation to create CoWIN. वैसे, can you tell us a little more backgrounds behind, say, Aadhaar है या ONDC है? What are the thoughts behind that? Why does that exist?
So first of all, thank you very much, Rahul, for a very generous introduction. And also I must compliment and congratulate you and Gaurav and all of you who are involved in this project. I think this is a very structured way of developing what is called population scale stuff, digital public goods, and that is really an extremely commendable effort, because typically people are just doing vendors and contracts and other kinds of things. What you guys are doing is absolutely directly contributing to the national cause, which is again an extremely sort of commendable stuff you are doing. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
On this issue of we did not know this term DPI or DPG. It has become quite fashionable since last G20 meeting, and everybody, you heard Amitabh also, the Sherpa of G20 in the morning. So essentially we did not know this honestly. And when we joined Aadhaar, when I joined UIDAI in 2009, one thought was that we are going to make Aadhaar into some kind of card, some kind of identity card for a person, that he can say that I am who I claim to be. And then we realized that if you make it an identity card, it will just become a functional card, a functional stuff. So why don't we create something which is actually pluggable into all kinds of domain which need identity? So then came the idea that rather than having a card per se, we have a digital identity. And when we talked of having a next generation digital identity way back in 2009, which was about 15 years back, people did not really understand much in what is this digital identity. And therefore, when we said that Aadhaar is a number, not a card, all the time we were saying it's a number, not a card. It's something which is sitting in the cloud. It's like an Atma sitting there, and your body's card is only a body, and that number is the real spirit, and your biometrics are sitting on the cloud, and you can authenticate it. So that kind of sort of thought process, whereby this can be plugged into any kind of transaction. And we realized that most of the transactions which you do as a citizen, as a person, with the formal system, the first question is, prove that who you are, who you claim to be. So identity is a necessary sort of first prerequisite for doing any transaction, whether it is getting a mobile SIM or opening a bank account or getting a ration or doing whatever. So essentially we realize that if we can solve that common problem, then we will probably be useful to multiple domains. This whole idea of digital public goods or digital public infrastructure, actually the genesis of that lies there, where we realize that create common solutions which can solve multiple problems, multiple domains which can be useful. And that therefore these digital public goods are like Lego blocks, like something which can be plugged into any domain. And Aadhaar, after Aadhaar we had UPI, which is again a common part. And then now we had the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and we have the ONDC now. And essential idea is that, let's create an infrastructure, let's create the rails on which we can do multiple domains can come together, and then they can perform. And this whole thing of digital public goods is essentially that architecture, whereby you do not provide a whole solution, but you provide something which can be used in multiple domains. That's the broad idea, and that's where it all began. Okay. And now, of course, it has become very, very common to talk about. And I think we realize that this is a very, very unique approach which our country has adopted. No other country in the world has done that. Of course, there are some advantages which we had, because we were latecomers in this scene, and therefore we were beginning on a clean slate, and therefore that's a great advantage. But I think the path we chartered, path we took, was completely unique, and I think it is now proving its worth.
Amazing, amazing to hear the genesis of it. Thank you. How about ONDC? What is the thought process behind ONDC, and why does it exist?
Well, that's a very interesting question. The idea of ONDC emerged during COVID. We were asked to create this software, which is a digital platform for doing for actually vaccination, digital platform for vaccination. Ultimately we realized that in a country as diverse as ours, if you have a system whereby one person, the vaccination is being given, and the kind of functional literacy which you have in this country, Nobody will know कि मुझे पहले वो कौन सा कोवैक्सीन लगा था, कि कोविशील्ड लगा था, कब लगा था. You know, people will not have any idea. You know, you have largest number of PhDs in this country, but you also have largest numbers of illiterates in this country. So it's an extremely diverse country in every sense of the term. So therefore, I think it was very necessary to have some kind of digital backbone which could account for and actually guide the whole population as to this is your first injection lag gaya hai, dusra lagega, itna time ke baad lagega, then you are given an SMS, you can download certificate, you can book the appointment, you can register yourself on the platform. All these kinds of things were developed actually in a very short time. This exercise started on 7th of January 2021, if I remember correctly. And you know, 16th January, the Honorable Prime Minister launched the vaccination drive in this country, and you know, we had to quickly put together this entire architecture. And there we realized that while we can have a back-end common, because you know, ultimately you require portability. If I got my first injection in Ranchi and the second vaccine in Delhi, that data must be available, and therefore there has to be one data at the back end. But the front end can be many. So we published the APIs, and you know, people were starting all kinds of, you know, Make My Trip or Apollo Hospitals or Paytm. Everybody started making the front end of CoWIN. And there are 100 plus part. During that period itself, when we were actually thinking of creating some population scale platforms, we thought of this digital, you know, open network based stuff. And then, you know, we had presentation before the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, and then we gave him this idea saying that this is one way where we can use the digital public infrastructure approach similar to UPI to create this kind of digital commerce. So what we did was, one, Aadhaar was the initial DPI, but then we realized that this whole concept can be utilized in many domains. Health, for example, ABDM, payments, UPI, then of course this digital commerce, agriculture, now you have AgriStack, now you have other kinds of stacks are coming up, and they are all based on this open interoperable architecture. And that is what we wanted to actually make. So what happens is, just to explain to you what is the difference between digital commerce of ONDC type and the digital commerce of, let's say, Amazon type or a Flipkart type. Now, when you have Amazon, now you need to have an Amazon buyer app to transact on Amazon platform. So Amazon platform consists of three parts rather. One is the sellers, which come on Amazon platform. Another is the buyers, who basically look at that app, which is the front-ending app, and the platform, and the hosting platform, which is essentially. Now what is happening, Amazon app, buyer app can only purchase and transact with the Amazon seller app. Amazon buyer app cannot be used to transact on Flipkart, for example, right? That's the problem which you have. And that problem arises because they are joined completely and in a way which is not known to others. What are the kind of connectors they use to combine the buyer and seller app? Now, if these connectors are made open source, their connectors are made completely transparent, open, then what happens is that every buyer app can see every seller app, and every seller app can see every buyer app. So imagine the kind of, you know, expansion it brings about, and that's the way to do this kind of commerce in this country as large as ours. So essentially the idea is we have created a protocol on top of internet. Please understand, internet, who owns internet? Nobody. It's still 35 billion devices, I don't know how many billion devices, 7 or 8 billion devices are connected onto the internet. So something which is not owned by anybody is still so powerful that it empowers the entire world today. Net neutrality was a principle which actually established that internet must remain a permissionless platform. So anyway, coming back to this issue, what we are creating in the ONDC is creating a subnet of that internet. Internet is based on protocol, so is the ONDC based on protocol, which is called beacon protocol, which has a certain kind of way of communicating. And once the seller apps and buyer apps, they comply with the beacon protocol, They don't need to establish one-to-one relationship. It's like saying that, you know, when I create an email client and I follow the SMTP protocol, simple mail transfer protocol, I'm connected to the entire thing, Gmail, Rediff mail, whatever mail, right? So this is the architecture whereby you don't need to have, you know, your connectivity with each and every one of them. You just follow the protocol and you are already a part of the network. So this is a network-based protocol which we are creating. And this is, believe me, it is going to be as powerful, as enabling, as beautiful as Aadhaar someday. I mean, it will take some time. Obviously, it doesn't happen in a day or two, but it is going to be as powerful.
Then we're seeing the effects of this, right? Every one of us have ordered some food from ONDC and nobody knows that it's ONDC behind the scenes. And that is the magic. You know, when you think of building software, generally as engineers, we are always greedy. Or then as product managers, we are even more greedy. ये भी feature डाल दो, वो भी feature डाल दो. ऐसे करके वो बड़ा solution बन जाता है. When you think of Aadhaar, बस 4 ही field है, 2-3 है, only one use case, but it applies to everything. Like ONDC also, there is only catalog. Then the catalog, चाहे mutual fund का हो, चाहे food का हो, or cab का हो. How do you draw the line? How do you define minimalism? And how do you figure out ki only this needs to be done by the government as DPI and rest let it be done by the ecosystem?
That's very important question again, because the propensity of all of us, and you said it just now that engineers is to really build more of it, you know. So make more functionalities, let's bring more functionalities so that, and in that process we end up creating some monolithic kind of, you know, structure.
Yeah.
So that's a bad idea, you know, in a situation where you don't want to do everything yourself, while you want to create certain minimal rails which are required for transactions to take place, you should not take away the freedom of innovation around that minimal block, right? So you don't create the whole solution. You create just an important component of the solution and let people bring, you know, people and other private sector organizations bring and build solutions around that. And they can build as beautiful solutions, because innovation is not the monopoly of the government, certainly not, because we are the absolutely non-innovative characters sitting there. So therefore, I think what is left is, you know, let's look at it, the ONDC example again. In ONDC, we just provided a protocol. This is the way you have to transact, right? Yeah. Now you can build as beautiful interface in the buyer app as you want to. There's nothing constrains that. You know, we are not interfering in what you are going to build for your customers or what the sellers are going to build, what kind of pictures they are going to take. I mean, there will be obviously some minimal standards, but essentially this minimalism is what is important. You know, for example, in the Aadhaar part, we said, look, what are we trying to do? So we are only trying to do 2 things. One is to ensure unique identity to each person. So we are just proving X is X. As Mr. Nandan Nilekani used to say, Ram Sevak, we are just there to prove that X is X, whether X is married, unmarried, poor, not poor, BPL, non-BPL, that's not our domain. That's a functional part. So essentially, one, we are providing a unique number to each individual, number one. And number two, as a bonus we are providing, because now in providing that uniqueness, you need biometrics. Without biometrics, you can't say 2 people are the, you know, whether they are different or same. I am R.S. Sharma, I can be Ram Sevak Sharma, I can have any name. But once you have captured my biometrics, then I am identified in some sense. So once you have that kind of uniqueness is done, that uniqueness or that biometric can be used to authenticate online. So biometric authentication, OTP-based authentication, all kinds of now face authentication, DG Yatra, you are having face authentication. Yeah. So essentially, once you have that, so 2 things, just provide authentication service and just, you know, provide unique identity. That's all. And around that, you know, you have all kinds of services can be delivered. When we were doing it, every department was saying, "Arey bhai, मेरा भी कैप्चर कर लो, PDS नंबर क्या है वो कैप्चर कर लो, इसका ये मोबाइल नंबर, ठीक है, मोबाइल नंबर was captured, if somebody who had it was captured, But somebody who didn't have it is all right. So essentially the idea is keep it minimal. Secondly, what are the fields, attributes to capture? Now imagine everybody was saying capture place of birth, permanent address, etc. Now we said place of birth, why? Is that a necessary part of identity? No. So the only necessary part of identity is a name, gender, age, and communication address, because we wanted to send the letter to the home, and that also we did it through the India Post. So essentially minimalism is one. Then of course privacy by design is another concept. Interoperability is another one. Frugality is another one. Open standards, open APIs, all these are necessary attributes which you have to have in your DPG or in any kind of open source system which you do.
Superb. In fact, these are just generally good software engineering principles, not as well applied. I mean, this is beautiful. So sir, switching to architecting DPIs. So generally we think of creating an MVP, a startup thinks of MVP, works here in this district, and chalo isko scale karte hain. But as opposed to that, in thinking DPIs, it's always not scale what works, but figure out what works at scale. So when thinking about architecture, when you think about that product, how do you think about architecting DPIs, whether it's the health part, UHI and ABDM that you architected, or the think of discovery on ONDC? How is the architecture bit to be thought of correctly?
One part is, as I said, digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. Digital public goods is a specific kind of artifact. Digital public infrastructure is like rail, like infrastructure of any, road, rail, whatever. So one has to think as to what is the, you start with the, with what is required, right? So India, you don't have any problem, any deficiency of problems. India has so many problems to solve that you can continue to, think of a problem every day and you can come across that. So one is, what is the problem that we are trying to solve? That's the first principle which you should begin with. And then what is the most efficient way? I mean, if the problem is a problem of one household, that's one part. But if the problem overall, then how can you solve it? And whether the solution can be, scalable, that's one part. For example, the COVID now, COVID had 4 components. And this is probably beyond the scope of the question which you asked, but I just want to came to my mind.
Understand that, yes.
COVID has 4 things. One is you can register that, okay, I want to have, this is my data. Then you can probably search for a nearest hospital which is actually providing that vaccination. Then you can go and, get the, you can then seek an appointment online. Then you can go and get vaccinated. And then you can download the certificate. These are the 4 components of COVID. Now, and of course, COVID itself was telling you that, okay, this is your, now that you have got the first dose, your second dose is due on that date and you can get registration. And this will now show you only those centers which you have, if you have got co-vaccine, then it will show you only the co-vaccine centers, because it knows that the second dose also has to be of the same drug. Now we have repurposed COVID. After COVID is done, COVID is over, fortunately. We have repurposed it to what we call UVIN, the universal vaccination, which means all the 12 essential, vaccinations like diphtheria and polio drops and other kinds of things. बच्चों के लिए जो 12 ज़रूरत होती है. That those are, or now the COVID is being used for that. Number 1. Number 2, the registration part. The hospitals were showing the vacancy and I was making reservation. That part is now repurposed as a very small HMIS. For a husband, wife, doctor, they want to be seen, they want to be, they can publish their calendar and people can, make appointments with them either for physical consultation or for, let's say, teleconsultation. So that's another part.
Brilliant.
So the HMIS, so basically what happens is once you solve a problem in a particular way, then there are many common attributes of another problem in any other domain, which actually you can think of, oh, this is an analogous situation.
yeah.
Like, somebody talked about unified field theory, whereby you get a gravitational law or you get a electromagnetic law, and you really look at the symmetry, whether it is G M1 M2 divided by R square. I mean, that's the way on, and then you can replace M1 and M2 by the electric charge and whatever. So this is the way you figure out that, okay, this is something which can be used in other domain.
Super. And because it is minimal and architected well, there is no hard coding for COVID vaccine.
Absolutely.
And that is why you can take it to UN. That's brilliant. Another thing, Dr. Sharma, every time you've built out these DPIs, there's a huge ecosystem that gathers around it. Now, of course, the architecture is responsible, minimalism is responsible, it's by design. But what are other things that are done to really get the ecosystem bought in? Why would they adopt it?
That is also an extremely important question. The idea is, typically we have seen, and I have now been working for about 46 years of, 46 years have happened. I joined the administrative service in 78, and now it is 2024. So, so now I have seen this, that, there is always a lag between development of technology and its adoption. And adoption does not happen automatically. Adoption has to be accelerated, architected. Adoption has to be, kind of, uska prachar prasar karna hota thoda bahut. So adoption requires evangelization. Adoption requires, convincing people. वो बहुत जरूरी है. So, for example, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. I'll just give you one example of adoption.
Yes.
Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, we were initially saying, bhai, you get your Aadhaar number, Ayushman Bharat Health Account number. This is like a bank account where your electronic health records or even physical records which you convert into electronics through scanning, etc., they can be stored. So this is one part, and the government is offering you digital locker or any similar facility where you can store these records. And this will build what is called your vertical or horizontal, or what is called longitudinal health history it will build. So हम लोग तो बोलते थे ये. Now people will say कि क्या ज़रूरत है nobody thinks that I'm going to get sick continuously, so I'll have the longitudinal health history or I'll have the diagnostic reports every time, every 6 months I'll have to do my other kinds of things. So people have their jhola and, they will put their records in the jhola and they're going to go to the doctor. So this longitudinal stuff did not really convince people. Then they said, iska fayda kya hai? Then, this idea came that in AIMS you must have seen, or any other hospital, people just come, from my state, Bihar. My cadre was Bihar. Of course, I'm from UP and Bihar. People come and, they take dharamsala in the nearby this thing, and savere 4 baje they go out and they stand in the line to get their OPD card. OPD card banwane ke liye they have to, wait in line. Poor, sick people, they have to wait in line. And when they reach the end of the line, then, they are asked, naam kya hai, baap ka naam kya hai, kya bimari hai, kaun sa, whatever. So this is, and sometimes the lady at the counter will plug in the computer and she will make a mistake. So the idea is कि भाई, और दूसरे number उसको after 12 or whatever time, the whole thing, goes off. कल आइएगा अब आप. So the fellows who are standing since last 7-8 hours, they just go away. So what is the solution to this? So we actually came up with this idea saying that, like thela wala, they are having QR code for getting payments. Every sabji wala has a QR code, and you pay the UPI way. So why can't the hospitals have a QR code in their reception area? And that QR code, basically, I have my Aadhaar ID or Aadhaar, this thing in my mobile phone, if I have a smartphone. Then, I can just scan that. As soon as I scan that, my data, the demographic data from the Aadhaar, cloud, it goes to the hospital's HMIS system. And hospital's HMIS just issues a token, which comes on my mobile phone. So now I've got a token, 272 is my number. And there I can sit quietly, and the token is being displayed on the counters. Now, whenever 272, I know that, if it is, let's say, abhi 20 chal raha hai, mujhe pata hai 272 aane mein 3-4 ghanta lagega. So I don't need to stand there in the line. I can go home, have my khana karke, and then I can come back. And then, you know, when my number comes 272, I just go there. And the lady is not going to ask me anything because she already has that information. And it's an accurate information. So therefore, you know, it works. We started this on 12th of October 2022 in what is called Lady Harding Medical, you know, that hospital. And we did, on that day, we did 286 scannings. Today, almost every Sarkari hospital in the country is doing it, and today we are having about 400,000 scans, and there are no lines now in many of the hospitals.
Wow.
So
it's a huge
simple intervention. It's not a very great intervention. It's not something which is, you know, rocket science.
Yeah.
But a simple intervention in people's life can make their lives easier. And the whole idea is, you know, let's not think of some very complicated stuff.
Yeah.
Let's think of some simple stuff which can actually, the simple intervention can make people's life easy. How somehow that can have. So these are some of the things which one will have to think. And the kind of work which you are doing, where you are building these digital public goods, digital public, you know, and there are many things to be done, I can tell you this much. There are many things to be done in this country, and in every domain you can find such things. And the kind of mentoring which you are doing, actually, and you know, there are software developers and software developers. But I think what is required is mentoring and guidance.
Yeah.
That, you know, I'm not writing code out of thin air. I am writing code for some purpose, for doing something.
Yeah.
So that's what is very important, and that is something which we have to figure it out, and we have to innovate, not in terms of technology, but in terms of, you know, what people's needs are, and how I can work out some solution to satisfy their need in a most meaningful way, not really in a very complicated way, but in a very simple way.
Wonderful. Now, thanks for those examples. It really brings out how innovation can be. Now, in terms of consensus, you know, when you bring an ecosystem together and you have Ola, Uber, and everyone sitting in a room discussing mobility, or you have even the medical folks discussing this, or in commerce you may have this. How do you get them on the platform? How do you get them to actually work together? So, for example, Ola is probably not doing mobility, but they're doing food. You know, how do you orchestrate these kind of synergies such that everyone finally starts building for the country?
So one of the things which we have realized is unbundling is a very, very important concept of digital public goods. As I said, it's only Lego blocks.
Yeah.
And Lego blocks are all unbundled, right?
Yes, yes.
Unbundled, but sometimes connected through the connectors,
Right.
well-defined connectors.
Correct.
Now, unbundling was not easy in the physical world. So, for example, if you are buying medicine from somewhere you made a call to the pharmacy, कि भाई मुझे फलाना medicine चाहिए, and you can even now WhatsApp में you can even send him the prescription. Now that fellow doesn't have a career, doesn't have a courier, so he will have to, you know, search for somebody कि भाई छोटू अदर जाके जरा उधर शर्मा जी के यहाँ medicine दे आओ. That's how it will.
Correct.
So in a physical world, you have to, you know, it's a difficult thing.
Yeah.
But in a digital world, it becomes easy. You know, when I'm opening a bank account, I can straight away get a real-time authentication from Aadhaar, and then I can go to the bank site, and there itself I can do authentication, and then I can open a bank account. So in a digital world, combining different pieces of a particular transaction is easy, real-time.
Right.
And that unbundling also brings about efficiency. If I am a shop owner and I am having 3 workers who are supplying, the other fellow is also having 3 workers. So both of us are having the same resources. The same resources, you know, those fellows may be sitting, उनके यहाँ बिक्री नहीं हो रही तो वो बेचारे बैठा रहेगा. यहाँ बिक्री हो रही, मेरा आदमी ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. तो to optimize this optimal utilization, you know, for example, the digital taxi hailing, etc. How much they have saved? I mean, I'm not going to the business model of theirs, but how much do they save? You know, it becomes convenient for the customers. It becomes convenient for the taxi wala also, that if I am in the neighborhood and somebody says, I need taxi, immediately he can come over. So he doesn't have to drive down all the time from the, you know, their taxi stands.
Yeah.
So this optimal utilization of resources can happen in a digital world much more efficiently than what it's also possible.
Yes.
Because otherwise in a physical world it's not possible.
Yeah.
So I think we should leverage that unbundling part. And what has happened is logistics as a service. Now there are many companies, you must have seen Delivery, Ship Rockets, all these companies have come. They're purely logistic companies.
Right.
Similarly, the commerce entities are there who are selling, the platforms who are there. So I think what is happening is now we can have logistics as a service, we can have goods selling as a service, we can have warehouse as a service. All these Blinkits of the world, they are basically putting warehouse. So now it's a Blinkit's warehouse. Why can't we have a shared warehouse? So warehouse can be a service. So then you can create multiple services which can be joined, connected, and provide an end-to-end experience to a customer in real time. And that brings efficiency. You become specialized. You become specialized in providing the logistics services, for example. You become specialized in providing a warehousing services.
Yeah.
So this is the way the whole thing has to be architected. And now, if it is done in an open way, in a transparent way, it actually involves, it's not going to replace the mom and pop stores. They are also part of the digital process because they have the locational advantage of their mohalla. So they can serve their people much better. If I get a medicine from somewhere in Gurgaon and I live in Noida, then that Noida fellow will be able to give me cheaper medicine and probably quicker.
Correct.
So that kind of situation can develop. So it's not as if we are going to replace everything by a global marketplace. No. And that is also one of the USPs of Open Network for Digital Commerce.
Okay.
We are saying it should become a democratic because it is no network effect is not there. The winner takes all situation is not there like it is there in many platforms. So that platform part is not there. Easy accessibility because many of the components are already built.
Yeah.
The APIs and the other things are already built. Easy accessibility, democratic, and interoperable, and utilizes and leverages all concepts of digital, service kind of aggregation in a real-time manner.
Got it. No, I think this whole digital public goods, but unbundling them such that the whole ecosystem can play. Brilliant concept. Now switching to learnings, if you had to redo Aadhaar, what would you do differently?
Out of syllabus question. I have not really, one of the things which we were actually very conscious is that technologies become obsolete very soon. So we should use technologies which do not become obsolete. So one is this concept of number. Suppose we had cards, the lifetime cost of cards is huge.
Yes.
So basically we should build technologies which are long standing. So face authentication at that point in time was not there.
Right.
Now we captured face and that now we are able to utilize. So you must have seen, I have become, 12, I got myself registered in Aadhaar in 2010 and now 24. Still, I am able to authenticate with Aadhaar photograph, which was much more younger.
Right.
So this means that technologies work.
Yes.
So essentially, you have to think of those things. Obsolescence is one of the problems.
Okay.
Which happens.
So you have to keep upgrading that. DPG
You have to keep upgrading, but there are many things which we could have. For example, at that time when we were enrolling for Aadhaar, these technologies India was not so much connected. It was only 37% teledensity. It was only 2G, no data. Very few broadbands and stuff like that. At that time, we were collecting these USB drives or the hard disks from rural areas for the enrollment packets we were collecting. Each enrollment packet was about 5 megabytes. So we were collecting those things, and people were not satisfied. Suppose I am an enrollment fellow and I have sent my packet, but I'm not sure whether my packet has been taken there or not, because I am paid on the basis of work done by me. So it's an outcome-based payment. So people were sending the same packets again and again and again just to be sure that my packet reaches there. So all these things are there, and of course now if we had to do Aadhaar today, probably we could do it much more faster, much more efficiently, much more frugally. so to say. Of course, Aadhaar itself is very frugal. Imagine the entire project was done in 7,000 crores.
Wow.
So I mean, the cost of doing an ID card in UK's ID card, which did not happen, that cost 135 British pounds per card.
Whoa.
135 British pounds. We did it in 1 British pound per card. Of course, now everybody calls Aadhaar card, so I also say Aadhaar card. This is what, so actually that is we could have done it even in cheaper parts, because now we have broadband where you could have just, send the packets without traveling and without other things. So a lot of things have changed. But I think that's the way. A couple of days back, the Prime Minister of Jamaica was there, and they are also doing an ID in their country. And I would sounded very boisterous if I would have said that their population is 27 lakhs, 2.7 million.
Oh.
तो हमने कहा कि हम तो 20 लाख एक दिन में करते थे.
Oh wow.
So that is, they were asking how this could be structured.
Scale and all. Brilliant. No, thanks for sharing those learnings. One last question. I know I've stretched this so much, but it's so fascinating listening to all of these. What are the future DPIs that you think will emerge? Where are needs? Where are those problems that need a DPI kind of construct?
I think in future, the basic concept of 2-3 things we have to remember. One is for a country like ours, which, I mean, there's no country in the world like us, like our country. And we celebrate that diversity. It's not a liability on us. The diversity is actually a great, because once we have done here, we can do any country in the world. Everybody is just a subset.
Yeah.
Now we have 26 or 22 or 20, languages.
Yeah.
We have hundreds and thousands of dialects.
Yeah.
We have different cuisines. America में क्या है? Pizza है तो वो भी बाहर का है. Pizza, pasta, etc. We have every cuisine. Go to Rajasthan, go to any country. That's one. Yeah. Dresses. Everything is so diverse. And therefore, what is required is we always require a solution for our country, digital solutions to our problems. It has to be scalable, it has to be speedy, it has to be interoperable, it has to be frugal, as I said.
Yeah.
So these are some of the attributes which we have to do. And believe me, we have mastered this art and craft of creating the digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. And this is now going to, from a horizontal part. You see, payments and identity are horizontal DPIs.
Yeah.
They are used in every domain, right?
Yes.
But health, for example, is a vertical.
Right.
The commerce is also a vertical in some sense, of course. So basically now from horizontal DPIs, we have now realized that there are vertical DPIs and DPGs which we can build.
Okay.
And that is going to be the next frontier. Okay. And all of you guys have to work with the system, with the government, with the partners, which actually should do. For example, I was talking to Gaurav that in IIT Kanpur, where I teach now, I teach policy and technology there. I'm a visiting professor there. So there we have created a group of boys and girls, in the computer science department, where we are saying let's build DPGs, let's build some stuff.
Nice.
And it will be great if you guys can provide them mentorship and those kind of things.
Definitely.
And the professor there, Nishit Srivastav, and also the director of IIT, Manindra Agrawal, they're all very much interested in that part. So I think we need to create such vibrant communities which you have created.
Yeah.
And we need to contribute. And believe me, once you get into a domain, and domain specific people, they will tell you many things which need to be done, there in those domains. So this is something which we should build. And also one more thing is, I think now what is also important for us to realize that the DPGs should not be the monopoly of the government. I mean, now I am also convinced by the fact that yes, there are certain things which only government can do. Identity is something which government can do. And the UPI type of thing which the government, but UPI, NPCI should not be the only body. There could be some other body which could also be doing the same kind of stuff. And these bodies could be interoperable. Wow. So therefore, you have to create competition at the node level itself, at the nucleus level itself. You should not say that there is only a single nucleus, because that single nucleus can become a single point of failure. And there is no competition. There is no other fellow. That should not happen. We should not stifle the market. We should continue with that philosophy that markets are equally important. Yes. It should not happen that everything is done by somebody and So that is something. Even in DPGs, you could have multiple players, which actually could interoperate. Which also, it should not become multiple silos. Multiple player does not mean multiple silos. Multiple players means multiple players which can collaborate and which can actually coexist.
Brilliant. I think those are some wonderful thoughts food for thought for all of us to do this. It's been a very fascinating 45 minutes. I think we traversed all from Aadhaar to string theory. You just rattled out all those equations to actually painting the future for DPGs. Horizontal is done, now going vertical, thinking of federated DPGs and so on. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. Really appreciate you coming here and enlightening us. You've been an inspiration for this, and we continue to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So with this, we have reached the end of today's insightful, inspiring, and thought-provoking convening. I hope you also share the same sentiment, although I see a little low energy now in the room. I can imagine it's already pretty late. But before we end, I would like to thank our event partners who helped us with the outreach and spreading the word about the community and ensuring that we have a diverse group here today as part of DPG Dialogues. So a big thank you to all our event partners today. And a huge thank you to the entire C4GT community, our contributors, partner organizations, mentors who are here today who could join, and also a lot of people who couldn't join. We also have documented all the projects that were part of the mentoring program this year. You can scan this QR code. It will take you to the web page where all the projects are listed. And alternately, of course, you can scan the QR code on your ID card. That has everything that we have discussed today in the convenings, so you won't miss anything. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the amazing Code for GovTech team, Parth, Vanshika, Abhimanyu, Pratham, Vedant. They are not here. Pratham is there, Abhimanyu is there, but I think most of us are outside, who actually made this day today possible. All the volunteers who are here, they are actually part of the C4GT community. They are contributors in the community. They came here and helped us with the convening. So if you guys can just wave whoever is there in the room. So we have our contributors who are volunteers there. Please catch up with them and discuss the cool projects that they are working on. And of course, a big thank you to all of you, the lovely and patient audience who is now left. Less number, but you've been here throughout. So really, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anybody to thank you in the end. So a huge thank you to all of you and for taking out the time, coming here, and also adding to the experience of the larger community. And thank you so much. See you all next time. There is coffee and tea outside, so you guys can grab a cup of coffee. Do stay back. Would love to say hello, connect with you all. And yeah, would love to catch up in more detail as well. And please don't forget to share your feedback. We have a cool feedback wall. You can write your messages on there. And also, please do share your testimonials with us. We have a team recording videos. So yeah, would be great if you can share a few messages for us. Thank you so much for being a part of this convening. Thank you. And have a nice evening.